A lad. Plaid. A huge plaid fan. Can you tell I like plaid?
Scotland, 1297, a land torn apart by English occupation, a nation bleeding under the iron fist of Edward I, known to history as the Hammer of the Scots. The fields were soaked with the blood of rebellion, the gallows creaked with the weight of patriots, and the people lived in terror of a king who believed Scotland was his by divine right. But among the shadows of resistance, one name began to whisper through the glens and valleys like a prayer of vengeance: William Wallace. What this man did at Stirling Bridge wasn't just a victory. It was a message written in blood, carved into flesh, and designed to haunt the nightmares of every English lord who dared set foot on Scottish soil. What you're about to hear is not the sanitized version taught in classrooms. This is the brutal, visceral truth that history tried to bury. The year Scotland, 1297, a land torn apart by English occupation, a nation bleeding under the iron fist of Edward I, known to history as the Hammer of the Scots. The fields were soaked with the blood of rebellion, the gallows creaked with the weight of patriots, and the people lived in terror of a king who believed Scotland was his by divine right. But among the shadows of resistance, one name began to whisper through the glens and valleys like a prayer of vengeance: William Wallace. What this man did at Stirling Bridge wasn't just a victory. It was a message written in blood, carved into flesh, and designed to haunt the nightmares of every English lord who dared set foot on Scottish soil. What you're about to hear is not the sanitized version taught in classrooms. This is the brutal, visceral truth that history tried to bury. The year 1297 marked one of the darkest chapters in Scotland's struggle for independence. King Edward I of England had systematically dismantled Scottish sovereignty following the disputed succession after King Alexander III's death in 1286. Edward, a ruthless military strategist and iron-willed monarch, saw Scotland not as a separate kingdom, but as a rebellious northern province that needed to be crushed into submission. His methods were calculated and merciless. He stripped Scottish nobles of their lands, installed English administrators to collect punitive taxes, and garrisoned English troops throughout the country to enforce his will. The Scottish people were subjected to humiliating laws, forced to quarter English soldiers in their homes, and watched helplessly as their resources were extracted to fund Edward's wars in France and Wales. By the spring of 1297, the situation had become unbearable. English officials governed with impunity, using violence and intimidation to maintain control. Among these officials, one man stood out as particularly hated: Hugh Cressingham, Edward's treasurer in Scotland. Cressingham was a corpulent, arrogant clergyman who took sadistic pleasure in his role as chief tax collector. He squeezed the Scottish people mercilessly, confiscating grain, livestock, and whatever wealth he could extract to fill Edward's coffers. Contemporary Scottish chroniclers described him as greedy beyond measure, a man who grew fat on Scottish suffering while the people starved. He travelled with armed guards, lived in luxury confiscated from Scottish nobles, and openly mocked the idea that Scotland would ever be free again. To the Scottish people, Cressingham wasn't just an administrator. He was the living embodiment of everything they had come to hate about English rule. Against this backdrop of oppression and despair, William Wallace emerged. But who was this man who would become Scotland's most legendary rebel? Wallace was not a great nobleman or a knight of high standing. He was a minor landowner, a member of the lower nobility with no significant political power or military resources. Historical records tell us frustratingly little about his early life. We know he was born around 1270, possibly in Elderslie in Renfrewshire, or perhaps in Ellerslie in Ayrshire. His father was likely Malcolm Wallace, a small landholder who owed allegiance to James Stuart, the High Steward of Scotland. What transformed this obscure figure into a revolutionary leader remains partially shrouded in mystery, though later accounts, including the epic poem by Blind Harry, written nearly 2 centuries later, suggest that personal tragedy played a role. Whether his wife was murdered by English soldiers, as legend claims, or whether other injustices drove him to action, one fact is undeniable. By May 1297, William Wallace had killed the English sheriff of Lanark and ignited a flame of rebellion that would consume Scotland. Wallace's early actions were audacious and brutal. After killing Sheriff William Heselrigg in Lanark, he didn't flee or hide. Instead, he gathered followers and began systematically attacking English positions throughout southern Scotland. His methods were unconventional, born not from formal military training, but from desperation and cunning. He avoided pitched battles where English heavy cavalry and trained men-at-arms held the advantage. Instead, he used ambush, surprise, and intimate knowledge of the Scottish terrain to strike at vulnerable targets. His forces attacked supply convoys, burned English-held castles, and assassinated officials. Each success brought more recruits to his banner. Dispossessed farmers, younger sons of nobles with nothing to lose, outlaws, and men driven by sheer hatred of the occupation flocked to join him. By summer 1297, Wallace commanded a force of several thousand men, though most were poorly equipped and untrained in formal warfare. What they lacked in armor and discipline, they compensated for with rage and desperation. The Scottish resistance in 1297 was not limited to Wallace alone. Throughout the country, nobles and commoners alike had begun to resist English rule. In the north, 1297, Wallace commanded a force of several thousand men, though most were poorly equipped and untrained in formal warfare. What they lacked in armor and discipline, they compensated for with rage and desperation.
The Dyatlov Pass incident is the story of the death of 9 student hikers in the Ural Mountains. It's often referred to as Russia's greatest mystery. In 1959, after failing to report back, 9 students were found frozen to death in subpolar conditions.
When I was working for the Moscow Times newspaper and I came across the information about the Dyatlov Pass mystery, the difference between all kinds of mysteries and this particular one is that it's very well documented. There is a criminal case, there are pictures, there are diaries, there are still witnesses who were there, rescue party, so one can still do investigation.
Found without their winter clothes, miles from their shredded tent, and with no sign of an avalanche or natural disasters. Yet somehow they suffered injuries that crushed their bodies, and horrifically for some, their tongues and eyeballs were missing.
It appears that the officials involved at the time of the autopsies basically tried to sweep this entire thing under the rug, trying to make it look like some unfortunate accident.
Mysterious lights were seen in the sky, and the Russian KGB swarmed the site, clouding the whole story in 60 years of mystery.
Я считаю, что причиной трагедии стал тот объект, который туристы сфотографировали на последнем кадре пленки.
Today, there are 2 sides to this case. What was reported by the official investigators at the time, which seems almost willfully incomplete. And then there's the years of conspiracy theories, of Soviet government cover-ups, and military tests.
Часть материалов из этого дела была убрана. Я полагаю, что она была убрана. Категорически нет. Я категорически не согласна с этой версией, что все туристы замерзли.
The cover-ups are so far-fetched, I think, overall. They're a way for people to explain the unexplainable or the unexplained, whereas the reality is some cases are just tough to solve.
The story has inspired many Russian TV shows and documentaries, peddling armchair theories from alien visitors to Russian Yetis.
Никаких природных катаклизмов, которые бы могли привести к этому, это нет. Моя точка зрения личная, что их убили.
With so many conflicting stories, I've come to Russia to ask the question, what is the true story of the Dyatlov Pass? I became obsessed with this story after reading the hundreds of bizarre and unusual theories. Military cover-ups, UFOs, and even a Russian Yeti have been blamed. But I soon realized the real story is even more sinister than I ever could have imagined. Using the hikers' actual photos and diaries, this is what we know so far. In January 1959, a team of 10 young hikers, led by group leader Igor Dyatlov, began the doomed expedition deep into the Ural Mountains. 10 days into their journey, and the team reaches the peak known to the locals as the Dead Mountain. Then, something goes terribly wrong. In the middle of the night, for reasons unknown, the hikers cut their way out of the tent. Tracks showed they fled down the mountain in freezing conditions without winter clothes or boots. Weeks after they were due to report back, search parties were sent out, only to uncover the worst. They were found more than a mile away, each one suffering inexplicable injuries, ranging from cuts and bruises to fractured skulls, broken ribs, and even a missing tongue. The Soviet government closed the case and sealed the records, stating only that the hikers had frozen to death for reasons unknown.
Gives us a new identity as his children. We belong with him as he intended. The Bible says we will one day replace the rebellious sons of God in his divine counsel. He also gives us a mission. We're here to grow God's family.
go on a fascinating journey. We'll explore some strange passages. We'll re-examine some familiar ones with meanings hidden in plain sight. We'll look at the Bible through the supernatural worldview of its writers. By the time we're done, you'll never be able to look at your Bible the same way again. There's a lot to be seen when it comes to the unseen realm.
The Bible asks us to believe a lot of strange things about the spiritual world. At first, we might be tempted to ignore them, but if we say we believe the Bible, we can't avoid these concepts. Much of what we think we know about the spirit world isn't true. It's been filtered down through centuries of church tradition. Angels do not have wings. Demons don't have horns or tails. And for the biblical writers, the unseen realm was home to more than angels and demons. There were other, bigger players. So do you believe what's in your Bible?
The rock at Caesarea Philippi might be the most imposing rock face in Israel. Imagine standing in front of the 500-foot wide face and hearing Jesus' words, "Upon this rock, I will build my church." This is the place where Jesus and his disciples stood, the scene of Peter's confession. And when Jesus added, "And the gates of hell will not be able to withstand the church," he knew what he was talking about.
Gates to hell? Really? The authors of Scripture believed the gods of the nations were real. Look at Psalm 82 carefully.
God stands in the divine assembly. He administers judgment in the midst of the gods.
When you really look at Psalm 82:1, it's kind of shocking. But there it is, plain as day. God presides over an assembly of gods that he calls his sons. We're just not used to thinking of the heavenly host in those terms, but that's what the Hebrew text says. Psalm 89 says the same thing about God's counsel in the heavens.
A God feared greatly in the council of the holy ones.
The Hebrew word translated gods in Psalm 82 is Elohim. Now, most of the time, it should be translated as capital G, God. But sometimes it's plural, and Psalm 82:1 has both. The problem for us is that we think this is a problem for monotheism, but it's not. We're taught to associate the letters G, O, and D with a specific set of unique attributes. That's why putting an S on the end makes us queasy. But the word Elohim is not about a set of unique attributes. The Bible itself tells us that.
Elohim is simply a word used to describe a supernatural being. It says nothing about attributes. That's why the biblical writers used Elohim for other spirit beings besides God. It's used for the gods of the nations, it's used for demons, it's used for angels, even the disembodied human dead. However, Yahweh is one of those Elohim, and no other Elohim is like him. I repeat.
Now, contrary to popular opinion, and I don't know if yours believe me, this them there here is K-Town Radiio with Nacho the Squatcho, and I love you. This episode or series of K-Town Radiio is geared toward saving and harboring and documenting the events and macro news events of the mid-21st century, which is now right here, circa not even December 2025, but at the same time, oh my God, it's already 2025. What the hell is going on? And so you sit here and you relax and you make sure that your loved ones I love you. And we'll get back to current events radio, because I'm not so the squat, so popular, contrary popular opinion. I don't know if you believe me, that I'm not so the squat show. This them there here is K10 Radio, and I love you. Coming at you live from Super.
No other Elohim is like him. The Bible describes him in unique ways. There is only one of him, existing as three persons: Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And he is the creator of all other Elohim.
Psalm 82 places the heavenly host in a council. That term is appropriate because these beings participate in God's rule of the world. Now, certainly God doesn't need their help, but he lets them participate. Consider the strange story that the prophet Micaiah gave to the wicked Israelite king Ahab.
Therefore, hear the word of Yahweh. I saw Yahweh sitting on his throne, with all the hosts of heaven standing beside him, from his right hand and from his left hand. And Yahweh said, who will entice Ahab, so that he will go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead? Then this one was saying one thing, and the other one was saying another. Then a spirit came out and stood before Yahweh and said, I will entice him. And Yahweh said to him, how? He said, I will go out, and I will be a false spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And he said, you shall entice and succeed. Go out and do so. So then, see that Yahweh has placed a false spirit in the mouth of all these your prophets, and Yahweh has spoken disaster concerning you.
Did you catch what the Bible asked you to believe? God meets with his heavenly host to decide what happens on earth. These beings, the gods of the council, are spirits, not people or idols.
Remember, Yahweh, the God of Israel, is an Elohim, a spirit being. But no other Elohim is him. He is one of a kind. He is the true God with a capital G. He alone is the perfect sovereign creator. He is the Most High God. Now, Psalm 82:6 says God has sons. Sons of the Most High is the phrase.
I have said, you are gods and sons of the Most High, all of you.
Who are these sons of God? It sounds odd. What about Jesus? How can there be all these other sons of God? The answer is found in verses like John 3:16, where Jesus is described as the unique Son of God. Now, some translations say only begotten, but the word actually means unique, one of a kind. How is Jesus unique? The New Testament says he is God, the one uncreated God in the flesh. None of the other sons of God fit that description.
The sons of God language made sense to ancient people. God was king, and kings assigned their sons high-ranking jobs in their government. So it is in the unseen realm. It's important because the sonship language reminds us that God wants a family. His family extends to both the unseen world and to earth, and those two families come together in Eden.
God addressed his counsel when he created the first man and woman. The counsel was already there.
So God created humankind in his image. In the likeness of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them.
God told his heavenly family he wanted to create humanity. Now, people often think God addressed the other members of the Trinity, but that is not the case. The other members of the Trinity are co-equal and co-omniscient. God wouldn't need to tell them anything. God speaks to his heavenly host here. Job 38 tells us the sons of God were present at the creation.
Where were you at my laying the foundation of the earth? when the morning stars were singing together, and all of the sons of God shouted for joy.
The image of God concept helps us to understand how humans and the heavenly host are both like God. Both of God's families represent Him. The supernatural sons of God represent Him in the unseen realm, and we represent God on earth.
How do we represent God? We saw how divine beings participate in God's rule. God created humans to participate in His plan to make the earth all He envisioned and to enjoy it.
If you feel like your brain craves pleasure just as much as it craves being a man of integrity, it's probably no coincidence that God put this in front of you right.
Imaging God is a status we have on earth, not a specific ability. We bear that status from the moment of conception until death. To be human is to image God, but God also shares His attributes with us. Beginning with Adam and Eve, we were supposed to take care of creation and develop it. God wanted the whole earth to be like Eden.
The knowledge that all humans are representatives of God prompts us to see all human life as sacred. It leaves no room for racism. Injustice has no place, and the abuse of power at home, at work, or in government cannot be justified.
Obviously, the world isn't like Eden. People don't treat each other as equal imagers of God. Not even close. What happened? The answer lies in God's decision to share His attributes with both His supernatural and human children. And one of those attributes is freedom, or free will. It is freedom, not mere intelligence, that allows for meaningful choices. God didn't program His children like robots. If He did, it wouldn't truly be like Him. Having freedom meant God's children might choose to rebel. That's what happened.
Remember, we don't have God's perfect nature, even though both humans and the heavenly sons of God represent Him in their respective realm. God tells us in Job 15 that He doesn't trust His holy ones. He knows they can fail.
Look, He does not trust His holy ones, and the heavens are not clean in His eyes.
Eden was the home and headquarters of God. His supernatural and earthly families resided there. God wanted them to image Him in their own ways. Heaven and earth blended together into one family, but one family member didn't like that idea.
We've all heard about the serpent in Eden, but why a serpent? What's that supposed to tell us? Ancient people knew how to take this scene, but we don't. We assume the serpent is merely an animal. His form is important, but the story is not about zoology. The story is about a supernatural rebellion. Isaiah alludes to that rebellion.
I will raise up my throne above the stars.
In the sky, and the Russian KGB swarmed the site, clouding the whole story in 60 years of mystery. Found without their winter clothes, miles from their shredded tent. Of the Dyatlov. In January 1959, a team of 10 young hikers, led by group leader Igor Dyatlov, began the doomed expedition deep into the Ural Mountains. 10 days into their journey, and the team reaches the peak known to the locals as the Dead Mountain. Then, something goes terribly wrong. In the middle of the night, for reasons unknown, the hikers cut their way out of the tent. Tracks showed they fled down the mountain in freezing conditions without winter clothes or boots. Weeks after they were due to report back, search parties were sent out, only to uncover the worst. They were found more than a mile away, each one suffering inexplicable injuries, ranging from cuts and bruises to fractured skulls, broken ribs, and even a missing tongue. The Soviet government closed the case and sealed the records, stating only that the hikers had frozen to death for reasons unknown. Renewed interest began more than 30 years later after the fall of the Soviet Union, and the original case file was released to the public. Searching through hundreds of online articles, I started to spot some inconsistencies. That's when I found a group of Russians dedicated to uncovering the truth. I reached out to Yuri Kuntsevich, founder of the Dyatlov Foundation in Yekaterinburg, Russia. I asked a lot of questions, hardly expecting to receive a reply. And then, I did.
Of their enemies. On the morning of September 11th, the English began their crossing. The bridge could only accommodate 2 or 3 men abreast, so the crossing was painfully slow. First came the vanguard of cavalry, proud knights in full armor mounted on war horses. Behind them came men-at-arms on foot, carrying spears and shields. The process took hours. Imagine the sound. Thousands of hoofbeats on wooden planks, the creak of armor, the shouted orders of commanders trying to maintain formation in such confined space. The Scottish forces on Abbey Craig remained motionless, making no move to contest the crossing. This should have alarmed the English commanders, but it seems to have had the opposite effect. The lack of resistance was interpreted as evidence that the Scots were paralyzed by fear, that they would break and run once enough English troops had crossed. Cressingham himself crossed with the advance forces, his bulky frame mounted on a war horse, perhaps enjoying what he thought would be his triumphant moment. Contemporary accounts suggest he was wearing armor, unusual for a clergyman, though whether it was full battle armor or a lighter protection is unclear. Around him crossed some of the finest troops in Edward's army. Experienced knights who had fought in France and Wales, hardened soldiers who formed the core of English military power. They deployed on the north, the base bridge and the rising ground, trying to form into battle lines despite the constricted terrain and marshy ground that sucked at their horses' hooves. Behind them, more troops could file across the narrow army, splitting itself in half with the river between them. With impatience, they let more and more English troops cross, allowing them to crowd onto the north bank, where the marshy ground would prevent maneuver. The Scottish commanders needed enough English troops across to make the attack worthwhile, but not so many that they couldn't be overwhelmed. They were gambling everything on perfect timing. Medieval chroniclers, writing with the benefit of hindsight, described Wallace watching the crossing like a hunter watching prey walk into a trap. He allegedly told his men to wait until the English forces were at their most vulnerable, split by the river, with neither half able to support the other. When approximately half the English army had crossed, roughly 4 to 5 men crowded onto the marshy ground with their backs to the river, Wallace gave the signal. Scott avalanche. Thousands of down from Abbey Craig with terrifying speed, screaming their war cries, their weapons raised. But they didn't charge directly at the English forces. The main thrust of the Scottish attack was aimed at the bridge itself. Wallace had positioned a force specifically to cut off the English troops on the north bank from their comrades on the south. Scottish soldiers, many armed with axes and spears, swarmed onto the bridge and began hacking at its wooden supports while holding off any English troops trying to cross. Within minutes, the bridge was impassable. Scots may have even destroyed sections of it, though accounts vary. What is certain is that the English army was now physically divided, with thousands of their best troops trapped on the north bank, with no means of escape to swim the deep, fast-flowing Forth or fight their way through the Scottish forces. The trapped English forces tried desperately to form defensive lines, but the terrain made it impossible. The marshy ground
свалить на самих туристов. Иванов был категорически против такого варианта.
In an effort to divert this conspiracy theories, under mounting public pressure, the officials were forced to return.
There were thousands and thousands of people who attended during the funeral.
Those that were there remember being watched by the KGB, stoking fears that the military were to blame. Rumors of unusual lights in the sky, strange photographs, and secret military tests began to spread. Vladislav Karelin and his team were hiking in the Urals, not far from the Dyatlov Pass, only 2 weeks after the tragedy, when they themselves witnessed an unusual celestial event.
Раннее утро, я слышу сквозь крик дежурных, которые вышли раньше готовить завтрак. Ребята, ребята, смотрите-ка! И я выскочил из спальника, из шатра, в чем был, без обуви, без верхней одежды. Значит, вверху, в небе, я увидел какое-то светлое пятно в виде шара округлого. И очень быстро скрылся за деревьями леса. Что это было, мы в то время даже представить себе не могли.
Could Karelin's sighting prove the hiker's controversial photo was, in fact, a real object?
Но спустя несколько лет нам стали по телевидению показывать запуски ракет с Байконура. То я вот эту картину я и видел 17 февраля 1959 года.
Given the sightings in 1959, many involved with the Dyatlov Foundation believe the military rocket theory is the most plausible.
Я думаю, вот этот боеприпас, который испытывался, он и повлиял на них. Это мог быть и взрыв, и вспышка яркая.
Yet Karelin's own team also witnessed these lights, but it certainly didn't scare them from fleeing the safety of their tent.
Well, I don't believe there could be a rocket or military experiment that injured the hikers. Well, definitely there was something going on in the sky at that period of time. The event was pretty far from them, since they were capable of taking pictures, and it lasted at least.
If you want to go to college, then this is the scholarship for you. My name is Natalie, and I won $100,000.
2 minutes. It means it was not threatening to them.
Certainly, the autopsy reports from the first 5 hikers showed no obvious signs of injury from a missile blast. Nor were there any signs of an explosion or debris reported by the search teams. With this frustratingly conflicting evidence, the investigators could only hope that finding the last 4 hikers would unravel the mystery. months after the incident, and the melting snows led to a breakthrough. Mansi native Kurakov spotted some cut branches only 150 feet from the cedar tree that seemed to form a trail. Along with his dog, he discovered the remains of some clothing which appeared to be cut by a knife. The search team swiftly focused in on the area and began to dig. Buried under more than 10 feet of snow, they found a small den. Cut branches were laid to make a makeshift floor, but there was no sign of the hikers. Fellow student hiker Vladimir Ashkenazy was one of the students tasked with probing the area to look for his friends.
А у меня был щуп профессиональный, альпийский. У него на конце крючок. Его втыкаешь, потом поворачиваешь и вытаскиваешь. И в один из стычков мягкое, ну ладно, так и думал, что это мох. Повернул, вытаскиваю, а это кусок мяса. Вот, сразу же оврал. Все прибежали из палатки, начали быстро раскапывать. Вот раскопали Люду.
Buried 12 feet under the snow was the body of Lyudmila Dubnina. She was found in a small ravine collapsed over a natural ledge. The three remaining bodies of Kolevatov, Thibault, and Zolotaryov were found close to Dubnina. They lay next to each other, perhaps in a desperate attempt to share body warmth in their final moments.
И ни один из туристов, будем
mutilation born of battle frenzy. It was deliberate, carried out with skill that suggests someone with experience in flaying animals. The flaying of Cressingham's body would have taken time and concentration, performed after the fighting had ended, when the Scots had leisure to exact their revenge on the corpse of the man who had symbolized English oppression. The reasons for this horrific act were multi-layered. On one level, it was pure revenge. Cressingham had made himself personally hated through his role as tax collector and his open contempt for the Scottish people. His death alone wasn't enough to satisfy the rage of men who had seen their families starve while Cressingham grew fat on confiscated wealth. The flaying was a way to dishonor him beyond death, to deny him even the dignity of an intact corpse for Christian burial. But it was also a political statement. By flaying the body of such a high-ranking English official, Wallace was sending a message that couldn't be misunderstood. The English were not invincible. Even their officials, protected by armor and armies, could be killed and desecrated. The act was designed to inspire terror in other English administrators and hope in Scots still living under occupation. What was done with Cressingham's skin is the subject of some of history's most disturbing legends. The most widely repeated account comes from later Scottish chronicles, which claim that Wallace had strips of Cressingham's skin made into practical items. Some sources specify that Wallace had a sword belt made from the treasurer's skin, which he wore as a macabre trophy. Other accounts mention that pieces were distributed among Scottish leaders or sent to various towns as proof of the English defeat. How much of this is literal truth and how much is embellishment added by later chroniclers is impossible to determine with certainty. What we do know from English administrative records is that Cressingham's body was not recovered intact. English documents from the period reference Cressingham's death at Stirling and note that his body was abused by the Scots, language that medieval writers used to describe corpse desecration. The flaying of Cressingham's body must be understood in the context of medieval warfare and justice. The Middle Ages were a time of extreme violence by modern standards. Public executions were common and deliberately gruesome, designed to serve as deterrents. Traitors were hanged, drawn, and quartered. Criminals were broken on the wheel, burned alive, or subjected to other tortures before execution. In warfare, the mistreatment of enemy dead was not unknown, though usually limited to displaying severed heads or mutilating bodies to prevent their recognition. But flaying was exceptional, even by medieval standards. It was a punishment usually reserved for the worst criminals or enemies, documented in some biblical and classical sources, but rarely in medieval European warfare. For Wallace to order or allow this act demonstrates the depth of Scottish hatred for the occupation and the deliberate choice to fight a total war without the usual medieval conventions limiting violence. The propaganda value of Cressingham's flaying, from Wallace's perspective, was immense. News of the desecration spread rapidly throughout Scotland and England. For Scots, still
God gives us a new identity as his children. We belong with him as he intended. Powers. Jesus was standing at Satan's front door when he announced the gates of hell would not withstand the church.
In this place, Jesus asked Peter, "Who do you say I am?" And Peter answered,
"You are the Christ, the Son of the living God."
Jesus commended Peter and declared,
"I also say to you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades will not overpower it."
The identification of this rock has been debated for a very long time. The area's geography is the key to understanding this passage.
Eventually, this place became known as Pan's Grotto. The god Pan was represented with horns, a goat's beard, a crooked nose, pointed ears, a tail, and goat's feet. That's why the early church described the devil in those ways. In a few days, Jesus would take 3 disciples with him up into Mount Hermon and put the entire spiritual world on notice with the Transfiguration.
Jesus took along Peter and James and John and led them to a high mountain by themselves alone. And he was transfigured before them. And a cloud came, overshadowing them, and a voice came from the cloud. "This is my beloved Son. Listen to him."
Right after Jesus did these things at the gates of hell and Mount Hermon, he began to teach his disciples that he needed to go to Jerusalem to die. The thought panicked them. They didn't understand. But Jesus knew it was time to fulfill God's plan.
A week later, Jesus arrived in Jerusalem for his triumphal entry. Jesus' provocations of the supernatural powers led to the devil striking back. Satan entered Judas, whose betrayal in the garden led to Jesus' trial. He stood accused before the high priest, Caiaphas, demanded that he defend himself.
The high priest said to him, "I put you under oath by the living God, that you tell us if you are the Christ, the Son of God."
Jesus' answer sounds evasive to us, even cryptic. He replied,
"You have said it, but I tell you from now on, you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of the power and coming on the clouds of heaven."
Caiaphas burst into a rage. He tore his robe, saying, "He has blasphemed." But why did Caiaphas think the reply was blasphemy? Jesus had quoted an Old Testament passage that Caiaphas knew very well.
Ancient of Days sat. His clothing was like white snow, and the hair of his head was like pure wool. And look, with the clouds of heaven, one like a son of man was coming. And he came to the Ancient of Days and was presented before him. And to him was given dominion and glory and kingship.
Why was it so shocking to hear Jesus claim that he was the one coming on the clouds? Because everywhere else in the Old Testament, that expression was used only of God himself. For instance, in Psalm 104, Yahweh, the God of Israel, makes the clouds his chariot.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it.
From her standpoint,
Igor Dyatlov was found lying again in the direction of the tent, suggesting that he too was trying to go back for supplies. As a respected group leader, I don't think for a second he wouldn't have done his best to try and help himself and the team. The autopsy report stated that he had bruising to his knuckles, but what's most interesting to me was he had bruising and abrasions to both his wrists and ankles.
Повреждения левый голеностоп, обе лодыжки, ссадины с сдавленной кожей. То есть глубокие царапины. Я предполагаю, что этих людей связывали. Их связывали поверх одежды. Именно поэтому молодые и сильные люди очень быстро ослабели на морозе. Они были связаны.
I have tried and tried and tried. I've spent a great deal of time trying to come up with a scenario that would cover the variety of injuries, the spacing of the people and where they're found and how they're found. It's very difficult for me to come up with any scenario other than there must have been some other people present.
Like every theory in this case, there always seems to be one piece of the puzzle that just doesn't fit. In this case, it's the lights in the sky. Carolyn and others still believe that rockets were in some way connected. Yet there's no evidence of an explosion at the site. But could some rockets have affected the hikers in another way?
Может быть, это химия была. Может быть, это психологическое какое-то воздействие. Может быть, это их оглушило, ослепило. Я не знаю, что. Вот мое мнение.
Any volatile gas that could have affected these people, no way to prove it would be there after such a long time in the snow. But there didn't seem to be any description from the lungs or the throats for the type of injuries that we see with gas.
But even if a chemical had affected them psychologically, that doesn't explain how they later received those violent injuries so far away from the tent. In those conditions, it could have taken the group more than an hour to walk that distance without skis. Why would they walk relatively calmly for an hour and then lose their minds and inflict those injuries on themselves? It just doesn't add up. I do believe it plausible that the Soviets were testing rockets over the Urals at the time, but I just don't see any evidence that it could have directly affected the group. For me, I think the lights in the sky are a red herring. They've derailed the case for more than 60 years, and they continue to today. But there's still another difficult piece of the puzzle that has fueled the military conspiracy theories for more than 60 years: radiation. 2 of the 4 hikers found in the ravine, Lyuda and Kolevatov, both wore clothes that tested positive for radiation. For many, this is proof that some military weapon killed the hikers. But if that was the case, how come radiation wasn't found on any other member of the team? Again, we need to look for the simplest answer. The sweater Lyuda was wearing showed the highest levels of radiation, but in fact, this sweater belonged to Krivnishenko, who was found near the cedar tree. It looks like Lyuda may have taken his sweater after his death. I've recently found a document that shows that Krivnishenko actually worked at a nuclear facility, which only a year and a half earlier suffered a major nuclear explosion. The Khushtem disaster was at the time the world's largest nuclear disaster. And even today, it's the third largest after Fukushima and Chernobyl. Incredibly, most of us have never even heard of it, and that's because it was almost entirely concealed by the Soviets at the time. In 1957, just a few days after the explosion, hundreds of local villagers had died of radiation poisoning, and more than 10,000 were subsequently evacuated. Given that this was one of the world's first major nuclear explosions, it wouldn't be a surprise to me that the cleanup team, including Krivnishenko, were unprepared and unprotected. It's likely that he even suspected his authorities of being careless towards their safety. I've recently been sent a copy of a letter written by Krivnishenko himself that seems to express his frustration.
Please provide me with payment and accept my resignation at my own request from the company, due to my complete unwillingness to work in this system.
The second positive test for radiation was on Kolevatov's clothes. Incredibly, I found that after graduation, he too went to work for a secretive nuclear facility in Moscow. It's quite possible that he either came into contact with materials from the Khushtem site, or he may have simply worn the contaminated sweater before giving it to Lyuda. For me, the likelihood that the radiation found on the hikers' clothes came from an actual nuclear meltdown where we know Krivnishenko worked is far more likely than some experimental weapons attack. So if rockets and radiation were explainable red herrings, why was the military still so eager to be involved?
All this secrecy was around this case, not because there was some military experiment or rocket crash, but because Lev Ivanov reported to his supervisors that there were some strange phenomena in the sky observed. They just didn't want any information out before the investigation is done.
This was during the tensions of the Cold War. The race for nuclear supremacy was of the highest importance. We now know that Krivnishenko and Kolevatov had reasonable ways in which they could have come into contact with radiation. But importantly, from the Soviets' position, that's two hikers who may have had access to secret information or materials.
Значит, была такая опасность для властей, не столько реальная опасность, сколько они сами себя перепугали. Сказали, вы там посмотрите следы. Может быть, они могли уйти. Ну, Америка.
Finding the last four bodies must have been a relief for the authorities. They now knew that the hikers had not defected as spies. But when Ivanov requested a radiation examination, the Soviets were faced with a new challenge. Information about the nuclear disaster at Khushtem might leak to the public. This would have been a massive blow to Russia's nuclear credibility. Lev even wrote about his experiences years after the collapse of the Soviet Union.
When I reported to my superiors my findings, fireballs, radioactivity, he gave a completely categorical order to classify everything, to seal everything up, to hand it over to the special unit and forget about it.
The Soviet government had their answer. The hikers had not defected. The true cause of the tragedy was of little consequence to them now, and the truth about the Dyatlov Pass was buried along with the hikers.
We're talking the Mitza, treat yourself. The extravaganza, treat yourself. Even the Pacific Veggie, treat yourself. Domino's must really want you to treat yourself.
So if the Soviet government wasn't involved in the hiker's death, who was? The Dyatlov Pass is 50 miles away from the nearest village of Vizhai. The only people known to go near the pass were the indigenous Mansi people. And so, the Mansi were the original prime suspects.
To the chief of the Ivdel Department of Internal Affairs militia major, it is necessary to corroborate if the hikers were attacked by Mansi with religious motives.
Despite the suspicion, the Mansi were quickly ruled out for two key reasons. One, the investigators believed the hikers cut their own way out of the tent, although I've already uncovered that this was not definitively proven and probably incorrect. Secondly, the local Russians testified that the Mansi were friendly, and some even offered to help in the search efforts. But does a friend's recommendation or being helpful to officials rule you out of suspicion?
No, we certainly have seen unsolved homicides, all sorts of cases. The perpetrator will come back and insert themselves into the investigation. That's something that's common.
The Bataryov family lived in a nomadic camp of yurts in the upper reaches of the Vizhai River. One of the brothers, Peter Bataryov, said in interview,
Mansi don't have a prayer mountain nowadays. I don't pray, and I do not know of a prayer mountain.
Yet just 10 days earlier, his brother Nikita, who lived in the same family camp, stated,
Mansi Prayer Mountain is located near the Bakhtiaryov's yurts, 30 kilometers in the upper Vizhai River. There aren't any other sacred Mansi places.
The testimonies were clearly conflicting, and we now know there were more sacred places. Closer to Dyatlov's route, the hikers unknowingly took a photo of what we now know was a sacred cave. To the north, Manpapa Nur was the most sacred place of all. Its mighty towers tell the story of a great Mansi shaman who turned giant warriors into stone when they threatened to destroy the Mansi. And at Mount Ortarten, the very destination of the Dyatlov team, similar stone pillars are found. During an interview, another member of the Bataryov family, Pavel, stated that he never went near the mountains where the Dyatlov team were found.
In winter, there are strong winds that make it impossible to go to the mountain. Even for us Mansi, it can be dangerous to go to the mountains.
But despite insisting Mansi didn't go to this area, there were signs that suggest someone did.
There were people who were present in the area. We know that there was a discovery of tomb.
Named Abraham.
The Bible recounts many stories of God speaking from heaven. But God did something more dramatic when it came to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He appeared as a man. Both Genesis and Acts will tell us God came to Abraham in a vision. Visions are things you see. The Old Testament often describes God in visible terms: standing, sitting, walking. Invisible voices don't stand, sit, and walk, do they? God appears as a man in the Old Testament, most often as the angel of the Lord. Jacob first encountered Yahweh at Bethel. A man who was more than what he appeared to be wrestled him there. That man was described by the prophet Hosea as an angel and an Elohim. That's why the angel of the Lord could say, I am the God of Bethel. That's amazing. An angel refers to himself as God. But even more startling is the quote in Genesis 48 where Jacob blesses Joseph's children before he dies.
The God before whom my fathers, Abraham and Isaac, walked. The God who shepherded me all my life unto this day. The angel who redeemed me from all evil. May he bless the boys.
Jacob's prayer has 3 lines. May the God before whom my fathers walked, may the God who shepherded me, And in the third line, where we expect him to mention God again, he swaps in, "May the angel who redeemed me from harm." And then he asks, "May he bless the boys." Not may they bless the boys, but may he bless the boys. That's what the Hebrew text says. Jacob identified the angel with God. Genesis intentionally draws a parallel between the identity of the angel of the Lord and Yahweh, but it goes even deeper. Two other concepts are associated with the angel. They are the word and the name.
Look, I am about to send an angel before you to guard you on the way, to bring you to the place that I have prepared. Do not rebel against him, because he will not forgive your transgression, for my name is in him.
When God tells Moses his name is in the angel, he's telling Moses that he is in the angel. The angel here possesses the power to forgive sin, something only God can do. When Yahweh says he put his name in the angel, he's referring to his own presence. It sounds odd, but sometimes the name is actually described as a person.
Look, the name of Yahweh comes from afar, burning with his anger and heaviness of cloud.
The Bible does that because the name can be a person. Even today, observant Jews who don't want to pronounce God's name will refer to God himself as Hashem. That's Hebrew for the name. This reminds us of the burning bush, where God reveals his name. Exodus 3 says both God and the angel were in that bush.
And Moses came to the mountain, and the angel of Yahweh appeared to him in a flame of fire from the midst of a bush. And Yahweh saw that he turned aside to see, and God called to him from the midst of the bush.
Yahweh reveals his name to Moses at the burning bush. Jesus revealed it as well.
I have revealed your name.
Of course the Jews already knew God's name. It was in their Bible. Jesus was saying he had manifested God to them. If they had seen him, they had seen God. God's appearance as a man in the Old Testament prepared people to receive God as man in Jesus.
On their way to the Promised Land, God gave Israel the law, but obedience to the law wasn't how Israelites obtained salvation. It was how they showed loyalty to Yahweh. It would help them to live in harmony with God and each other. Salvation in the Bible is the same in either testament. Israelites had to believe God was the God of all gods. He made them to be with him as his family because he loved them. They needed to refuse to worship any other god.
Salvation today and in the New Testament makes the same demand in a different way. We must believe that the God of all gods came to earth as a man in Jesus Christ. We must believe that he loved us enough to die on the cross so that we could be in God's family forever. And we must put our faith in Christ alone and no other God.
The law taught people how to approach God. God is holy, and the space he occupies is sacred. Sacred space is physical space, set apart and dedicated to the use and service of God.
The Mosaic Law comprises 613 laws. Many of them sound quite strange. You couldn't eat shellfish or combine different kinds of material in clothing. There was an entire litany of clean and unclean animals and behaviors.
These laws were about ritual purity. They taught people the space occupied by God's presence was different than their living space.
Cosmic geography encompasses sacred space. The most holy part of the land was where God's presence was. Certain laws alerted an Israelite to the idea that Yahweh's living space was special. Sacrifices reminded the Israelites of this and also purified sacred space and objects so God's people could worship him.
Sacred space encompasses more than the purification of physical things. It distinguishes between the holy and the normal. It even marked the unholy territory outside of Yahweh's land.
In Israel's world, sacred space reminded Israelites of Eden. It was the place where God lived and where he desired humans to live. The design of the golden lampstand in the holy place of the tabernacle was a reminder of the tree of life, God's throne room, the Holy of Holies, where the Ark of the Covenant was marked off by a veil. The Ark's lid functioned as a throne for God. This echoes God's presence in Eden.
Over the ark sat two
Their scouts had surveyed the ground with the eye of men who knew they couldn't win a conventional battle. What they saw was an opportunity. The bridge created a natural choke point, and the marshy ground on the north side would prevent the English from deploying their forces effectively once they crossed. The Scottish commanders positioned their army on the slopes of Abbey Craig, a hill that overlooked the bridge from the north. From this vantage point, they could watch the English preparations and time their attack perfectly. They didn't have to defeat the entire English army. They only needed to destroy the portion that crossed the bridge before reinforcements could arrive. It was a plan born of desperation, but executed with brilliant tactical awareness. The Scots would use the terrain as a weapon, turning the English army's strengths into fatal weaknesses. When Surrey's army arrived on the south bank of the Forth on September 10th, the English commanders faced an immediate decision. The bridge was clearly a dangerous crossing point, and Scottish forces were visible on the heights beyond. Some of Surrey's subordinates, including a Scottish knight named Richard Lundy, who was fighting for the English, urged caution. Lundy reportedly offered to lead a force to a ford 2 miles upstream, where they could cross safely and outflank the Scottish position. But this would take time, and time meant money. Cressingham, ever focused on the cost of maintaining an army in the field, argued vehemently for an immediate assault across the bridge. He allegedly said that there was no point in prolonging the campaign and wasting the king's revenues when the rebels could be crushed in a single morning. Surrey, whether convinced by Cressingham's arguments or simply weary of debate, agreed to force the crossing. The decision to cross at Stirling Bridge has been analyzed by military historians for centuries as one of the most catastrophic tactical blunders of medieval warfare. In their defense, the English commanders may have believed that the mere sight of their armored cavalry would cause the Scottish rebels to flee, as had happened in previous encounters. Medieval warfare often hinged on morale, and poorly equipped rebels frequently broke and ran when faced with charging knights. But Wallace and de Moray were not typical rebel leaders, and their forces, while outmatched in equipment, were fighting for their homes with nothing left to lose. The English also may have underestimated their opponents due to simple prejudice. To men like Cressingham, the Scots were barbarous northerners, incapable of sophisticated military tactics. The idea that these rebels might have planned a trap simply didn't fit with the English perception of their enemies. On the morning of September 11th, the English began their crossing. The bridge could only accommodate 2 or 3 men abreast, so the crossing was painfully slow. First came the vanguard of cavalry, proud knights in full armor mounted on war horses. Behind them came men-at-arms on foot, carrying spears and shields. The process took hours. Imagine the sound. Thousands of hoofbeats on wooden planks, the creak of armor, the shouted orders of commanders trying to maintain formation in such confined space. The Scottish forces on Abbey Craig remained motionless, making no move to contest the crossing. This should have alarmed the English commanders, but it seems to have had the opposite effect. The lack of resistance was interpreted as evidence that the Scots were paralyzed by fear. that they would break and run once enough English troops had crossed. Cressingham himself crossed with the advance forces, his bulky frame mounted on a war horse, perhaps enjoying what he thought would be his triumphant moment. Contemporary accounts suggest he was wearing armor, unusual for a clergyman, though whether it was full battle armor or a lighter protection is unclear. Around him crossed some of the finest troops in Edward's army, experienced knights who had fought in France and Wales, hardened soldiers who formed the core of English military power. They deployed on the north bank in the cramped space between the bridge and the rising ground, trying to form into battle lines despite the constricted terrain and marshy ground that sucked at their horses' hooves. Behind them, more troops continued to file across the narrow bridge, the army splitting itself in half with the river between them. Wallace and de Moray waited with inhuman patience. They let more and more English troops cross, allowing them to crowd onto the north bank, where the marshy ground would prevent maneuver. The Scottish commanders needed enough English troops across to make the attack worthwhile, but not so many that they couldn't be overwhelmed. They were gambling everything on perfect timing. Medieval chroniclers, writing with the benefit of hindsight, described Wallace watching the crossing like a hunter watching prey walk into a trap. He allegedly told his men to wait until the English forces were at their most vulnerable, split by the river, with neither half able to support the other. When approximately half the English army had crossed, roughly 4,000 to 5,000 men crowded onto the marshy ground with their backs to the river. Wallace gave the signal.
We are going to be looking at some creepy videos, strange and odd news stories, and as always, let's go and get right into today's video. Make no mistake about it, we definitely have quite a few things to talk about today. For example, some very mysterious sounds are being heard, and over in Canada, they are eating clones, but some other countries have been doing it for quite some time now. But before we go ahead and get into any of that, I do want to talk about this. So can anybody help me out and tell me what this happens to be? This is the second or third time I've seen this flying across my city, and my city has had a lot of strange things going on, which makes a lot of sense because it has a nuclear power plant. But this is not a star because, again, it's flying across the sky and it has the same altitude as a drone or a plane. And yet it doesn't look like any drone or plane I've ever seen before, and you can see it pulsing. It's very similar to these orange orbs I have been talking about quite often on both of my channels actually, and they have been seen quite frequently in both North, South, and Central America. I captured this last night outside, and I try to zoom in closer on my computer. The best way I can describe it is that it looks like some kind of flying heart, but it also looks like it's pure energy or plasma or something along those lines. If anybody has seen this before or knows what this happens to be, please do go ahead and comment below. And apparently a very similar orange orb was also seen in England as well this month. This next video comes from the Paranormal Check. These people captured a strange sound that was heard near the Denver airport, but what's odd is that this sounds similar to another sound that was captured at another airport.
While everybody's looking up, don't forget to look down, specifically below us. This comes from a group of friends who were walking down the street in Denver, Colorado, when they heard what sounds like these growls and snarls coming from the gutter. Like literally from inside of it. They have no idea what it is. But for those who are into the conspiracy or the paranormal, they know that there's this huge conspiracy regarding the Denver airport, and that is a secret base that was built underneath it. Now, whether it's true or not, there are some weird things coming out of Denver that are typically caught in the skies or sometimes around them. This is another one. Take a look at this video, comment below, tell me what you think.
Feel that.
And some are saying it's a pig, a wall board. It's very possible, but this sound was also captured in the Cleveland airport, and it sounds very similar.
Or is the airport... Am I that tired, or is the airport really making this weird noise?
I mean, I know I'm not losing my mind. I thought they sound very similar. And the question happens to be then, what is going on around and inside these airports? But moving on, for quite some time, I have been talking about people hearing very strange sounds in the skies, or they think it's coming from the skies. Like, for example, most recently, I had spoken about this video right here. And I have stood firm in my belief that a lot of these sounds that people are hearing, they're not actually coming from the skies, but the ground below. And this news story right here might just prove that. And this was published on November 18th from the Daily Press. This news article is titled, "Mysterious Loud Booms Rattle Nerves, Shakes Homes Across the High Desert." So these unidentified booms actually happened earlier this year in this location, and apparently they have returned. And it goes on to say that residents in the area of, I believe it's pronounced Felon, Oak Hills, Baldy Mesa, and Adelanto told the
Go ahead and bring in Harvard professor Avi Loeb. We have waited to be able to talk to you about this 3-eye atlas. And finally, we get some images from NASA. So they say they are opening a window into other solar systems. What was your reaction to what we just saw and heard?
Well, there wasn't much news, I must say. An hour before that press conference, I was asked by a reporter, what do I expect? And I said that I don't expect big news. NASA will repeat the official mantra that 3-eye atlas is a natural comet and that they were unable to process the data until now because of the government shutdown. And probably the high-rise image will show a fuzzy ball of light like the Hubble image. But I hoped to be surprised, and I was not.
Oh, man.
But we did see new data, but nothing major in terms of the insights as to the nature of the object. There was data presented in addition to the one we already saw from the Hubble Space Telescope, the James Webb Space Telescope, SPHEREx, SWIFT tests. I mean, these are things we already witnessed. There was some new data from the Lucy spacecraft, MAVEN, SOHO, HiRISE. But again, all these images were fuzzy. There was no new insight offered by them. And of course, one would like to analyze those images. I mean, they detected, for example, hydrogen from the spectrograph on MAVEN. So that, of course, says something about the production rate of water, because hydrogen comes from the breakup of water molecules. And then one can also infer that from the detection of hydroxyl radicals, oxygen and hydrogen molecules that were detected actually a few weeks ago by a radio telescope, MeerKAT. And it was detected again today. There was a report from early November. So, I mean, these are details that can be combined to infer production rate of water. We already know that carbon dioxide, based on Webb telescope data, was much more abundant than water. And so the main questions we have about 3-eye atlas were not really addressed. And I would say that the data that was released over the past week or two after 3-eye atlas came out of the direction of the sun, so we can observe it from Earth, that data is far more interesting. It shows jets, multiple jets going in different directions, and we're yet to see a big telescope imaging those jets. So far, we saw amateur astronomers' telescopes. And so these images are intriguing. The question of whether 3I Atlas, for example, shows non-gravitational acceleration, that's still being calculated, debated. That's another important insight about what happened to it when it came closest to the sun. And of course, as it gets closest to Earth, that will be on December 19th, we'll have the best opportunity to use the hundreds of telescopes on Earth and the Hubble and Webb space telescopes to get our best data on it. So as far as I can tell, in terms of scientific output, there wasn't much offered in this press conference.
Plenty of questions for you. One question that was just posed. Can you respond to their conversation about, or their comments about it putting off nickel?
Well, so indeed, that's one of the anomalies. I listed 12 anomalies about 3I Atlas. One of them is that, the detection of nickel was not supplemented by significant detection of iron. And in fact, the first detection of nickel had no iron, just an upper limit. Very extreme ratio of nickel to iron that was never seen before in any comet. And obviously that's puzzling because nickel and iron are produced in exploding stars in similar amounts. And in fact, for the solar composition, there is more iron than nickel. So we've never seen something like that. And, when we, for example, find nickel from the impact of asteroids that are nickel rich, they're also iron rich. There is never a situation where it's mostly nickel and very little iron, except for industrial production of alloys, nickel alloys that are used for aerospace applications. So, they are always seeing whatever data we get as a signature of an unusual comet. Okay, so no matter how unusual the chemical composition would be, they would say, well, it came from a different environment. What do you expect? The main anomaly that I find extremely puzzling, and they didn't even mention it, is the size of the object. So based on the data that we have by now, which is not just the Webb telescope data that they mentioned, but other details, it looks like the object is at least 5 kilometers in diameter and maybe more. And that means that it's at least 1,000 times more massive than the previous comet. We know it was a comet, Borisov, discovered in 2019. And moreover, it's about 1 million times more massive than Oumuamua, the first interstellar object. So when you see the third object being 1,000 times more massive than the second and 1 million times more massive than the first, it should raise a big question. How is that possible? Because we should have found 1,000 Borisovs and 1 million Oumuamuas before finding one giant icy iceberg of the type that we found. So this should be really a puzzle, and they should have mentioned it as a puzzle, but they don't even mention that. And the second is, why do we have it in the plane of the planets? Obviously it's a great fortune that all the NASA observatories can look at it, and they mention the fact that they look at it. They're really happy about the fact that they could monitor it all the time. But that fact that they can monitor it all the time is really a miracle, because only 1 in 500 incoming objects would be aligned so well with the ecliptic plane of the planets that allows all these NASA assets to be used. So they don't comment about that. So all the things that appear extremely rare, like all these features, maybe they say something that is not well understood. So NASA, these administrators basically are trying to portray an image of an unusual comet because it came from a different environment, but they don't attend to the fact that there are extremely rare properties of this comet that should puzzle them. So I think the appropriate response to that would be, there are very puzzling facts about this. Indeed it's a natural comet, but it means that we don't understand the factories that make such things. Because if we get such a big package that happens to be aligned with the plane of the planets and shows much more nickel than iron, maybe there is something really fundamentally wrong with the way we think about the origin of this thing. They don't even bring this up. I mean, I don't have an issue with them claiming it must be natural, but even if it's natural, it seems to me that the main message is that we are missing something. We don't know how such an object is generated or created.
If it's not, again, we've got a ton of questions for you on YouTube, and I know your time is tight today. Adam says, if they're billions of years old, like you said, wouldn't they have discovered a more efficient form of transportation rather than using a comet-like spacecraft? Wouldn't they have discovered faster than light travel, teleportation, wormhole dimensional travel, etc., after billions of years? That's why I'm skeptical on this whole object being of alien origin.
Well, this is a strange question, because whoever asked this question is skeptical because of ideas that have nothing to do with what we know about physics. We don't know if it's possible to travel faster than light. In fact, Einstein's theory of relativity says it's not. So the person who asked the question says, why couldn't they discover faster than light travel? Well, because as far as we know, it doesn't exist, okay? And the second is wormholes. As far as we know, it doesn't exist. We don't know how to make a wormhole. We don't know if it's possible to make a wormhole, because then you would build a time machine that would violate the laws of physics. So as far as we know, such things do not exist. So you can't ask a question saying they would have discovered it, because we don't know that such things exist. Okay. Now you can ask, why wasn't it moving faster than 10 to the minus 4 of the speed of light? In principle, that's a good question. But if they were to move faster, we would never discover an object moving close to the speed of light, because the telescopes would not record an object. They would basically get a smearing of the light from the object along a line, and it would be very dim, and the observers would dismiss it as an object. So an object moving too fast, much faster than the typical speed of asteroids, comets in our solar system, would be discarded. We will not hear about it. The observers will never report about it. So when you ask, why don't we see things moving faster? It's because of a selection effect. Our observations are not tuned to detect such objects.
Okay, so according to Rizzle, he says, according to the trajectory it entered our solar system, where did 3I Atlas come from?
We don't know where it came from, because that depends on the duration of the journey. And we have no clock on it to tell us how long the journey was. The only thing we have is that it moves at a high speed when it entered the solar system relative to the local population of stars. So the claim is, well, maybe it came from an old star, because old stars are kicked around and they reach higher speeds. But the problem with that proposition, and I wrote a paper related to that, is that there is a caveat, because you could imagine a parent star that is moving slowly, and then the ejection speed from that parent star was large. So we don't know if the ejection speed was large or the original host star was moving fast, and therefore we can't tell the age. There is no way for us to tell the age of the object unless we assume that the object acquired or inherited the original speed of its parent star, which is an assumption. We don't know if it's true or not, because we don't know what the ejection mechanism was and where did this object come from within the vicinity of that star.
Isaac asked, why do we have virtually no high-resolution images of the details in the surface of the moon and Mars? Don't we have the right people to clear that data?
Oh, we do have images of the surface of the moon and Mars, but when you say not enough resolution, that is dictated by the aperture of the cameras that were used. So there is the Mars orbiter that is actually gave us detailed images of Mars. There was a lunar orbiter that gave us detailed images of the moon, but we can do much better. And in the future, hopefully, there would be missions that would map those surfaces to much greater details. And moreover, as we go to these places, we could map it from up close.
Robert says, why do the jets and plumes that appear to be coming from 3I Atlas seem to not be influenced by a 16-hour rotation?
That's an excellent question. I asked the same. That's one of my anomalies. You would expect, given the typical speed of the material in those jets, you would expect to see wiggles that we don't see. And somehow the jets are tightly collimated. So this is an important puzzle that needs to be addressed. Again, we gain new knowledge in science out of asking questions or paying attention to anomalies. We don't learn much by saying, oh, it's a comet, comets do strange things, and therefore we shouldn't worry about it. That's not the way we learn something new.
Lots of people bringing up how long it took them to release this data. This one says, why would NASA have a big event to release a picture of a simple rock? And with almost 50 days without releasing anything, why should we believe them? They are known to alter their images all the time. Bring smart back. That's what they said.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily suggest that they modify the images, but NASA is a big bureaucratic organization, and bureaucracy rules. So if there is a government shutdown, they may have given instructions not to release any data related to 3I Atlas because they want it to be processed through the headquarters. They didn't do the same about other data. For example, the HiRISE camera was taking images of Mars and releasing them, a day later. You can look at the HiRISE website and you will see images that were released during the shutdown, no problem at all. However, the image of 3I Atlas was waiting for 45 days before we got to see it, and it wasn't particularly revealing anything insightful about the nature of the object. So I do think that it's just the NASA bureaucracy that set some rule about 3I Atlas. They wanted to have the data publicly available after the administrators have a chance to review it. I don't see anything beyond that. It's just the bureaucracy taking hostage the dissemination of scientific information. Of course, if it was an academic institution where there is no threat from shutdown, and even if there was a university that was shut down, the scientists would still process it at their home and release the data immediately to the public. So it's a very different mentality. But in a government organization, the employees are not allowed to do anything to overrule what the administration tells them, even if they can easily process the data.
I'm going to try to get to 2 or 3 more questions. This one says, Avi, do you think the 1977 signal could have been from 3I Atlas, as it is reported to have come from the same general direction?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. Again, related to one of the anomalies in my list of 12. You can check my latest essay on medium.com, where I discuss all 12. So I actually encouraged radio observers to look at 3I Atlas to check if there is any radio transmission. And today, there was a report from Meerkat, the radio observatory there. And again, it's discussed in my essay today. And they put an upper limit at a particular range of frequencies, radio frequencies. They observed it on November 5th. And so the limit is just applicable to that particular date and over some range of frequencies. And during that time, they were able to set an upper limit on the power transmitted as being less than that of a cell phone. So you can say that there was no cell phone on November 5th transmitting anything from 3I Atlas.
Okay. Dr. Loeb, if 3I Atlas were to change course, or if it sent out smaller spacecraft or fragments of itself, how long would it take to arrive to Earth? Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. So if it changed course and at roughly the same speed, not making it much faster, then it would take a couple of months or so, a few months, depending on exactly the details. And in fact, that was worked out in a paper that I co-authored in the middle of July, that was published by now in a peer-reviewed journal, along with Adam Hibberd and Adam Kroll. We considered the possibility that 3i Atlas is a technological spacecraft and asked what kind of a velocity shift does it need to have in order to reach Earth at a particular date. And you can look at our plots and you will see for any target date, there is a different velocity shift that it needs to acquire at an earlier time. And so we give all kinds of scenarios for that.
How will we know that the images are authentic and not doctored?
We will never know that because we don't have access to the instruments and the flow of data, but we have to trust the NASA scientists, and science is based on trust. As you can tell these days, if you go online, you would see a lot of fake data, misinformation. You can't trust people, but there is a code of honor in science that data should never be fabricated by scientists. And there are rare examples where such fake data was produced, and the scientists were punished severely for that. So I would be really surprised if that happened here. I trust scientists unless proven differently, and so I would just assume this is the data they have, especially because it's not very very impressive. Now, you might say, oh, well, maybe the original data was much more impressive. I would find it really hard to imagine that they would make the images fuzzier than they actually are.
Okay, so what happens now? Is your team going to stay up all night and analyze what we just saw?
Yeah, I have some collaborators that would look into the data. I hope we will have access to that data and analyze it, see what kind of information we can get from it. But as I said at the beginning, I don't expect big news from that because the quality of the data doesn't look impressive to me. It will just be marginal to what we already know. And really, it's really the coming weeks, I think, where we will get new insights to 3i Atlas.
Avi, we always appreciate you. Thank you so much for staying on with us and taking so many of our viewers' questions from YouTube and for analyzing all that we just heard, whether it was impressive or not.
Thanks for having me.
Our Lord. Go ahead and.
So combining the data from Lucy, Psyche, and Earth-based telescopes, scientists are hoping to better understand both the three-dimensional structure of the comet and the nature of the dust. It's a rare opportunity to compare ancient dust from a distant solar system to that from our own. Now let's go to the next picture from the MAVEN spacecraft at Mars. At the beginning of October, 3i Atlas passed within 20 million miles of Mars, which gave our Mars spacecraft an opportunity for a close-up. And earlier you saw the image that Ahmed shared from our Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. MAVEN is another Mars orbiter that has been studying the Martian atmosphere since 2014. Now, this picture is not a direct picture of the comet itself, it's a spectrum. You're seeing the science wiggles that Sean was just talking about. This is some of those science wiggles, where the instrument, the spectrograph, the ultraviolet spectrograph on MAVEN, has looked at the comet and also split up the ultraviolet light according to color. So you're seeing three different bands in this image. On the right, you're seeing emission from hydrogen gas in the atmosphere of Mars. In the middle, there's a fainter band indicating that's coming from hydrogen gas in interplanetary space. And on the left, that blob is the signature of hydrogen gas coming from comet 3i Atlas. It's a little blob rather than a big streak because the comet is a small object in the sky relative to great big gigantic Mars and interstellar space that fills the entire field of the instrument. That definitely tells us, first of all, that the comet is there. If there were no comet, there would be no little blob on the left side of the image. But it's also telling us it's one of the many ways that we're able to discern the chemical composition of 3i Atlas. And in this particular example, it's showing us the hydrogen gas that's coming off of the nucleus. Now, MAVEN's observations, combined with the earlier observations by Swift and Webb that Sean spoke about, will help determine the water production rate.
Today,
Intel briefing isn't about Republicans, Democrats, or even elections. It's about civilization and the brutal truth that every empire in human history believed they were too big, too powerful, and too exceptional to fall. Now, if you recall a few days ago, or maybe last week, I spoke about Xi Jinping stating this very fact, and that the world is going to move on without America. Every civilization believed the same thing, that they were indestructible right up until the moment of their collapse, okay? In America, we're following that script with honestly disturbing precision. Rome's fall wasn't sudden. It was a slow bleed. You've probably heard that before. Everyone learns the cute version of Rome. Gladiators, Caesars, right? Legions, marble statues, beautiful place. I've been there, beautiful place. But they never teach what actually killed Rome. Rome didn't fall from one event. Rome died like a body dying from 1,000 cuts. And every single cut is happening right now in modern America. Warning sign number one: corrupt, self-serving leadership. Rome's Senate collapsed into factions. Politicians stopped serving Rome, started serving themselves. Sound familiar? Instead of statesmen, you're getting influencers with titles. Instead of leaders, you're getting actors wearing suits, reciting pre-written lines written by someone else in a closet somewhere, and selling access to the highest. Rome had political theater. America has political performance art. Same script, same ending. Rome didn't just have bad leaders. It had leaders who used the empire as an ATM machine. In America, it's the same circus, just with better lighting. Congress is the only place on earth where people enter with teacher salaries and leave with Wall Street portfolios. You want examples? Let's take the poster child of rags to riches, political transformation. AOC, a literal bartender who couldn't afford an apartment in DC, now comfortably a multimillionaire, complete with designer wardrobes, brand deals, book deals, and investments that magically grew after she entered Congress. Not bad for a democratic socialist. Then there's the famous or infamous Nancy Pelosi, whose stock trades make Warren Buffett look like a confused intern. She hasn't coincidentally bought and sold positions directly, benefiting from the legislation she personally controlled. If you or I did that, we'd be in orange jumpsuits faster than Hunter loses in his MacBook. But when the political class does it, it's just called smart investing. Dan Crenshaw does the same thing. And before anyone gets emotional, this isn't left versus right rant. It's a systemic rot. Even Donald Trump, the guy who I voted for 5 times, who I supported for years on many fronts, is now doing business ventures with Qatar. You got hotels, licensing deals, foreign partnerships in the same style of elite circle chess that voters thought he had put an end to. There's a Trump golf course going up in Qatar, right? That's not an attack on Trump. That's reality. Empires fall because every side eventually plays the same game. Power first, country second. These people aren't public servants. They're public investors. And you're the asset they extract value from. Remember all those NFTs, right? I'll go get a Trump NFT. Rome had senators buying land stolen from citizens. America has politicians buying stocks based on classified briefings. Rome had Caesar using the treasury for personal glory. America has the entire political dynasties treating the country like a family franchise. When leadership becomes wealth extraction, not service, the empire is already in stage 4 decay. And that's where America is at this current moment. Warning sign number 2, collapse of public morality. When an empire loses its moral compass, it loses its will to survive. Rome went from disciplined, Spartan-like citizens to decadence, hedonism.
Thanksgiving is usually a time of family get-togethers, food, and of course, football. I got it! Our friends and family may be going at it during these times.
Rome went from disciplined, Spartan-like citizens to decadence, hedonism, identity confusion, bred in circus entertainment, the worship of emotion over truth. You see any parallels? We live in a country where debauchery is celebrated and strength is shamed, where the weak demand power and the powerful pretend to be weak so they don't get canceled. Rome partied while the walls burn. America is scrolling TikTok. When morals collapse, the nation follows. Our forefathers built this country on the morality that comes from the Bible. Rome didn't fall when the borders cracked. Rome fell when the culture cracked, okay? America is deep into the stage right now. We aren't just dealing with adult chaos. We're watching a generation being engineered into confusion. Indoctrination starts young. In Rome, Rome's final century, the state replaced virtue with propaganda. Schools replaced philosophy with obedience. Sound familiar? Look at America's school systems and universities. Identity confusion being taught as empowerment. Getting claps in the classroom for coming out of the closet. Kids being encouraged to question everything except the system itself. Teachers acting more like political influencers. Universities turning into ideological training camps instead of institutions of learning. After 2020, after the Biden administration took the wheel, identity confusion exploded, a psychological pandemic. We went from two genders to an alphabet suit of identities nobody had ever heard of, pushed into children who still believe in Santa Claus. That didn't happen by accident. It happened because every empire that is dying pushes confusion over clarity and emotion over truth. A confused population is easy to control. A grounded population is dangerous. Hedonism takes over. When Rome abandoned discipline, it drowned in pleasure. Man, you grew up in my area, discipline was the key core feature of childhood. America is copying the blueprint of Rome. Everyone is chasing dopamine. Everyone is addicted to entertainment. Everyone is obsessed with self-care, which just means avoid responsibility. Everybody's wanting to feel good instead of be good. It's not about feeling good. Oh, I want to feel good. No, it's about being good. We live in a culture where avoiding discomfort is considered normal, and discomfort is the only thing that builds strength. Look at our military, how they have just destroyed even the basic training process or boot camps by making it easier. Empires die when pleasure becomes a national religion. Now, talking about the bread and circus, it's a new national anthem. In Rome, the government pacified the population with games and entertainment. In America, bread and circuses are the whole identity. You have NFL, Netflix, TikTok, UFC, celebrity drama, news cycles designed like storylines, like a miniseries, scandals rolled out like episodes, influencers treated like Roman gods. But worst of all, politics has become the modern day gladiator arena. It's WWE with podiums. Politicians come out, cut their promo, talk trash about the other side, pretend to be fierce warriors, and then once the camera's cut off, they go backstage, shake hands, and do nothing. Maybe go have a drink at the bar together. No action, no accountability, no change. It's all performance. And like Rome, the people cheer for their team, even though the circus exists to distract them from the collapse happening behind them. And the result, a population that is morally confused, spiritually empty, emotionally unstable, addicted to pleasure, obsessed with entertainment, politically hypnotized, and completely blind to the fact the empire is burning behind them. This is exactly the stage that every dying civilization hits right before the fall. In America, checks every box. Warning sign 3, currency devaluation. Rome debases silver coins. America prints money like it's a joke. Rome inflated itself into chaos. America has done the very same thing. The empire survives when its currency becomes a meme. Rome destroyed its currency by shaving silver out of every coin. America destroys currency by printing money until the dollar wheezes like a dying horse. But inflation isn't just about numbers on a chart. It's the invisible tax that bleeds empires dry. And look at the symptoms. Now they're bouncing around a 50-year mortgage, a nation that never owns anything. We reached that point where the government and banks are floating 50-year mortgages. Think about that. A home loan so long that you won't finish paying it in your lifetime. Your kids inherit your debt, not your wealth. And the bank collects interest for half a century. No nation with a healthy economy does this. Only collapsing empires stretch debt across generations. It's the same trick Rome used. Give the masses ownership on paper while keeping them enslaved through payments. Then we had the 15-year car loans, financing a vehicle like it's real estate. Used to finance a car for 3 years, 5 years, then 7 years, then 10 years. Now, 15-year car loans. That means the average person will finish paying off their car at the same time their engine dies. Is financial servitude disguised as affordability. And empires collapsing when even transportation becomes a multi-decade burden. And most Americans aren't living, they're floating. Credit card debt at all-time highs, savings at all-time lows, people using credit to buy groceries, buy now, pay later for fast food. Emergency funds are wiped, retirement accounts raided, loans stacked on loans, stacked on loans. This isn't an economy, it's a life support machine. Rome collapsed when the citizens could no longer afford bread. America collapses when the citizen can no longer afford eggs. And what does constant debt do? It equals controlled population. And that's the dark truth. The population is in constant debt is a population that never rebels, never questions, never pushes back. Why? Because they can't afford to. They're living paycheck to paycheck. People are too busy trying to survive to take the empire that's hurting them. Rome kept its citizens docile with grain rations. America keeps its citizens docile with credit limits. If you don't look at signs of a dying empire, every economic hallmark of a collapsing civilization is already here. Devalued currency, endless debt, predatory lending, declining wages, inflation disguised as growth, a financial system built on IOUs. America isn't struggling. America is repeating the final stage of every major empire before it fell. Warning sign 4, which we're all well aware of, is open borders and foreign invasions. Rome didn't fall to barbarians. They fell because they invited the barbarians in, treated them better than the soldiers, and acted surprised when Rome burned. In America today, one of the clearest warning signs of the empire dying is when the borders stop meaning anything. Rome didn't collapse because outsiders stormed the gates. Rome collapsed because their leaders opened the gates, called it compassion, and pretended it wouldn't backfire. America's in that stage right now. Biden's open door policy, the front gate swinging wide open. Under the Biden administration, the southern border might as well have been a revolving glass door at the mall. Millions entered with no background checks, no vetting, no tracking, no accountability, no assimilation. Cartels ran logistics, NGOs ran the operation, and the American citizen left to carry the weight. Most of them got government-funded housing and checks. They got taken care of better than our veterans here. A collapsing empire always prioritizes outsiders over its own people. It's not empathy, it's negligence. But here's the brutal truth. It's not just the left, it's not just Joe Biden. This is where most people will get uncomfortable, because while Biden tore the front door off the hinges, the so-called opposition isn't exactly guarding the windows either. For the 25 million that entered, only expected to get out, a quarter of that, maybe. America has a bipartisan border problem. It's just expressed in two very different flavors. Trump's moves that should concern any serious patriot is, and again, I voted for Trump 5 times, but you have to evaluate with clear eyes if you want truth and not tribalism. 600,000 Chinese college students. Trump has recently pushed for 600,000 student visas from China.
Thrilled about this idea of hundreds of thousands of foreign students in the United States. We have about 350,000 Chinese. One point during COVID, you were going to, push to, get them out, but that was pulled back. You've said as many as 600,000 Chinese students could come to the United States. Why, sir, is that a pro-MAGA position when so many American kids want to go to school and there are places not for them, and these universities are getting rich off Chinese money?
Sure. Never said about China, but we do have a lot of people coming in from China. We always have, China and other countries. We also have a massive system of colleges and universities. And if we were to cut that in half, which perhaps makes some people happy, you would have half the colleges in the United States go out of business.
So what?
Well, I think that's a big deal.
Are they fans?
You would have the historically,
the United States?
Yeah, but you would have, as you know, historically black colleges and universities would all be out of business. You would have a system of colleges and universities.
So we're dependent on China to keep our university system going?
But I think it's good to have. I actually think it's good to have outside countries. Look, I want to be able to get along with the world.
They're not the French. They're the Chinese. They spy on us. They steal our intellectual property.
What, do you think the French are better?
Yeah.
I mean, really? I don't know. I'll tell you, I'm not so sure. We've had a lot of problems with the French, where we get taxed very unfairly on our technology, where, they put 25% taxes on American products. Look, assuming everyone treats us badly, because that's the way I am, but we take in trillions of dollars from students. The students pay more than double when they come in from most foreign countries. I want to see our school system thrive, but at the same time, I know you and I disagree. We're never going to agree on it, but that's okay. And it's not that I want them, but I view it as a business. We have millions and millions of people. Also, I want to get along with countries if possible. People are shocked. Remember, Hillary Clinton said, we'll be in a war. I stopped 8 wars in the last 9 months. I don't want to be in wars. If I am in a war, we're going to win the thing fast, and it'll be violent. But you know what? I don't want to be in wars. But one thing, you don't want to cut half of the people, half of the students from all over the world that are coming into our country, destroy our entire university and college system. I don't want to do that.
I wouldn't lose any.
And don't forget, MAGA was my idea. MAGA was nobody else's idea. I know what MAGA wants better than anybody else. And MAGA wants to see our country.
China is the only nation openly preparing for conflict with America. China also the nation stealing our tech, infiltrating our universities, and running influence ops nonstop. Why are we importing more of their operatives? Why are we building their talent pipeline on American soil? Rome brought in foreign tribes to help strengthen the empire too. It backfired every damn time. Then we had the Qatari military base on American soil. Trump is going to allow, per Pete Hegseth, the foreign nation with its own agenda, to place a military base here in the United States. And I know the people are like, no, it's not a base. It is. If they're coming here to have a permanent post, that's what that is. And I don't care if it's within another military base, it is a permanent post of another foreign military, right? Think about how insane that is. A foreign military on American soil during an era of global instability. Rome let foreign tribes control parts of the empire. It always ended in disaster. And then lastly, the H-1B visas. Americans can't do the job. Trump has talked repeatedly about expanding H-1B visas because Americans can't do the job. Let's call it what that is: a demoralizing statement, a globalist talking point, and a slap in the face to the American workforce. This is the same rhetoric corporations use while laying off American citizens and replacing them with cheap foreign labor. Rome weakened its own population by outsourcing its skill nets, okay? America is doing the same. From tech to medicine to engineering. Both sides, different roads, same destination. If you ask me, this is the part people need to hear. Biden throws the border wide open. Trump invites foreign students by the hundreds of thousands and floats foreign bases. Different strategies, different packaging, but the same outcome. Foreign influence grows, American stability shrinks, and national identity dissolves. Every empire that has allowed foreign powers, foreign labor, foreign armies, and foreign interests to shape its core collapsed, not from invasion, but from infiltration. Number 6, the collapse of masculinity. Talked about this endlessly for years. When Roman men stopped training, stopped fighting, stopped leading, and becoming spectators instead of warriors, Rome died. Every single fallen civilization in history had one thing in common. Men forgot who they were. Every empire collapses when its men collapse. Rome didn't fall when the barbarians arrived, okay? Rome fell when Roman men stopped being warriors and became spectators. America's repeating that same exact downfall. Men are being weakened on every front. This isn't accidental, man. It's engineered. Talked about this over the years. Plastics in food, endocrine disruptors in the water, seed oils in virtually everything you eat, processed garbage replacing real nutrition. Testosterone levels have fallen 50% in the last 40 years. That's not evolution. That is chemical warfare on a male population. A weak man is easier to control than a strong one. That's why the system pushes cheap dopamine, porn, drugs, fast food, social media addiction, woke ideology, no responsibility, no purpose. When a nation loses its men, they lose their strength, discipline, drive, and identity. A nation loses its backbone. Fitness used to be a cultural part of our culture. Now degeneracy is. There was a time when being fit wasn't just a hobby, it was a minimum standard, man. You trained, you fought, you protected, you provided, you led. Now it's video games, hookup apps, body dysmorphia filters, and digital fantasies. OnlyFans is the new prostitution. Porn is the new religion, and entertainment is the new battlefield. The modern man is so overstimulated and underdeveloped, the result, a population of grown boys in adult bodies, easy to manipulate, easy to pacify, and easy to control. Not to mention, what I hear all the time from my followers is the court system has destroyed fathers. One of the most reliable indicators of a collapsing civilization is destruction of the family. And America's surgical with that. The court system punishes fathers, removes them from home, strips them from authority, rights, and identity, turns good men into weekend visitors to their own kids' lives. A nation where fathers are removed is a nation being dismantled at the foundation. If you look at the Democrat process that has happened with Democrats over the past 50 years of what they've done to the black families where they remove fathers, you've seen the outcome. And then you have rap music pushing degeneracy, raising the young men. You can't build strong men when a boy never sees one. Strong men are often punished, not celebrated. Empires nearing collapse always flip morality upside down. Criminals protected, heroes prosecuted, victims glorified, offenders demonized. Look at Daniel Penny, a former Marine who stopped a violent threat on a train, a man who stepped up when everyone else froze or was filming with their iPhones. The systems tried to crucify him for it. In a dying empire, courage becomes a crime. Rome executed the very soldiers who once saved it. America prosecutes the men who still believe in duty. And one of my favorite topics is American Christianity has neutered masculinity. Let's address the spiritual angle here because this one is crucial. Modern Western Christianity has become soft, pacifist, apologetic, neutered, emotion-driven, terrified of offending anyone. Churches preach comfort instead of courage, feelings instead of fortitude, and therapy instead of transformation. This isn't biblical Christianity, it's corporate Christianity. The real faith has always been led by warriors: David, Joshua, Gideon, Samson, Elijah, the apostles, and most importantly, Christ himself. People forgot this scripture. Jesus told his disciples, sell your cloak and buy a sword, Luke 20:36. It's not a metaphor, not a parable. It's a direct command for preparedness. Christ wasn't weak. He was controlled strength, a lion who chose when to roar. A real Christian man is strong, not savage, controlled, not cowardly, peaceful, but not passive, dangerous, but righteous, grounded in truth, not culture. You can't build a righteous nation with weak men. You build it with strong men restrained by moral discipline. That's the difference between barbarianism and biblical masculinity. And that's why empires collapse, because the men lose strength, discipline, courage, purpose, faith, family, and identity. The nation becomes a hollow shell. Rome died this way, and America is standing at that same crossroad. But the collapse will never consume the men who stay sharp, stay trained, stay faithful, and stay dangerous. Weak men create hard times, but strong men rise inside those hard times. Now let's talk about the pattern across all fallen empires. Rome isn't the only example. The Soviet Union collapsed from corruption, propaganda, shortages, weak leadership, and economic implosion. Check, 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 check. The Ottoman Empire rotted from the inside due to decadence and bureaucracy. Check. The British Empire, overextended military, crushed economy, political division. Check. The Weimar, hyperinflation, cultural decay, national humiliation. Check. Ancient Babylon, immorality, pride, and moral collapse. Check. Every civilization that falls follows the same pattern: moral collapse, cultural collapse, economic collapse, political collapse, and then civilization collapses. America is currently in phase 3, and we're heading into phase 4. And every empire that rejected its foundation, its moral spine, fell. Rome rejected virtue for pleasure. Weimar rejected order for chaos. Babylon rejected God for idols. America's rejecting the very moral structure that built it. And the collapse is always disguised as progress right before it implodes. But there's always a remnant, a group of men who refuse to bow, refuse to bend, and refuse to sink into the madness. These men rebuild the world after the fall. Every empire collapses has the same immediate survival problems: instability, crime, scarcity, corruption, power vacuums, predators looking for opportunity. Your job isn't to panic. Your job is to prepare quietly, train relentlessly, and stay situationally aware at all times. The collapse of Rome didn't kill everyone. It just punished the people who were unprepared. Now, the reality America doesn't want to hear is empires don't fall overnight. They rot slowly, then collapse suddenly. And when the collapse happens, it's too late to fix anything. Right now, we are in the rot phase. Rot is reversible for the individual, even when it's not reversible for the nation. That's where the warrior class comes in. Every great collapse produces two types of men: victims and survivors. And the victims blame the world, they blame the government, blame society. Survivors build themselves into steel mentally, physically, and spiritually. We see the victim mentality. Oh, because I'm this color, I've been done wrong, the oppression. Oh, because I sleep with this person. Oh, the fall of Rome wasn't the end. It was the beginning of a new era. If America collapses, you don't go down with it, you rise during it. And if you're on this channel, you already know the mission. Stay prepared, stay disciplined, stay hard to kill. We're living in very dark times. I know it doesn't seem that way because all the dopamine hits, all the theater from our politicians, but we are. That's why it's most important for you to stay frosty, stay strapped, stay dangerous. Black Scout.
Welcome in, everyone. We have some major news to discuss. A peace proposal has been floated to bring the war in Ukraine between Russia and Ukraine to an end. That is right. A new peace plan is reportedly being pushed. But I got to be honest with you, this is very complex, and it could lead to a much larger disaster down the road. So I'm going to break down exactly what's going on, the latest attacks, what this peace plan reportedly includes, why I think it might lead to unintended consequences, and what it means for Russia. It would be a very big win for Russia, in my opinion. So I'm going to break down exactly what is going on. We're going to go through it to the best of my ability. This is breaking. This is coming in as we're doing this. So stick with me here. But as always, before we get started, please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free. Cost you guys absolutely nothing at all. Huge, huge, huge boost to the channel. Comment with your thoughts below. Do you think this peace deal is a good idea, or do you think a better deal can be reached? Or should Ukraine try to push Russia clean out of its country? Let me know in the comments below. Hit that notifications bell. All notifications turn on. You won't miss a thing. And then right here, Instagram, David_Hookstead, X, D Hookstead. That's where you can find me on social media. My DMs are wide open. Please reach out with anything you have. And you know what? I'll look into it. I love talking with you guys. If you got a really good tip, I definitely want to hear it. Now, let's get into it. So we are coming up on the 4-year anniversary. We're a few months away from the 4-year anniversary of Russia invading Ukraine. The war has been brutal. It has been bloody. It has been horrifying. And we have seen the violence only get ratcheted up. We have seen the violence only increase, the death increase as both sides launch devastating and brutal strikes on each other. The Russian oil infrastructure has been hit hard. Civilian targets in Ukraine have been hit hard. It is a brutal, brutal game they are playing with each other. The United States, NATO, the European Union countries have flooded more advanced weapons into Ukraine. Russia has responded by regularly violating NATO airspace and regularly lighting up massive chunks of Ukraine with long-range missiles and drones. So that is where we are at right now. That is pretty much the baseline of the situation in terms of how violent, how brutal, how dirty this has been. We all want to see the dying stop. And this peace plan could temporarily stop that, but it could also lead to a situation where it gets much worse down the road. So I'm going to throw this up on the screen for you. This comes from Axios.
Ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It says from Barack Ravid, it says Trump plan asks Ukraine to cede additional territory for security guarantee. So it says the new Trump plan to end the war in Ukraine would grant Russia parts of eastern Ukraine it does not currently control in exchange for a U.S. security guarantee for Ukraine and Europe against further Russian aggression, a U.S. official with direct knowledge told Axios. Why it matters, Ukraine and its backers would see this as an enormous concession to Russia. The White House view, according to the U.S. officials, that Ukraine is likely to lose the territory anyways if the war continues, and therefore it is in Ukraine's interest to reach a deal now. Breaking it down, the two thorniest issues in the Ukraine talks up to now have been who will control what territory once the war is over and how Ukraine can be assured that Russia won't simply resume the war at a later date. The 28-point Trump plan calls for Russia to gain full de facto control of Luhansk and Donetsk, together referred to as the Donbass, despite Ukraine still controlling around 14.5% of the territory there, per the latest analysis by the Institute for the Study of War. Despite being under Russian control, the areas in the Donbass from which Ukraine would withdraw would be considered a demilitarized zone, with Russia not able to position troops there. In two other war-torn regions, the Kherson and the Zaporizhzhia, the current lines of control would mostly be frozen in place, with Russia returning some land subject to negotiation. So this is a map that you can see right here of the Russian-controlled territory. And this is pretty much what they would keep in this plan. They would give up tiny little pieces here, but they would keep all of the Luhansk, all of the Donetsk, which is, of course, the Donbass, and keep large chunks there as well, and, of course, keep Crimea. It says between the lines, according to the Trump plan, the U.S. and other countries would recognize Crimea and the Donbass as lawfully Russian territory, but Ukraine would not be asked to. A Ukrainian official claimed the plan also included limitations on the size of the Ukrainian military and on its long-range weapons in return for U.S. guarantees. The Ukrainian official also confirmed that the U.S. plan includes Ukrainian territorial concessions in the Donbass. It's unclear what the U.S. security guarantees would entail beyond a promise to defend against further Russian aggression. According to two sources with direct knowledge, Qatar and Turkey are involved in drafting of the new Trump plan and in supporting U.S. mediation efforts. So here we go. One source with the direct knowledge said Umarov was empowered by Zelensky to negotiate with Witkoff, and many of his
sources and methods, okay? No one cares what you were doing with that guy outside of the topic of exactly what you know we're actually asking about. So if he was some kind of top secret whatever, and he was going into Harvard, and he was going into these universities, and he was getting these mathematical equations from these people, and he was passing them off to or the CIA, whatever. We don't care about that, okay? Keep that source and method. But when it comes to the thing you know we're talking about, nah, dude, no. Sources and methods, unacceptable answer. Unacceptable. There's no world where the government that I elect is entrapping little girls. So this is a video I'm going to ask you to bear with me on because we got a lot of stuff related to the files that is coming out. We've got a bunch of heroes that are stepping up in a major way, a lot less of them than there are of the scoundrels. And there's a lot of very, very shady stuff going on, real shady. And I'm going to point you in the direction of all of it, okay? Because as this happens in a democratic nation, you can't keep a lid on a thing when the entire voting population wants the same thing. And if you have not realized this right here, okay, the files right here is the reason that they spend so much time and energy making sure that people like Jank and people like fill in the blank person on the right think that they don't like each other when they agree on so much, okay? That is the entire reason that they do this, is because right now, okay, one issue that you cannot get away from, regardless of which side you're on, politically, is like, yeah, none of us are going to allow you to openly victimize people, okay? Especially these ones. And so when you're trying to put a lid on this thing, none of us are going to accept it. And so against the will of these people in power, this is going to happen, right? At least you think it's going to, okay? Like, we're going to force their hand, and they're still not going to show us. And that's what this video is ultimately going to be about. There's a lot of different stuff coming up here, okay? But bear with it, because I'm going to go off on a lot of tangents. The madder I am, the more, every time, dude. If I'm mad, my videos are awesome, okay? This topic really pisses me off. I'm in a really bad mood about it, and so I would encourage you to stick around, because I'm going to make some really good points, and I am going to be very upset about this. So let's get into it. All right. So I'm sure you guys have heard the bill to release the Epstein file has passed the House, and there is nothing to be excited about, though. Okay. I just want to be very clear about that. There is no reason for anybody to be excited about this, because what this has actually shown is how deep the corruption goes in this government, because we're not going to see anything. And I'm going to show you exactly how I know that, because they're already telling us that this right here, you see this post? Okay. This is exactly what we're going to get. Okay. This is a joke. Obviously, they're making a joke, but that's not a joke. And they're telegraphing that as they come out and make public statements. So you have all these people like, yep, listen. And I want to be clear about this, dude. Okay. I am certainly including Trump in the group that I'm talking about, but I'm also including other Republicans who are pretending that they care about what's in these files, okay? You know who's not pretending, okay? As a matter of fact, I'll show you that in a second. I'll show you exactly who you can rest assured is not pretending when they say that they care about the victims and they care about what's in the files. Because if you want to know how you can be sure that your read on someone is correct when you say that's a person who really cares, show me something who sacrificed. Show me someone who sacrificed something in order to do the right thing, Because if what it requires to do the wrong thing is to sacrifice nothing, and you appear like you're doing the right thing, but it's very obvious that you're not doing that, okay? The way I know that is because you've sacrificed nothing. You pretended, okay? Now, a person who said all along they're trying to do the right thing, and it cost them something big. Well, that's a person who has earned my respect. Now, in the long run, when you're on the right side of a thing, and you're always on the right side of a thing, okay, the people are going to know. In many cases, not in all cases, of course, but in cases like this where everyone is unified on this, like literally everyone there. And I want to keep on harping on that as we get into this story, that the idea that there is any kind of split in the population and the actual electorate on the release of these files, anyone who's telling you there's any split on that is either lying to you or is seeing things that I have not seen. And I would encourage you guys to send all of those things. Listen, if there is a single influencer, I'm not talking about politicians. I know they're compromised, right? And the ones who aren't are making themselves very obvious right now, as we're going to get into. But if they're...
We're willing to offer $185. On the night of July 1st, 2025, an astronomer named Edward was sitting at a computer screen in Rio Hurtado, Chile. The astronomer had a cup of coffee. The dome of the telescope was open to the cold Chilean night. On the screen, alerts would just pop up periodically, dot moving here, a streak there, but on this night, one of those dots was different. Most of these were known asteroids. They were already cataloged and tracked. That means there was nothing to worry about. And Edward's job was relatively simple because he would check each one and then he would verify it against the database. Then he would mark it as identified and simply move on to the next. Night after night, he would scan huge swaths of sky looking for anything abnormal against the stars. He did this with the Atlas telescope, otherwise known as the Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Blast Alert System. When he looked at the screen again, a strange alert had popped up. There was a moving object designated initially as just a random string of characters the system assigned, but the numbers next to it, the velocity numbers, didn't make any sense. In fact, this astronomer had to double take and he realized something. This object was moving way too fast. Normally, when astronomers calculate the orbit of something, they're looking for a specific number called eccentricity. For anything orbiting our sun, that number needs to be less than 1. But this object was over 6, which seemed completely impossible. Edward ran the calculation again, the same result. Checked the observations, made sure there wasn't any errors in the data, but the number stayed the same. The only explanation is that this object was not orbiting our sun, that it had come from another star system entirely. Edward sat back in his chair and just stared at the screen, and quickly, he began running the orbit backwards to try and trace where this had come from. The computer showed the object's path extending back way beyond Neptune, out into interstellar space. This thing had come from another star. There were 2 others, but there was just something strange about this one. The object was moving at 58 kilometers per second relative to our sun. That's roughly 130,000 miles per hour, which, mind you, is the fastest solar system visitor ever recorded. It was clear that this was something extraordinary. If it was moving so fast, how long had it been traveling? Edward's calculations suggested millions of years, maybe even billions. Now, the speed at which it's going is so fast, so let me put that into perspective. It's fast enough to circle Earth in about 11 minutes, and at that speed, you could travel from Earth to the moon in less than 2 hours. But what's important is that objects like this don't start out moving that speed. They build up over time as they pass by stars. They get gravitational boosts, like little kicks that make them go faster and faster, with the object bouncing from star to star, picking up speed with each encounter. A UCLA professor named David Jewett, the same man who co-discovered the Kuiper Belt, explained that due to its speed alone, it had to have been out there for a very long time. With what little evidence they had about this object, they realized this wasn't just another star. They were looking at something ancient. But the question was just exactly how ancient. On July 11th, a young astronomer named Matthew Hopkins stood at the podium at the UK National Astronomy meeting. He had an answer that was about to stun everybody. The room was packed with fellow astronomers who were all very eager to know more about this bizarre cosmic visitor, and he was about to present his team's analysis of this visitor, which now officially had a name, 3I Atlas, the third interstellar object. Hopkins clicked to his first slide, which showed the trajectory of the 3I Atlas through our solar system. Nothing about this was strange because it just showed an arc that would bring it close to the sun and then fling it back out to space. Then came the next one though, and this one showed the object's path not through our solar system, but through the entire galaxy. And now, things are getting interesting. As it turns out, Hopkins and his entire team didn't trace the object's path backwards. They traced it way back and accounted for all the gravitational pull of stars and even the rotation of the galaxy itself. This object was not moving in the same plane as most stars. It was coming from what astronomers call the thick disk of the Milky Way. It's actually different from where our own sun lives. We're in the thin disk, where most of the younger stars are all rotating around the galaxy in a relatively flat plane, but this one, the thick disk, is much older. It's said to be populated by ancient stars that formed when the galaxy was young. Hopkins clicked to the next slide and presented a number to his audience that was sure to change everything: 10 billion years. The room was stunned, with Hopkins going on to explain that based on the object's trajectory, velocity, and its apparent origin in the thick disk, they estimated it to be about 10 billion years old, maybe older than that, which would make this object possibly the oldest comet ever observed in our entire history. But as you'll see throughout this episode, it continually gets more and more strange. People in the audience started raising their hands. I mean, how could they be sure? What did this mean? Hopkins explained that this object was essentially a time capsule, that it had formed around a star that probably doesn't even exist. And now, by pure chance, its path had intersected with ours. On July 21st, the Hubble Space Telescope turned toward 3I Atlas. David Jewett, who was leading the observation, knew this would not be an easy task. The object was moving incredibly fast across the sky. So fast that Hubble had to track it like you'd track a bird with binoculars. Fortunately, they were able to track it and lock onto it, which was about 277 million miles away. The telescope began collecting photons, building up an image pixel by pixel, and that's when they had their first real data. Because of how the data compiles, it was initially just noise and static, but as the image processed and was able to layer in its own data, a shape emerged. What they could see was a teardrop of dust, and in actuality, this was ancient dust, or particles that had been frozen in ice for a very long time. The ice was doing something called sublimating, which is turning from solid directly to gas. And as it did this, it released these particles that had been trapped since what we can only speculate was the literal dawn of time. When the team began analyzing the image, they could see that the dust cloud was huge and stretched out beyond the nucleus like a cosmic teardrop. By measuring the brightness and extent of this dust, they were able to estimate the size of the nucleus, or the actual body of the comet. It could be around 5 kilometers across. Now that's not exactly huge, but it's not tiny. This is maybe a mile or two wide. Even though they now had some data on the object, they realized that they were seeing materials from an era when the galaxy was young. They still didn't understand what it was, or what it was made of. On August 6th, a NASA scientist named Martin Cordiner led the observation using the James Webb Space Telescope, which is the most powerful infrared eye ever built. Now, the James Webb could do something that the Hubble couldn't do. It could read the chemical fingerprint of the comet. When light passes through gas, certain wavelengths get absorbed. By seeing which wavelengths are missing, scientists can tell exactly which molecules are present. Cordiner's team began analyzing the spectrum, and they began finding some really interesting details. It turns out that this comet was dominated by carbon dioxide. Well, that's strange because most comets in our solar system, when they get close to the sun, actually release water vapor. But this object was different, and instead of water vapor, CO2 was pouring out of it. Scientists realized what this meant, that this comet had never been near a star before. In our solar system, comets that repeatedly approach the sun lose their CO2 first. It sublimates at colder temps than water. So our comets are water-rich because they've been baked by our sun over so many years. Buckle up, folks, because things were about to get very strange. In early September, astronomers tracking this object started noticing something that didn't make sense. The comet was pouring out massive amounts of gas. I mean, they could clearly see it through their telescopes, but the object wasn't moving the way it should. When comets release gas, it's like a rocket engine. The gas shoots out one direction, the comet gets pushed in the other. It's basic physics. The James Webb Telescope had already confirmed that the 3I Atlas was releasing enormous amounts of carbon dioxide, 8 times more CO2 than water vapor, which was one of the highest ratios ever recorded in any comet. But when astronomers checked the trajectory data, this object hadn't moved, not even a millimeter off its predicted path. Every single comet scientists had ever studied showed this acceleration when it outgassed, except this one. Either this object was so massive that rocket force outgassing couldn't budge it, which would make it impossibly dense, or it had some kind of station-keeping thrusters to maintain its course. Some people try to explain it by suggesting 3I Atlas might have a mass of over 33 billion metric tons. But even at the largest size estimates, that would give it the density of metal, and comets are not supposed to be iron cannonballs. An Israeli-American physicist by the name of Avi Loeb, researching where the 3I Atlas had come from, it pointed to a
The government is banning this $39 electric lighter next month, and this is your last shot to get the original high-powered version. There's a new next-gen electric lighter out there, and it's
to a specific region in the constellation of Sagittarius. Loeb immediately saw the connection. On August 15th, 1977, at 10:16 p.m., astronomer Jerry Eman was reviewing data from the Big Ear Radio telescope at Ohio State University when he saw something that made him grab his red pen. On the printout in front of him was a sequence of numbers and letters, 6EQUJ5. To most people, it would look like gibberish, but he knew exactly what it meant. This was a signal 30 times stronger than the background noise of space, a signal that had never been seen. He circled it and wrote a single word in the margin, wow. For 72 seconds, something had transmitted a powerful radio signal at 1420 megahertz. That's the same frequency that hydrogen atoms emit naturally, and it's so fundamental to the universe that scientists had long theorized any intelligent civilization would monitor it like a universal emergency channel of some kind. But then it stopped. The Big Ear telescope never detected it again, and for the next 48 years, astronomers searched that patch of sky, but there was nothing. It still remains unexplained. Now, space is really big, but the chances of two unrelated things coming from the same direction should be tiny. Loeb calculated the exact probability, and we're talking about a 0.6% chance, considering the WOW signal and the Atlas's trajectory are aligned within 9 degrees of each other. However, some observers claim that in early August, radio telescopes detected a brief signal coming from the 3I Atlas itself. I'm not talking about reflected radio waves or natural emissions. We're talking about an actual transmission that allegedly lasted 11 seconds, and when decoded, showed a repeating sequence of prime numbers, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17. Prime numbers don't occur naturally in space. I mean, they're mathematical. They require intelligence to generate. In fact, Carl Sagan famously suggested that if we ever received a signal from aliens, it might be prime numbers, a universal way to say that this is intentional. Of course, NASA has not confirmed this detection, and in fact, they've been remarkably quiet about any radio observations of the 3I Atlas. But multiple amateur radio astronomers claim that they have detected these unusual signals in the object's vicinity. Christina Gomez, who covers space anomalies, reported that some observers were seeing structured sound coming from the object, or patterns that repeated every 22 minutes. Avi Loeb suspects that it's possible that whatever this is, it's not a comet, but is artificial. And he has tasked his entire research team at the Galileo Project, which is Harvard's scientific search for extraterrestrial technology, to monitor the sky around it. But folks, we're not talking about just watching the object, but to look for unusual activity. I mean, he even explained to Newsmax that if this is an alien probe, it would release some mini probes that will visit the planet. Now, keep in mind that is coming from a Harvard professor, the former chair of Harvard's astronomy department, saying that we need to watch for probes. On October 3rd, something unprecedented was about to happen. For the first time in history, humanity would have a front row seat to watch an interstellar object pass by another planet. Multiple spacecraft orbiting Mars, NASA's Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, the European Space Agency's Mars Express, and the ExoMars Trace Gas Orbiter had all been positioned to capture this object during its closest approach, just 29 million kilometers from Mars. The preparations for this had been very meticulous. Everything was pre-planned, but something strange happened, or rather, didn't happen. NASA released exactly one image. and it was from the worst possible camera they had available. The Perseverance rover's navigation camera, which was designed to help the rover on Mars' surface. The image showed what appeared to be an elongated stripe, about 4 times longer than it was wide. Within hours, social media exploded. People were calling it a tic-tac, a cylinder proof of an alien craft, but there was, of course, a problem with this interpretation. Mr. Loeb explained to the public that due to the sheer distance of this object from Mars when the image was taken, that the spatial scale was so blown out of proportion per pixel, specifically about 12,500 kilometers per pixel. The streak in the image was 4 pixels long, which would make it roughly like 50,000 kilometers in length. And if this object was actually a cylinder that massive, I mean, we would have noticed it the moment it entered our solar system. Without getting super nerdy about how cameras and exposure time work, what people were actually seeing was a time-lapse artifact. Because the object was so faint, NASA had to stack multiple images taken over the course of 10 minutes, which means the result looks like a streak out in space. But why did NASA only release this one terrible, misleading image? And more importantly, where were the images from all the good high-resolution cameras? The fact that NASA gave a minimal official statement is strange too. They basically said that Mars orbiters successfully conducted their observations and that data is being processed. The Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter carries an instrument called HiRISE, the High-Resolution Imaging Science Experiment. This camera alone can achieve a resolution of 30 kilometers per pixel at the distance of 3I Atlas. That would finally give us a clear look at the nucleus. The data was definitely captured. But that statement that NASA gave was issued over 3 weeks ago, so where's the images? NASA blamed the delay on the government shutdown, that most of their staff had been sent home. But if they could process and release the Perseverance image, why couldn't they release the raw HiRISE data? Mars orbiter images are typically made public within days, sometimes hours. The website normally updates every few days with new photos, but nothing from the 3I Atlas flyby. And then there were the images that were released, and they were bizarre. The European Space Agency captured a series of 5-second exposures of this strange object. Now, only weeks earlier, ground-based telescopes had clearly observed a tail. The theory around this is that the object had recently been hit by a coronal mass ejection, which is a blast of solar plasma that can temporarily destroy a comet's tail. But the issue with that is that when this happens, the tails reform within minutes or hours. What if what we saw before wasn't actually a tail at all? Around the beginning of September, an amateur astronomer named Michael Yeager was photographing the sky over Namibia when he captured something strange about the object. 3I Atlas was glowing green. It was a vivid, unmistakable green that lit up the images. Immediately, he shared the photos with his colleague, Gerald Raymond, and within hours, other amateur astronomers around the world were confirming the same thing, that the comet was green. But only weeks before, the Very Large Telescope in Chile had determined that it was carbon chain depleted, which means it has almost no dicarbon, the molecule that makes comets glow green when hit by sunlight. This object is one of the most carbon-depleted comets ever recorded. Stephen Burns, who is an amateur astronomer, analyzed images from NASA's Perseverance rover, and he posted a time-lapse animation online. Other astronomers immediately started picking it apart frame by frame. Then people could see things that nobody had noticed before, specifically multiple objects. Not just one, but several fast-moving points of light traveling together. At the 3-second mark of Burns' animation, there's a brief green flash. Not a single pixel camera artifact, but a diffused glow. And it's not coming from the object, it's offset from the main object. And the polarization data was also wrong. Zuri Gray and her team published the first ever polarimetric observations of it, which is a process in which we figure out what dust particles in space are made of and how big they are and how they're structured. Like all the other strange things about 3I Atlas, it showed what they called an exceptionally deep and narrow negative polarization branch, which is another way of saying no comet in our solar system behaves this way. No asteroid either. Even Borisov, the last interstellar visitor, showed positive polarization. 3I Atlas was scattering light in a way that's never been seen before. They really had no idea what it was made of. Come October 30th of this year, something's going to happen that has astronomers genuinely worried. For approximately 3 weeks, we're going to lose sight of it.
Your weekly grocery bill adds up, but with the Verizon Visa card, spending turns into rewards you want. Start earning 4%.
Approximately 3 weeks, we're going to lose sight of it completely. As 3I Atlas swings around the sun at perihelion, its closest approach, it's going to pass from behind the sun from Earth's perspective. Every ground-based telescope on our planet will be blind. The sun's glare will completely wash out any possibility of observation. Normally, this wouldn't be a huge concern because comets pass behind the sun all the time. We lose sight of them, they come back out the other side, and we continue tracking them. But 3I Atlas is not a normal comet. And what happens to comets at perihelion isn't always predictable. Look at Comet Ison in 2013. It was supposed to be the comet of the century. Astronomers watched it approach the sun, getting brighter and brighter, and then it went behind at perihelion, when it should have emerged on the other side. There was nothing. The sun had destroyed it. Or Comet Lovejoy in 2011. It flew so close to the sun, within 140,000 kilometers of the surface, scientists were certain it would be vaporized, but it survived and came out the other side fundamentally changed. Its tail had been ripped off and reformed, and its nucleus had been fragmented. It was barely recognizable as the same. The point is that perihelion is violent. The radiation pressure is crushing, and the temperature swings are very extreme. The gravitational forces can literally tear objects apart. And 3I Atlas is going to experience all of this while we can't watch. But some scientists think it might not just survive it, it might activate it. If this is artificial, and that's still a big if, then perihelion might be exactly what it's been waiting for. This is where things obviously get very uncomfortable for a lot of people. In this scenario, an object approaching the sun, disappearing from view, potentially transforming or activating while hidden, it sounds like Project Bluebeam. Project Bluebeam is a conspiracy that claims NASA and the UN are planning to fake an alien invasion or some sort of religious event like the second coming of Christ or something to that degree, using advanced holographic technology. A ton of people dismiss it, including modern science. But the timing alone is making people second guess. I mean, it's really making a lot of us anxious. You have this strange object with all of these anomalous properties and, growing media attention about a possible artificial origin, and a period where we lose sight of it completely. And when it reemerges in December, who knows what we'll see? Supposedly, the European Space Agency's JUICE spacecraft is supposed to observe the 3I Atlas in late November, right after the perihelion, but that data won't even be available until February of next year, or 2026. Or as a lot of people like to say, 3 months to decide what we're allowed to see. After all the detailed analysis, at this point, the question isn't whether it will emerge in December, the question is, what will emerge? Now, at the time of recording this, right, the supposed date is December 1st, but if you're watching this in the future, I'm sure that will be updated and changed. I need you to understand that this is potentially the most monitored celestial event in human history. And there's a reason for that. December of this year, 2025, would be the perfect time for what researchers call a controlled revelation. The object has been in the news for months. The public has been slowly prepared for the possibility that it might be artificial, and scientists have already introduced the idea of alien probes. If the government wanted to disclose the existence of extraterrestrial technology, this would be the ideal opportunity. They wouldn't have to admit to decades of cover-ups. They could just act as surprised as everyone else. Or they could go in the other direction, complete denial. No matter what the telescopes see in December, officials could insist it's natural. A weird comet, and who could prove otherwise? December of this year might be the most important month in human history, or it might turn out to be nothing at all. And because you guys made it to the end, I really wanted to make this video a little bit different than what I normally do, because new details keep emerging. I mean, even up to today, as I'm writing and recording this, it's gonna have to be something we all watch closely. Instead of having you guys comment something silly below, I would love for you to comment and tell me what you guys think this object is. Is it simply just a comet or an asteroid and that people are just blowing this out of proportion? Or is there something far more sinister going on behind the scenes? And really, the government, the entire world's government system is preparing the public for what's about to change everything. We're not sure. Let me know what you think below. As always, I love you guys. Keep an open mind, and I'll see you all in the very next episode.
One night, 4 young brothers were sleeping in their bedroom in their little house in Tennessee when they started to hear what sounded like a rat gnawing on one of their bedposts. So the 2 oldest brothers climbed out of their bed to go find this rat, but the second their feet touched the wooden floor, the gnawing sound stopped. The boys checked the room, they checked the bedposts, there was no sign of any rat, and so eventually the 2 oldest brothers just kind of shrugged it off and got back in bed. But when they closed their eyes again, the gnawing sound filled the room again, except this time it was louder and more frantic. Little did they know, these sounds were just the beginning of a multi-year-long nightmare that they and the rest of their family would have to endure. Their terrifying story is known as the Bell Witch Haunting, and it is considered to be one of the most frightening documented hauntings of all time. And today, I'm going to share their story with you. But before we get into the Bell Witch Haunting, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please ungold the like button's goldfish crackers. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. In 1804, a man named John Bell decided his farm in North Carolina was just too small for his growing family. So he, along with his wife Lucy and their 6 kids, packed all their belongings onto wagons and then traveled more than 600 miles west to this 1,000-acre patch along the Red River in northern Tennessee. The area they settled was known as Robertson County, and at the time, it was very rural and basically nobody lived there. And so the Bell family, when they arrived in Robertson County, fully expected to have to work with the few families that were there to build up the settlement. Basically, they wanted to build a town from scratch. But this was the kind of work that John Bell was born for. He was raised on a farm where he had a reputation for working extremely hard and never giving up. John was very generous and excellent at working with other people. In fact, when his family was still in North Carolina, John and his very gentle and sweet wife Lucy would open their door to anybody who needed a place to stay or a hot meal. And sometimes John would just give money to his neighbors when he felt like they were down on hard times. So, after arriving in Robertson County and after the Bell family had met their few neighbors, John Bell got right to work. First, he began clearing trees off of his land, and then with that lumber, he built a 1.5-story log house up on this hill not far from the Red River. And in fact, the Red River was a very popular picnic spot and fishing spot for the few people that lived in Robertson County, and so in virtue of the Bell's house being so near the river, the Bell family was always running into their neighbors and saying hi and making friends. And so it wasn't long after John and his family had arrived and built this house that the Bell family became one of the most popular families in the area. And for many years, the Bell family lived a very happy and prosperous life in Robertson County. Most mornings, John would wake up first, and then he would rouse the children, who would then leave the house and walk through the nearby woods to go to their school, and then they'd come back before sunset. And then while the kids were at school during the day, John and his older sons would go out and work the land or help build structures around town to build the settlement up, or they would build the boats that they would use to transport the tobacco and meats they produced on their farm farm down south for trade. John and Lucy would have 3 more kids while in Robertson County, and before long, their oldest children began getting married and starting families of their own and building their own houses nearby. But one summer day in 1817, so 13 years after the Bell family first arrived in Robertson County, John would have a very strange experience that at the time he would completely write off. But years later, they would look back and say, that's when it started. On that summer day in 1817, John was by himself. He was out walking through his cornfield near his house when he looked out and he saw this big dog just sitting in the middle of the cornfield. Now, there were lots of dogs around Robertson County, so it wasn't unusual to run into a dog while you were out and about. But there was something off about this dog. It almost looked misshapen, like its bones had broken many times over and reset at awkward angles. And this dog just looked way too big to be a dog. It almost looked more like a big wolf. And this dog was staring at John in a very human way, not breaking eye contact, staring right at John. Now, John was not someone who easily spooked. But standing in this cornfield, staring at this dog who was staring right back at him, John couldn't help but feel totally unsettled and a little bit panicked. And so John, who had his rifle with him, raised it and fired in the direction of this dog. And when he did, the dog took off running. And so John, he watched as this dog galloped away from him and disappeared into the tree line of the forest far away. And once the dog was totally out of view, John marched forward to the spot in the cornfield where this dog had been sitting. And when he got there, he was expecting to see the corn kind of pressed down from where this big animal had been sitting, but it wasn't. There was no sign that any big creature had been sitting right there. And as he looked around him, he saw there were no paw prints, no tracks on the ground, either coming to this spot or going in the direction that he watched this big dog run off.
Energizer's 3-in-1 Child Shield is the world's first coin lithium battery that has 3 different safety features.
John was totally confused by this, but after sitting there kind of wondering how this could be, he just told himself, you know what, I'm overthinking this. It was just some big ugly dog and a missed shot. This is no big deal. And so John promptly turned around and walked back to his house, forgetting all about the dog. But not long after John saw this dog in the cornfield, his family began experiencing other strange things back at their house. At night, after the Bell family had climbed into bed, they would start hearing a knocking sound on the side of their house. And as soon as they got up to go inspect it, the knocking would stop. And then they'd lay back down again and they would hear it again, except it was coming from another side of the house. It was like there was someone or something outside of their house just kind of circling around them, periodically knocking on their walls. Now, John was convinced this was not the work of some animal. This was a person, a prankster, and they were hiding out in the woods somewhere. And so he instructed his family not to mention the tapping sounds to anybody in town because he thought somebody in town was doing this to them and he didn't want them to know that they were on to them. He wanted these pranksters to come back and do it again so he could catch them in the act. But over the course of several weeks, the tapping continued, and every time John would lay in wait and try to run out and see who was there, there'd be no one. And there'd be no tracks anywhere around the house indicating that anyone had ever been there. And as unsettling as these knocking sounds were for the family, they were nothing compared to the things that happened next. My pet frog, Seagull Lung, is a huge fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, and so for his birthday, which was last week, he asked me if I would take him on a special camping trip where all we did was sat around the fire and I just told crazy stories. And so of course I said, sure, Lung, I can do that for you. And then, on his big day, Lungy came bounding down the stairs, all excited for his big camping trip. And I stopped him and I said, hold on a minute, Lung. Forget the camping trip. I got something even better for your birthday. And then, from behind my back, I presented a gift fit for the gods. Homemade fermented Norwegian lemming liver cakes with a side of koala stew. Now, I know what you're thinking. Wow. Lungy must have been so happy. But no, he wasn't. Turns out my gift was gross and way worse than a strange, dark, and mysterious themed camping trip. But there was a silver lining to this minor birthday snafu. After Lungi refused to eat my beautiful gift, I went online to try to figure out what Lungi would eat. And so I typed into Google, who has the best food in the world? And 2 words popped up that changed my life. Hello Fresh. With HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit, you can skip the grocery store and take control of your time and budget with delicious food delivered right to your door. With over 35 weekly recipes, they have the options you're looking for to help you achieve your New Year goals. Choose calorie smart or carb smart recipes, or even customize select meals by swapping proteins or sides, or upgrading your proteins, or adding a protein to a veggie dish. And with HelloFresh, you always get top quality. Their ingredients come from the farm to you in 7 days, so you literally are eating fresh. HelloFresh. So, if you're like me and you keep gifting your loved ones terrible exotic food dishes for their birthday, then you need to sign up for HelloFresh today. To do that, go to HelloFresh.com and use code MrBallin21 for 21 free meals and free shipping. Again, go to HelloFresh.com and use code MrBallin21 for 21 free meals and free shipping. Okay, back to the story. One Sunday night in May of 1818, so roughly 1 year after John had seen that big dog in the cornfield, and a couple of months after the knocking on the walls had begun in the Bell's household, 4 of John's sons were asleep in their bedroom inside of their home when they woke up to the sound of what sounded like a rat gnawing on one of their bedposts. Now,
It's December 1937. We're in Nanjing, China, where 7-year-old Xia Shuqin is slowly regaining consciousness. She can see smoke in the air and can hear gunfire a few streets away. Neither is unusual to her, at least not these days. But she feels there's something wrong. Her head, it aches terribly. As she rubs her scalp, it all comes back to her. The soldiers bursting through the door, the screaming, the threats, the Japanese rifle butt aimed at her temple, followed by a swift strike to the head. But she's awake now, and like any other confused child, she calls out for her mother. There's no reply, so she calls again, but louder, and still no response. Climbing slowly to her feet, Shuqin sees why. Her mother's brutalized body lies on the floor without any clothes, dead still, beside the kitchen table. In a daze, the little girl wanders out into the courtyard. Out there, she finds the body of her teenage sister. It is also stripped bare in the bitter midwinter. Nearby, her infant sister has been dispatched too, and then tossed aside as though she were naught but a piece of rubbish. Young Shuqin has no experience of death. She doesn't understand why her family won't wake up. She'll later testify, "I went around and shook everyone. Not a living soul." For more than 3 months, between 1937 to 1938, Nanjing ceased to be a city of the living. Instead, it became a place in which the grimmest torments of hell were made real upon the earth. An oblivion, populated by only the tormented, the tormentors, and the dead. As such, the Xia family is just one of countless victims who became the playthings of soldiers before being slaughtered hideously and without reason. Shuqin also was just one of many survivors. Plenty of King's children found themselves crying alone in that freezing winter, surrounded by the fallen bodies of their parents and siblings. Across the city, the same basic stories play out again and again, but each with their own heartbreaking details of human suffering and human evil. Today, we look at Nanjing, But please be advised, this is a harrowing tale from start to finish. There are no silver linings to be found here. In July 1937, simmering tensions between China and the Empire erupted into an all-out war. Not content with their foothold in Manchuria, a resource-hungry Japan was growing increasingly antagonistic. A confrontation at the Marco Polo Bridge south of Beijing was inconclusive, but it gave Japan the pretext it needed for a full-scale invasion. The Japanese advance was swift and bloody. The country had spent the last century modernizing, industrializing, and readying itself to become a dominant force on the global stage. China, in contrast, had suffered decades of civil conflict as warring factions vied for control. Outmatched strategically and technologically, they could do little to stem the Japanese tide. But that's not to say they didn't try. Chinese soldiers defended their cities staunchly. When Tianjin and Beijing fell in August, they did so at the cost of more than 5,000 Chinese lives. At Shanghai that autumn, close to 67,000 Chinese troops died in a 3-month battle. Unhindered by Chinese resistance, the double pincers of the Shanghai Expeditionary Force under Prince Yasuhiko Osaka and the 10th Army under Heisuke Yanagawa were closing on Nanjing. Together, they formed the Central China Area Army with General Iwane Matsui at its head. But the advance was far too quick. Units raced way ahead of schedule, tearing across the flat plains of China's central eastern region. On average, these units were covering 25 miles a day. This placed them far beyond the scope of their supply lines, a usually fatal error. But the Japanese troops found a solution to this problem. Whenever they reached a Chinese village, they'd just take what they wanted from it. Anything the soldiers desired was considered fair game. One Japanese journalist embedded with the advancing forces said, "The reason that the army is advancing to Nanjing quite rapidly is due to the tacit consent among the officers and men that they could loot and commit crimes as they wish. And once they were done with the village, they'd burn it to the ground. Sometimes they'd burn the villagers, too." At Nanqiantao, between Shanghai and Nanjing, Japanese troops torched some of the houses, with residents locked inside them. While other villagers watched on in disbelief, young children were torn from the arms of their mothers and thrown into the flames. All of this was a horrifying prelude to what would follow in Nanjing itself. Further details of these raids are too extreme to mention on YouTube, so some sections here and elsewhere in the video have been censored. You can head to our Patreon, where we've posted a completely uncensored version of this video. Across the region, in cities like Suzhou and Taishan, entire communities were wiped out. The men were rounded up and killed quickly. For women and children, the end was not so merciful. Horrific violence and violation were inflicted on them. Many were tortured to death. As a result, huge groups of civilians began to flee. They headed out on the road, unsure of where they were going or even if they could outpace the rapid Japanese advance. Some, overcome with terror, committed suicide rather than...
Do you know what we do at ADDo? Plumbing, of course, but other things too. We also fix...
It's December 30th, 1916. We're at the Yusupov Palace in St. Petersburg, where a strange, cadaverous, almost corpse-like man is coming to dinner. This man, with long, lank hair and deep, sunken eyes, is none other than Grigory Yefimovich Rasputin. He's supposedly a holy man, a healer, a mystic, and he's a real pain in the... First World War began over several days as nations were dragged into a global conflict through a spider's web of treaties and alliances. The fight would drag on for 4 years, during which time 16 million would perish. 20 years later, the Second World War was on the horizon. This war would kick off in a matter of just hours as German expansion saw an eruption of violence across Europe. The war would ultimately last 6 years and claim 85 million lives from start to finish. World War III will not start in hours nor in minutes, but in 0.4 of a second. It will last just 72 minutes from start to finish, by which time 5 billion people will be as good as dead, and the Third World War will be over. There will not be a Fourth World War. In a nondescript field in rural North Korea, a Hwasong-17 intercontinental ballistic missile has begun to launch from a silo. Nobody, other than the North Korean authorities, knows for sure where this missile is headed. But just 0.4 of a second after the missile ignites, the infrared heat signature is spotted and flagged by something called SBIRS, the space-based infrared system, a constellation of US military satellites in geostationary and highly elliptical orbits. Its job is to provide early warning of missile launches anywhere on Earth. Right now, it has noticed a launch from North Korea. 3 seconds later, ground processing at Buckley Space Force Base in Colorado confirms the launch and begins advising the US defense network of the potential threat. Just like that, the doomsday clock has begun ticking. Although, right now, no one is actually that alarmed. Since 2022, North Korea has launched 100 unannounced missile tests. It's the only nation that tests its nuclear delivery systems without warning the rest of the world beforehand. This means that an unexpected launch does not necessarily mean an attack. 6 seconds after launch, however, new information from SBIRS, taken by measuring the plume size, trajectory, and direction of the North Korean missile, shows that its target may not be the Sea of Japan or the Pacific, as is usual for its tests, but instead much further east of the Korean peninsula, perhaps as far as the United States. Alarm bells now start ringing inside the 3 major defense centers of the US. The Pentagon, which is like the heart of the US defense network, as well as Northcom in Colorado, the brain, and finally Stratcom in Nebraska, which is the muscle. For our story, Stratcom is the most important of these to remember. Right now, all 3 of these defense centers are in a flurry of activity as officers and technicians scramble over the available data to try and predict whether this is an actual threat, a test, a hoax, or something else. It has only been 6 seconds since the launch of the missile, and the defense network is in a state of frenzied alert not seen since the attack on 9/11. 9 seconds later, just 15 seconds after launch, they get their answer. The missile is headed on a trajectory to strike the continental United States. But at this stage, analysts will have to wait another 8 excruciating minutes to get proper confirmation. This is because in order to calculate the exact location the missile will strike, the US relies on a series of ground-based radar systems which can't see the missile until it actually crosses over the horizon. So right now, the defense network is blind. The only information they have is what comes from SBIRS. Within 30 seconds from launch, though, SBIRS has gathered enough information of the missile trajectory to confirm the worst thought. The missile is heading towards the east coast of the United States, although they're not exactly sure of where. Security experts can all guess, though, that the target is either New York or, more likely, Washington, D.C. It is catastrophic news, but it also doesn't make much sense. If this was a preemptive strike by North Korea to try and decapitate the US government, a so-called bolt out of the blue attack, then one single missile wouldn't make any sense. In an attack like this, a nuclear adversary would throw every available weapon at the US in order to completely overwhelm their defenses and cause total and complete destruction of the nation and its government. Is North Korea only sending one missile? It's a question that nobody but North Korea's military brass will ever know the answer to. Perhaps they had no other weapons that were available to launch. Perhaps it was launched by mistake. Perhaps it was a mad gamble. Maybe it was one last act of spite from a dictator finally losing his grip on power. It's currently 3 a.m. in Washington, D.C., and this would be the opportune moment for a surprise attack. The president is likely asleep, meaning that reaction time will be at its slowest, a detail which matters because once the president is informed, he'll only have 6 minutes to react before it's too late to respond. Every second now counts. If this missile is headed to Washington, D.C., it will strike the city in just 26 minutes, and the consequences would be unthinkable. Assuming the incoming nuke was to strike the capital, it would reach its target by 3:26 a.m. before exploding at around 1 kilometer above ground level. Upon detonation, a flash of heat and light so utterly destructive as to be beyond comprehension would tear across the night sky. For a few seconds, the epicenter of this explosion would be the hottest thing in our solar system. At 100 million degrees centigrade, it is 4 times hotter than the center of our sun. Over the course of just seconds, this fireball would expand into the diameter of a mile, instantaneously turning every person, object, structure, animal, sidewalk, car, or building into little more than dust. Nothing inside remains, not a thing. Those caught inside this kilometer-wide fireball would perish before they even knew there had been an explosion. Everyone inside would be killed instantly. The number dead depends on where it hits, but urban detonation would mean tens of thousands are gone immediately. These are the lucky ones. Now the horror really begins. Those outside of the immediate range of the fireball suddenly awake as the darkness of night bursts into something brighter than anything that anyone has ever seen. So bright that anyone within a 10-mile radius who was facing the epicenter is now blinded. So bright that people who have their eyes closed will be able to see the skeletons of their hands or their loved ones in front of them. With this flash then comes an enormous wave of heat spreading out across a 3-mile wide area. DC is now a firestorm. Everything that can catch fire does catch fire. Curtains, car upholstery, wooden power lines, roofs of houses, trees in parks, cats sleeping under vehicles. People in their beds burst into flames as their bedsheets, hair, and skin are ignited. All of this within just the first 3 seconds since the bomb detonates. Around 500,000 people are now on fire or caught inside fires, soon to be incinerated themselves. 90% of those inside this firestorm won't last more than a few seconds. In those last frenzied moments, they won't know what's happening or why. Amongst the 10% who somehow manage to survive the fireball, third-degree burns are ubiquitous, often charring flesh down to the muscle itself. Third-degree burns require immediate, specialized medical attention if the victim is to survive, often requiring a bed in a purpose-built burn treatment center. Even if every hospital in DC somehow managed to survive the blast, which they wouldn't, there would still only be 30 specialized burn beds in the whole DC area, but now around 50,000 people need these beds and need this urgent life-saving help in minutes if they're likely to survive. Help, however, will not be coming, because after the fireball comes the shockwave. Around 5 seconds after detonation, a huge shockwave starts to sally out from the center, following behind and then surpassing the initial fireball. Lungs collapse to the shockwave, eardrums rupture, organs fail from the sudden, violent compression. People are tossed at high speeds into walls, cars, and debris, causing broken bones, skull fractures, spinal injuries, and impalements. Internal bleeding from broken ribs, torn organs, and crushed limbs kill many who survived the initial explosion and fireball. Some are unlucky enough to be caught in both the initial fireball and then the subsequent shockwave, meaning that their skin burns and melts, and then the following blast is strong enough to tear their molten skin right off of their body, exposing the dermis and flaying people alive. Buildings and infrastructure are likewise blown down with terrifying ease, trapping more people under rubble. Sharp debris like glass, metal and wood are launched into the air at lethal speeds, causing decapitations, amputations, impalements, and deep cuts to major blood vessels. Those on the peripheries of the city stand at their windows, phone in hand, to watch the terrifying display, but as the shockwave reaches them, they also receive a faceful of glass as their windows are smashed through. People are left half-charred, bludgeoned, bleeding, suffocating, crushed, alone. Those emergency services and rescue workers that remain operational are unable to come to assistance. The roads are melted, destroyed, buried under collapsed buildings, or turned into terrifying highways for ultra-fast wind speeds. Those who are still alive will never receive help. "30 seconds after the explosion, what was once the fireball then begins to rise, and the iconic mushroom cloud begins to form, with a thick plume underneath the rising cap. This smoke and dust is the burnt debris of what was once a city. Bricks, mortar, pet dogs, internet cables, people, books, televisions, cars, now just part of the mushroom stem. As the cloud rises, it sucks air in with it, now pulling things back towards the epicenter with terrifying force. The high wind speeds stoke the fire into a positive inferno. Loose objects are vacuumed into the mushroom cloud. Severed limbs and garden tables fly towards the center of the explosion. Babies are torn from the arms of their screaming, weakened mothers, all to be incinerated, mixed with the rest of the ash and soot and sucked up into the plume of destruction. By 60 seconds, the mushroom cloud stands at 5 miles above ground zero, and then begins to spit its deadly poison back over DC in the form of nuclear fallout. All that dust has been irradiated and is now ready to fall back to Earth. In the words of Carl Sagan, the mushroom cloud concocts a witch's brew of radioactive products. By this stage, some 1 million people lay dead or dying, and there are many, many more fatalities to come. With the fallout now beginning to pour down over the city, every precious breath comes imbued with poisonous vapor. As Kurzgesagt said, a nuclear explosion is not a hurricane, wildfire, earthquake, or nuclear accident. It's all of these things at once, but worse. Now, so far, we've been looking at what would happen for just one bomb in just one city. But imagine a bomb dropped on nearly every major city in the Northern Hemisphere. It would be, without exaggeration, apocalyptic. And we will talk later, in punishing detail, about how it would literally be the end of the world. But first, let's do a bit of doomsday prep and have a quick word from the sponsor of today's video, Hungry Minds. See, if the world was to end in a nuclear holocaust, and you were one of voting from some new response is always guaranteed. The blue clock is part of the process that ensures America will always be able to retaliate to any attack, even if it's a full assault from hundreds or thousands of warheads and not just the lone missile currently coming in from North Korea. While Stratcom gets systems ready to begin the blue clock, the Pentagon has another very important job to do. They are preparing to notify the president of the incoming strike. At 3:05 a.m., just 5 minutes after the launch, the president is woken up by an aide. There's an urgent call from the Pentagon. On this call, he is frankly told that early surveillance systems have detected an incoming missile launch from North Korea. Right now, they're waiting for confirmation from ground-based radar systems, but they're pretty sure a missile is heading to the eastern coast of the continental United States. At this stage, the president is also informed, or I should say reminded, that he has only 6 minutes to make a decision about how to respond to the attack. If he takes any longer, the US will not be able to respond.
What do you do for a living? The question I get asked every time I go out. I don't know what to answer. Instead,
It is an unthinkable situation, and for that reason, many take false security in the consensus that it is very, very unlikely to happen. And so, nuclear war falls into one of hundreds of concerns that occupy a sitting president's mind. But here it is at 3:05 a.m., out of the blue, not just likely, but happening. As if this wasn't bad enough, it's at this exact moment that the Secret Service interrupts the president and begins the process of extracting him to safety, quite literally dragging him out of his quarters and towards the PEOC, or the Presidential Emergency Operations Center, in the East Wing of the White House. The Secret Service are not part of the nuclear response processes. Their only priority is the continued survival of the president. And so, as he is whisked away to PEOC, phones are buzzing, people are shouting, aides are running back and forth along the hallways, the president himself desperate to find someone who can get North Korea on the line, but no one can get through. As pandemonium erupts inside the White House, the US Nuclear Defense Network decides to play its trump card. Perhaps they can intercept this incoming ICBM. The US has 44 of these missile interceptors, but only 4 of them, which are based in California, are in the right place to be able to strike down the incoming missile. In good conditions, with advanced warning and controlled tests, these interceptors have a success rate of around 45%. ICBMs and the interceptors move so fast at tens of thousands of kilometers per hour that the whole process is akin to shooting a bullet with a bullet. One by one, all 4 interceptors are fired at the incoming missile. One by one, all 4 fail. The last interceptor misses by only inches, but an inch is as good as a mile in this situation. With that, the last and only line of defense against an incoming attack has failed. The president is now the only one who can make a decision about what to do next. Ten minutes have now passed since North Korea launched its ICBM. After being confirmed by ground-based radar systems, they're certain that the intended target is Washington, D.C. The president is in the PEOC, or the Emergency Operations Center, and here he has a few moments of quiet during which time he inspects the nuclear football, a series of documents that allows the president to order a strike at any time from any place. Amongst these documents is something called the Black Book, sometimes grimly referred to only as the menu. Here, the president has a list of potential targets and the nuclear weapons available with which to strike them. Viable targets include major population centers, nuclear power plants, industrial complexes, and military bases. The weapons themselves are spread across America's nuclear triad. On land, 400 ICBM missiles sitting in silos across the US. In the air, 66 nuclear-capable bombers, each able to carry multiple warheads. And finally at sea, 14 nuclear-armed submarines, which, like the bombers, carry multiple warheads. Every nuclear weapon that's listed in the Black Book is on hair-trigger standby, meaning that within mere moments of receiving a command, these weapons will be launched towards the enemy. But the only one who can actually pull the trigger is the US president. 5 minutes ago, that president was asleep. Now he, and he alone, holds the fate of humanity in his hands. By this stage, advisors have connected to speak to the president via satellite comms. Among them are the Secretary of Defense, the Joint Chief of Staff, and the STRATCOM commander. None of them agree on what to do next. Some of the advisors tell the president to wait and gather more information, but most importantly, the first thing they need to do is call Russia and China and advise them of their own possible retaliation against North Korea. But there's a problem. Russia isn't answering the phone. This has happened before. In 2022, a Russian missile landed in NATO territory in Poland. It took the US representative 24 hours to get in touch with his Russian counterpart. Right now, they have less than 6 minutes. China, on the other hand, does pick up the phone, but then immediately forbids the US from launching a nuclear attack on North Korea. The fallout alone could kill hundreds of thousands of Chinese citizens, something which China would consider an act of war. Whilst the advisors bicker and squabble about who to call, what to say, and what to do, the STRATCOM commander continues to follow his responsibility and get the blue clock ticking. He urges the president to select a means of retaliation, reminding him that the US is under attack by a nuclear weapon right now, and that with every second they don't respond, they lose their chance to do so. The more peaceably inclined are furious with STRATCOM's single-minded focus on getting the president to flirt with world annihilation over one missile.
Okay, why should you get one of these? I mean, apart from it having over 21,000 games and 23 different consoles, bearing in mind, with games like this and games like this, on top of them having literally over 20
annihilation over one missile. But during this argument, Sivers picks up a second missile launch from North Korea, this one headed to a power station in California. Due to the fact that California is all the way on the west coast, this missile will strike its target before the first missile lands in DC. The new target is the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant in central California. If the bomb aimed at DC would be destructive, this second target would be outright catastrophic. The same show that would go down in Washington would go down in California. People killed in horrific ways at horrifying scale. Firestorms, shockwaves, mushroom clouds. But this time, it wouldn't be a city blown open and scattered to the wind. It would be a nuclear reactor, along with all of its fuel. The vaporized core of the nuclear power station would fuse with soil and seawater, forming a poisonous storm front. Unthinkably radioactive fallout would settle on cities hundreds of kilometers away, painting the ground with isotopes that whisper across half-lives of centuries. The Pacific winds would carry contamination deep into the ocean currents, transforming fisheries, coral beds, and coastlines into quiet, spreading zones of genetic ruin. The entire region would be cordoned off, lost to humanity, a new no man's land, far worse and far bigger than Chernobyl, where the very air would hum with the low electric dread of radiation. California would be finished. Within the PIOC, this second launch confirms everyone's worst fears, and the advisors, for once, agree. Is now the only response. The president opens the black book, and together with his team, targets are selected. America will launch a full response against North Korea. In total, some 80 or so warheads. Some will come from submarines, but most from ground-based missile silos in the US. It's at this stage, however, that the president is once again interrupted by the Secret Service, who decide that since the attack is confirmed as most likely to strike Washington, D.C., the president will once again need to be moved to a secure location, this time at Raven Rock, a nuclear bunker 20 minutes away by helicopter. The ICBM was launched from North Korea 10 minutes ago. That means it will strike Washington in 16 minutes. The journey to Raven Rock will take 20 minutes. Everybody in the room is aware of the fact that the president may not make the journey. With this knowledge in hand, Stratcom begs the president to give him something called the Universal Unlock Code. This means that should the president be unable to issue a nuclear strike command, Stratcom will be able to do it for him. With less than 10 seconds to decide the fate of the world all by himself, and with the Secret Service pushing and roughhousing advisors and staff out of the way, the president makes the very understandable choice to share his burden. Stratcom is given the codes. The president is taken to the helicopter. Nobody in the room will ever see him again.
Look at this little girl, somebody put.
It's December 1937. We're in Nanjing, China, where 7-year-old Xia Shuqin is slowly regaining consciousness. She can see smoke in the air and can hear gunfire a few streets away. Neither is unusual to her, at least not these days. But she feels there's something wrong. Her head, it aches terribly.
They need to be on the other side of bars, a lot of them. Some of them will be embarrassed, but some of them need to go to prison, and the survivors know that. So how will we know if this bill has been successful? We will know when there are men, rich men in handcuffs being perp-walked to the jail. And until then, this is still a cover-up.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. And in a wild turn of events, the House and the Senate yesterday both voted to pass a bill to release the Epstein files to the American public. Amazing. But the entire country is looking at this quite suspiciously, wondering, our politicians who can't agree on literally anything to the point where they just shut the government down for no reason, all of a sudden overnight, kumbaya, come together and all unanimously vote to release the files. I wonder why. Oh, because there was fine print in the files we didn't read. Our politicians are very, very crafty. And we're going to talk about that in the video today on why you and I will never, ever see the real version of the Epstein files. So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. So we got a lot to talk about. First thing we got to talk about is why the government is never going to allow us to ever see these real files. 2, how they're going to go about blocking the files, or at least the important stuff with the fine print that they put in the bill. And then last, we're going to talk about the most important thing that none of the mainstream media wants to talk about, and what all of this really centers around at the end of the day is the fact that he was an intelligence asset. And we'll show you exactly how we know that's true with all the new emails that have come out. So first thing to understand, why we'll never see the real files. I know everybody is caught up right now in the Trump. Is Trump in the files? Is he not in the files? That's all anybody on the left and the right can talk about. I'm going to tell you right now up front, it's pretty much irrelevant. Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, this is extremely low-hanging fruit when it comes to the actual Epstein files. And the House tipped their hand, and Mike Johnson talked about this. So we're going to skip a little bit ahead, and I'm going to show you this comment that Mike Johnson made.
All right. Number 5, national security concerns, okay? The discharge requires the Attorney General to release within 30 days, quote, classified information to the maximum extent possible. This ignores the principle that declassification should always rest, and always has rested, with the agency that originated the intelligence. Why? So that they can protect their critical sources and methods. It is incredibly dangerous to demand that officials or employees of the DOJ declassify materials that originated in other agencies, in intelligence agencies.
So this is what it all centers around. It's not about Trump. It's not about Bill Clinton. He said it right there. We can't give up.
December 30th, 1916. We're at the Yusupov Palace in St. Petersburg, where a strange cadaver... While Stratcom gets systems ready to begin the blue clock, the Pentagon has another very important job to do. They are preparing to notify the president of the incoming strike. At 3:05 a.m., just 5 minutes after the launch, the president is woken up by an aide. There's an urgent call from the Pentagon. On this call, he is frankly told that early surveillance systems have detected an incoming missile launch from North Korea. Right now, they're waiting for confirmation from ground-based radar systems, but they're pretty sure a missile is heading to the eastern coast of the continental United States. At this stage, the president is also informed, or I should say reminded, that he has only 6 minutes to make a decision about how to respond to the attack. If he takes any longer, the US will not be able to respond before the incoming attack wreaks havoc on its response infrastructure. 6 minutes to decide the fate of millions, perhaps billions of people, both right here in the United States and on the other side of the world. It's an impossible task. And to make matters worse, most US presidents spend very little, if any time at all, considering the strategy or procedure during a nuclear exchange. It is an unthinkable situation, and for that reason, many take false security in the consensus that it is very, very unlikely to happen. And so, nuclear war falls into one of hundreds of concerns that occupy a sitting president's mind. But here it is at 3:05 a.m., out of the blue, not just likely, but happening. As if this wasn't bad enough, it's at this exact moment that the Secret Service interrupts the president and begins the process of extracting him to safety, quite literally dragging him out of his quarters and towards the POC, or the Presidential Emergency Operations Center, in the East Wing of the White House. The Secret Service are not part of the nuclear response processes. Their only priority is the continued survival of the president. And so, as he is whisked away to POC, phones are buzzing, people are shouting, aides are running back and forth along the hallways. The president himself, desperate to find someone who can get North Korea on the line, but no one can get through. As pandemonium erupts inside the White House, the US Nuclear Defense Network decides to play its Trump card. Perhaps they can intercept this incoming ICBM. The US has 44 of these missile interceptors, but only 4 of them, which are based in California, are in the right place to be able to strike down the incoming missile. In good conditions, with advanced warning and controlled tests, these interceptors have a success rate of around 45%. ICBMs and the interceptors move so fast at tens of thousands of kilometers per hour that the whole process is akin to shooting a bullet with a bullet. One by one, all 4 interceptors are fired at the incoming missile. One by one, all 4 fail. The last interceptor misses by only inches, but an inch is as good as a mile in this situation. With that, the last and only line of defense against an incoming attack has failed. The president is now the only one who can make a decision about what to do next.
You answered the call to duty.
Demon is a demon. Mon means moon, and moon means emotion. D means negative. So a demon is a negative emotion that takes over your mind, your body, and your spirit. Every thought you think creates an emotion. Emotion is energy in motion. And when you repeat the same negative thoughts over and over again, you give shape to that.
First launch of 80 missiles, and even after, the civilian administration and the line of succession is presumed dead. However, it's at this exact stage that a mirror process of panic, fiasco, and early response falls into motion, this time within Russia. Their detection systems have just spotted the 80 US missiles flying through the air, at least 50 of which are currently on a trajectory to pass over the North Pole and then, for all they know, to Russia itself. They have no idea.
The Joe Rogan
in order to distract attention from the Epstein files.
Is that what people are saying?
There's a lot of misinformation. Some people.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Things are getting very wild.
Yeah, there is a lot of misinformation. Some people said, I invented 3i Atlas, this object, in order to distract attention from the Epstein files.
Is that what people are saying?
Yeah, and I said, look, this object is the size of Manhattan Island. It's at 4.5 times the Earth-Sun separation. If I was able to put it out there, I would be more powerful than the Pope. And because we're talking about a giant object that you can see from any place on Earth. You can buy online a telescope that will allow you, 0.5 meter in size, that will allow you to see it. It's out there. It cannot be faked.
Well, those people are fools. You can't listen to those people.
I don't listen to those. I don't listen to many people,
Initially, a lot of people were dismissing your concerns, and they were saying that this object is nothing but a comet, and it's very normal. But then as it got closer and as we got more data, it seems like you're correct.
Well,
this is a very unusual object.
There is something really important to recognize, that usually when you deal with scientific matters, they have very little impact on the future of humanity. Very little. If the neutrino has a little bit of a mass, doesn't really matter. When we discovered the Higgs boson, the biggest impact was to confirm some idea we had back in the 60s. And, obviously that affected, those people who got the Nobel Prize. But most of us continued as if nothing happened. However, here, if we ever encounter alien technology, everything will change. It will affect the financial markets. It will affect
My name is Dave Politis, and I'm a former police detective and current investigative author focused primarily on mysterious disappearances in the North American wilderness. My journey into the disappearances began when I was visiting a national park and was approached by two park rangers who knew I was an author. They described strange circumstances over the years involving missing hikers. I immediately began looking into the phenomena. 8 years and 8 books later, I've now researched 1,200 cases that fit the profile we are about to examine. While these cases involve people of all ages and all walks of life, I've chosen to present some of the most intriguing cases involving hunters. Generally speaking, hunters are very experienced, aware, and knowledgeable outdoorsmen. And so when one vanishes, you know something unusual has occurred. One of the most perplexing cases I've examined involves a hunter named Thomas Messick, who in 2015 went missing in Northeast New York. For people who don't know, the FBI doesn't investigate missing adults. There's a subcategory for the FBI that they can become involved in the disappearance of extremely young children under a certain set of criteria. So the million-dollar question is, why would the FBI arrive on Tom Messick's case?
He loved the outdoors. He loved being in the woods. Hunting and fishing was his life. You want a cookie, honey? Huh? He was a very good husband, very good father. And I don't think you will find anybody who ever met him who didn't like him.
And how many kids did you guys have?
We had 3 sons, Tommy, Gene, and Rob.
So tell me about your dad. What kind of guy was he?
It's kind of do what you got to do to get things done. Never had a contractor in the house. We always did everything. You name it. I mean, we lifted the house up, put a foundation under it. When I was digging it out, I looked up at him. He had a cup of coffee in his hand, and I said, "Why don't we get a backhoe?" And he said, "I have one right there."
And what did you guys like to do as a family?
We camped. We did a lot of camping. And the boys loved it. And, you know, I was kind of the outsider because they were boys. And they hunted and fished and did those things.
I knew Tom before we were in the hunt camp because he used to work in Norton with me. I knew him probably about 55 years, somewhere around there.
What'd you guys like to do together?
Hunt and fish. That's what we done all the time, really.
We used to travel together with our kids for years.
Yeah, we had trailers, in which we used to go trailing all the time, too, come to think of it. We all got the same vacation at Norton, so we all took off and went to Saranac, different places like that.
So what was your introduction to the outdoors?
It was always there, because my father always hunted and fished. We got a camp up north, not far from Brant Lake, for about a week every year. A bunch of guys get together and go hunting.
He taught hunter training for a long, long time. He probably taught every one of the kids around here.
Tom was a great guy. He was an old airborne ranger. He was unbelievable in the woods. He taught my hunting class for me to get my hunting license. He taught survival.
He had gunpowder blow up in his face, and that's how he was. He had like 159 stitches in his hand. and he lost his eye that way. So he would say to these kids, this is what happens if you're not careful.
I mean, he had a lot of issues over the years, but never really seemed to slow him down any.
So obviously he had one eye.
Yeah. He was sort of blind. It wasn't really that great, but he could actually see out of it.
And hearing, there was an issue?
Yeah, it wasn't that great with the hearing. He needed hearing aids.
Would Tom be the kind of guy that would drink a lot, or?
No, he didn't drink that much, no.
So the day when you guys went hunting, did you guys drink when you hunt?
No. We might have beer with us in the truck. When we come out of the woods, we always might have a beer or something like that. But other than that, nothing excessive, you know?
How would you describe your dad's judgment?
It was good. In fact, he was probably one of his better days I've seen in a long time. He was good spirits and moving great. Didn't seem to even have an acre pain in him that day. He was moving good.
How often do you think about it?
Oh, I think about it quite often, you know. Always pops into your mind.
We were doing just kind of a quick thing. It was late, almost lunchtime by the time we ended up going up there. Kind of just a 2-hour thing until evening, and we were going to go back to camp and hunt around camp until dark.
How many guys went up there that day?
7.
Someone made the decision to hunt over by Brant Lake. Who made that decision?
I did. I just mentioned that we had state land there. We kind of agreed to hunt it. The road to Lily Pond.
I mean, you go up that road straight to the lake, and we parked right at the lake. And the old guys literally walked down that road in 100-yard increments. Walked in 30, 40 yards at the most, and sat down.
Al was the first watcher. I was the second. Joe Capicelli, and then Tom.
So Tom was furthest from the lake?
He was the furthest one.
We followed the trail on the lake, come up that snowmobile trail, popped into the woods, and swung up to him. A slow hunting drive type thing.
The young boys said to the old man, you 4 sit here, and if we see any deer, we'll push them towards you. And if Tom was a watcher, Tom would not have moved. I know that for a fact. He was a watcher, that's where he was.
Did you see any deer?
No.
Did you hear anything?
I heard a strange noise in the woods, but I don't know what it was. It was a different noise than what I usually hear, you know?
Like what?
It's even hard to explain but it was different. Something different than I never heard before in the woods. I just can't say what it was, you know?
How long in duration was it? Was it 2 or 3 seconds?
No, it's just zap, whatever it is, you know?
How far away was it?
I'd say it's probably 150 yards, something like that.
Was it toward Tom or away from Tom?
No, this was up towards the hill, top of the hill. Yeah.
Did you tell the cops this?
Yeah, I told them that, but they just passed it off, yeah.
The report said that your dad was carrying a walkie-talkie.
Yeah.
Who else had it?
We all did.
All on the same channel?
Yep.
Anybody ever hear anything?
No.
Did your dad know how to use it?
Yep.
Tom, you around?
It's one of those things where, he should have been out by now.
Call him. He should have been sitting on the watch.
Can you hear me? Holler back.
And then we went and started looking for him.
Never know, you might see something.
Anybody fire any shots?
Yep, yeah, we fired shots. Somebody went down and called the Rangers, and then we just kept looking.
They stayed overnight at the truck, beeping the horn, firing shots, different things.
Robbie called me that night and said, Daddy's missing in the woods, but don't worry, we'll find him. And I said, I'm coming up. And he said, no, don't come up. I'm sure we're going to find him, and I'll call you.
The community is very close-knit. Everybody's pretty much grown up together and knows everybody. It's mountainous, we have lakes, we've got lots of opportunities to enjoy yourself. There's not a lot of pressure here. I came into work one morning and I noticed a state police helicopter had landed in our ball field right here behind the town hall. And then I could see some rangers arranging in our parking lot their vehicles and different apparatus. And I questioned what was going on, and they said there was a hunter that had been missing.
We did note that when we were up there, it seemed to be devoid of wildlife. We didn't see squirrels, chipmunks, deer, any signs of them.
How unusual is that for your mountains out here?
Thought it was strange. Like I said, we didn't see any signs of anything out there.
And how many people did Warren County commit?
We had our emergency response team up there, which is comprised of 13 team members.
So when you heard about it, what'd you do?
Go up there, join the search. And I figured it would be, go up there and we'll find them and it'd be over, The Air National Guard was going over with infrared. State police had helicopters with a guy out. When you walked through the woods, no matter how thick they were, you had to see the other guy's ankle. We went through some terrain you just wouldn't believe, swamps up to your chest, and we covered every bit of it.
They were thinking maybe he got to a road and got hit by a car. And so they checked on the sides of the roads and never found anything.
The first couple days, I thought for sure we were going to find him. After about the third or fourth, I said, boy, this ain't good. A mile out, we were still media away. Walking through the woods, you'd trip over somebody, never mind not see him.
They would have what they called bump lines that they would run through the forest. And we knew that was like a start and a stop.
The guy in the end had a roll of string and would tie it to a tree and just keep walking. And when we were done with that grid, they'd tie it off and everybody would shift to the other side and walk back.
So you know that between this string line, and between your bump lines, that area has been covered.
A few days later, we went back to the same areas and did them the other way. I mean, we covered every inch of ground up there.
The immediate area looked like a spider web because not only did they go this way, they went this way, and they went that way. So there was string everywhere.
300 people in there one day.
People asked who he was, like, was he the governor's brother or something? It was incredible.
How many jurisdictions do you think responded to this search?
There was probably a dozen or so volunteer fire departments that had members here. Probably 50 or 60 altogether in different organizations.
That's huge.
Yeah. New York State Corrections came out. They searched with their dogs. There's tons of volunteer search and rescue teams that came out with their canine units. I mean, they hit, I guess, for a little while, but for not very long.
Day 2 that we were involved with the search up there, it rained heavily all day.
Obviously, an animal didn't get torn up because there'd be a big scatter. There'd be a huge, his clothes be ripped up, stuff be spread all over. It'd be easy to find.
Not even a candy wrapper. Not that my husband would throw out a candy wrapper, because he wouldn't. That'd be in his pocket. But nothing. Not the walkie-talkie, not his gun. They never found anything.
You would think that you'd find some trace if somebody was there, especially a weapon, because a weapon's not going to disappear. It's not going to blow away.
The FBI, according to their protocol, doesn't search for missing people. So do you understand why they were there?
I remember they were there. I thought they were there to provide some sort of technological support, but I didn't have any contact with them myself.
Have you ever had them on a search that you've done?
No.
You had a conversation with the FBI up in Horicon.
Mm-hmm.
On the afternoon of July 18th, 1997, a man was driving down a road surrounded on both sides by trees in a rural part of Wisconsin called Douglas County. There were no other cars on the road, and so this guy was driving pretty fast. And as he rounded this bend in the road, something out the passenger side window on the side of the road in the grass caught his eye. He couldn't tell what it was, but it was a pretty big object. And after he drove right past it, he just couldn't stop thinking about it. Like, whatever it was, it just seemed out of place. And so for whatever reason, this man felt compelled to actually stop and go see what it was. And so he slowed down and parked on the shoulder. He got out and began walking along the road back in the direction of this object. And as he got closer, he began to see this object again in the shoulder of the road, and it was sort of obscured by grass and other things, so he couldn't see what it was. But as he got closer, he saw the object was pretty big and it was all white. And as he took a few more steps and got within maybe 20 or 30 feet, he finally got a better look at this object, and he just froze. Because the object was a man wearing all white, a white suit, a white belt, white shoes, all white, and he was laying on the side of the road, just totally motionless. And for a second, the driver thought, maybe this guy is sleeping, but after taking only a few more steps and getting a totally unobstructed view at this guy, he saw there was a gaping hole in this man's chest. He was obviously dead. And so the driver turned around, ran back to his car, sped to the nearest house, and called 911. The next morning, a Douglas County detective named Stephen Long was sitting at his desk looking at the photos of the dead man in white. This murder case was less than 24 hours old, but already this was one of the weirder cases that this detective had ever been assigned to. The victim had pretty much immediately been identified because he was carrying on his person his wallet, and in his wallet was his driver's license, and so they knew who he was. But the man in white's identity actually made the whole case more confusing, not less. And Mark had no obvious ties to the area, so what was this rich guy doing 3 hours from home, dressed all in white, getting shot to death on the side of the road? Like, it didn't add up. The dead man was a 45-year-old millionaire named Mark Foster. And Mark lived 3 hours away in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and had no discernible ties to Douglas County. And so the detective was thinking, what is this rich guy doing here, dressed head to toe, all in white, getting murdered on the side of some local random back road? But things only got more confusing from there. After the medical examiner did Mark's autopsy, he told Detective Long that he had discovered a note inside of Mark's shoe. And the note just said, "Jack Frazier isn't here, but it's Jimmy Bailey, or a look-alike? I hope I'm okay." Now, nobody, including Detective Long, had any idea what this note meant. It was far too cryptic. But when they ran Jack Frazier and Jimmy Bailey's names through their database, the police discovered that both of those men, one, existed, and two, they lived in Minnesota, same as Mark Foster. And so naturally, Detective Long began to suspect that maybe those two men were connected in some way to Mark Foster. Maybe they were involved in his murder, or maybe they were actually his killer or killers. He didn't know, but it was his best lead. So Detective Long decided he would just have to go to Minneapolis to try to find out more. A few hours later, Detective Long parked his car at the Minneapolis police station. He got out and walked inside the building. Waiting for him inside was the local detective who Mark had already spoken to. And so after meeting this detective, the two of them went into an interview room where Mark Foster's wife was waiting for them. And right away, Detective Long noticed that she was very pregnant and at least 15 or 20 years younger than Mark. But despite that, she seemed very composed. It would turn out she'd already been told about her husband's death, and she was basically resigned to the fact that she was here to try to answer questions to figure out what happened. And so the detective sat down and they began to interview her. And then when they brought up the note that was found in Mark's shoe, specifically when they said the two names that were on that note, Jack Frazier and Jimmy Bailey, when they said that, it triggered something in Mark Foster's wife. She immediately began to cry. And then in between sobs, she would tell the detectives that she knew who those two men were. She told them that she had previously had relationships with both of them before marrying Mark. And she said after she married Mark, Jack and Jimmy became very jealous. They didn't like the idea that she had chosen Mark over them. And so she had always felt like those two, Jack and Jimmy, sort of had it out for Mark as a result of this romantic rivalry. After the interview with Mark's wife ended, Detective Long began to think that, despite this case appearing on the surface to be very odd and confusing, that perhaps in reality, it was quite simple. Maybe Jimmy and Jack were so jealous of Mark that they killed Mark. Based on what Mark's wife had just told them in the interview about them being romantic rivals of Mark, and also the fact that that note was in Mark's shoe and named those two men, it certainly seemed very possible. But over the next couple of days that Detective Long began digging into this theory, that theory fell apart. Because it would turn out Jack Frazier and Jimmy Bailey had absolutely airtight alibis. They simply couldn't have been the killers. Now, Detective Long was obviously frustrated. He felt like he really had it here. But he was not deterred. He decided his next move would be to try to better understand his victim. To this point, he had already interviewed a lot of Mark's friends and family, but something he had not done yet was simply go to Mark's house and have a look around. So Detective Long got a search warrant, and on July 29th, roughly a week after Mark was killed, Detective Long, along with another detective, pulled up in front of Mark Foster's large two-story home in the middle of a quiet suburban neighborhood. From the outside, the home looked totally ordinary relative to its neighbors. But once they got inside the house, it was anything but. The detectives made their way up to the front door and knocked, and a few seconds later, Mark Foster's wife opened up the door and let them inside. And right away, Detective Long is looking around, and he's seeing all over the walls on the first floor of the house are these graphic pictures and paintings of naked people. And then in addition to that, on some of the coffee tables and various surfaces on the first floor, right when you walk in, are all these pornographic magazines and books everywhere. And Mark's wife didn't acknowledge any of it. She acted like it was completely normal to have all this stuff right in the front part of your house. And so the two detectives are looking at each other as, Mark's wife is leading them on this tour through the first floor. And at some point, Detective Long just said, "Hey, Mrs. Foster, why don't you have a seat on the couch and you just let us take a look around your house on our own?" And so she said, okay. She sat down on the couch, and then the two detectives, they left the living room, went back to the front of the house, and made their way upstairs. And once they got upstairs, they found the master suite, and there was all this bondage gear inside. There were leather straps attached to the bedposts, there was whips and handcuffs, there was also additional pornographic material in there. But, considering what the detectives had seen downstairs, this sort of felt on par for this house. And so after searching the other bedrooms and other rooms on the second floor and finding more pornographic material basically everywhere, the detectives found their way back to the hallway in the second floor, and they noticed there was a rope hanging down from the ceiling, and it was attached to the pull door that led to the attic. And so the two detectives, they walked over, they pulled the rope down, it revealed this fold-out set of stairs that came down from the attic, and once those were in place, the two detectives began climbing up. And once they got up there, they discovered that this attic was not a storage space like many attics are in American homes. Instead, this attic was a fully functional room that sort of resembled like a satanic dungeon of sorts. All the walls were totally jet black, and there were all these burned out candles all over the place and tarot cards littering the floor. And on the back of the attic, basically all the way on the other side, there was what appeared to be an altar that sort of overlooked the entire room. And on the altar were more candles, and there was a voodoo doll. I mean, it's totally creepy, and the two detectives are looking at each other like, what's going on here? And so the detectives, they climbed all the way into the attic, and then slowly began walking across towards the altar. And when they got close enough to actually see the altar up close, they just froze. Because sitting on the altar, in addition to the candles and the voodoo doll, were two business cards. Their own business cards. Detective Long and his partner immediately went downstairs and confronted Mark's wife about the attic. Like, what's going on up there? Why are our business cards on your altar? But Mark's wife, the second that attic was mentioned, went silent. She refused to speak about anything to do with the attic. And so after a minute, realizing this conversation was going nowhere, Detective Long and his partner called for backup. And as they waited for backup, the two of them stepped away from Mark's wife and began speculating, like, is this a cult? Was Mark a part of a cult that like ran it out of his attic? Like, what's going on here? And are we being targeted by the cult? Is that why our names are on the altar? A few minutes later, backup arrived, and they would do a much more extensive search of the property. But other than finding more pornographic materials and, bondage gear, there really wasn't anything else substantive that connected Mark or his wife to what happened to Mark, or what Mark was even doing in this house. Was he in a cult? They didn't know. And so ultimately, Detective Long and his partner told Mark's wife, who still is being quiet at this point, that she should not leave town because they were going to follow up with her soon. Now, in fairness, Detective Long couldn't tell if Mark's wife was being silent and not talking about what was going on in her house because, she was complicit in some way in what happened to Mark, or if she was maybe being threatened by somebody and she was afraid to talk. They didn't know. But either way, after leaving the property after the search was over, Detective Long and his partner felt like their next move was to try to learn more about cults. They needed a cult expert. And it just so happened there was an occult bookstore very close to Mark's house. And so they decided they would start there. And right away, their decision to go to that bookstore paid dividends, but not how the detectives expected. It would turn out the owner of that bookstore was indeed a cult expert. But much more importantly, and relevant to this case, was that the owner happened to personally know Mark Foster. And he told the detectives that Mark came to his bookstore all the time, and also the owner said he knew a bunch of Mark's friends. And so by the time the detectives left the bookstore, they had learned a little bit about cults, but more importantly, they left with a list of names the owner had given them of known associates of Mark Foster who maybe were involved in whatever was going on in Mark's house. And so maybe they had information about what happened to Mark. The detectives were able to track down everybody on this list very quickly, and they were all young people in their 20s. And in each of the interviews they conducted, each of these young people were very open about being in what they called a religious group that they said Mark was a part of as well. Now, the detectives theorized that this religious group was very likely a cult, like they believed, but they didn't call it a cult. They called it a group. But the detectives didn't let up. They kept pressing these people until eventually a new name surfaced, Greg Freisner. Now, none of these people said Greg was in charge of the cult. Instead, they just sort of said, well, talk to Greg if you want more information about our group. The detectives naturally began to wonder if this Greg person was the cult leader, or maybe he was Mark's killer, or maybe he was both. But regardless, it seemed pretty apparent that they needed to talk to Greg because he might have more information about what happened to Mark. It took a few days, but the detectives were able to track Greg down, and they brought him in for an interview. And boy, oh boy, did Greg have a story to tell. Based on what Greg told the detectives, here is what happened to Mark on the day that he died, on July 18th, 1997.
This right here is actually my favorite TV in the entire house. Not just because it's mini LED and QLED, giving it next level contrast, brightness.
What happened to Mark on the day that he died, on July 18th, 1997. On that day, Greg Freisner met Mark Foster at Mark's home. And when Mark came outside, he was dressed head to toe in white, something he would do for special ceremonies. And so Mark, he came down the steps, didn't say a word to Greg. They went to Greg's car. Greg hopped in the driver's seat, and Mark climbed into the back seat. And before long, they took off and began driving northeast. And for hours, these two just drove in total silence. Mark just stared out the window, and Greg focused on driving. The only thing that happened during this multi-hour-long drive was at some point, Mark pulled out a piece of paper from his coat pocket, and he wrote something on it, and then after staring at it, he kind of smiled and tucked it into his shoe. And then a little bit later, Greg pulled over on the side of the road in Douglas County, Wisconsin, on this random backcountry road. And as soon as they pulled over, again, without saying anything, Greg and Mark got out of the car, and they went around to the back of the car where the trunk was. And the two men are kind of stretching, it's been a long drive, taking in the scenery. And then before long, Greg pops open the trunk. And in the trunk is a rifle. Neither men have any strong reaction to this. Greg just reaches down, pulls the rifle out, and Mark, calm as can be, just begins walking over to the side of the road, to the shoulder. And then once he got to the shoulder, Greg came over and stood right in front of him and just looked intently into Mark's eyes, looking for the signal. And at some point, after Mark kind of composed himself, he nodded at Greg, at which point Greg raised that rifle, placed the barrel directly on Mark's chest, and fired. Mark crumpled to the ground, and he laid there for a second just moaning horribly, and Greg just stood over him watching until finally Mark went silent and died, at which point Greg casually went back to his car, got inside, and drove home. The only time he stopped was to throw his rifle into a nearby river. But once Greg got home, he was overjoyed because he knew the sacred ritual he had just carried out with Mark had been a total success. It had gone exactly to plan. It would turn out Mark Foster was absolutely a member of that religious group, the cult, if you will. Except he was not just a member. He was the cult's leader. And Mark is the one who orchestrated his own death. However, Mark did not view his death as him actually dying. Quite the opposite.
We celebrate life as we celebrate death. Death is nothing to be afraid of. Death is a great crossroads, a change in attitude, a change in longitude, a change in the way that we perceive our spirit. When we reach that portal, they'll ring some golden bells.
He believed that what he and Greg, his most devout follower, were going to do, this sacred ritual, was after Greg fires the shot into his chest and ends this body's life, that his soul, his consciousness, and his power will be transferred into Greg. Basically, his soul will go into Greg. And Mark believed once this transfer happened, that basically he would be immortal, that his soul would never die. It would stay in Greg and then maybe at some point get transferred to somebody else, but basically he would be here forever. The bizarre note that was found in Mark's shoe, the note that he wrote and stuffed in there, that note was designed to throw police off the trail. He knew that he was having Greg murder him, again, for this ritual, but he wanted to make sure Greg didn't get caught. And so he wrote on the note, very specifically, Jack Frazier and Jimmy Bailey. Those two people he hated. He hated that they had been in past relationships with his wife, and they hated him. And so he figured if he was going to create a scapegoat for his murder, who better than his romantic rivals? They had nothing to do with it. He just named them in that cryptic note to get them in trouble. As for all the pornography and bondage gear that was found inside of Mark's home, well, that all played a role in Mark's cult as well. He was a firm believer that the more sex he had with his followers, often multiple followers at the same time, the more powerful he would become. As for the detective's business cards found on the altar up in the attic, those were very likely placed there by followers of Mark, so members of the cult, in an effort to potentially, thwart their efforts to solve the case. They might have believed that by placing those on there and performing various rituals, that somehow would prevent them from solving the case. We don't know for sure. That's the theory around why they were there, but obviously that didn't work because the detectives solved the case. Greg Freisner would ultimately be found guilty for playing a role in Mark's death. He obviously was the trigger man, and so he was sentenced to 10 years in prison. As for Mark's wife, although she definitely knew about the cult and may have been a participant, there was never any evidence that actually connected her to Mark's murder, and so she was never charged with any crime.
After 7 years, you know how your friends take their bourbon. Jim Beam Black's 7-year-old. best enjoyed together.
A debit card that lets you pay later.
It's December 30th, 1916. We're at the Yusupov Palace in St. Petersburg, where a strange, cadaverous, almost corpse-like man is coming to dinner. This man, with long, lank hair and deep, sunken eyes, is none other than Grigory Yefimovich Rasputin. He's supposedly a holy man, a healer, a mystic, and he's a real pain in the rear end. His host, Prince Felix Yusupov, bids him to sit. Rasputin seems in good spirits. As the record player plays Yankee Doodle, he readily accepts the cakes offered to him. Cakes which are laced with cyanide. Yusupov begins to relax now. The murder plot is going swimmingly. But as an hour passes, then another, his relief turns to horror. Rasputin should be dead by now, but he's not. Yusupov's co-conspirators urge the prince to hold his nerve. Forget the poison, they say. Just shoot him. So Yusupov does as he's told and shoots him. The strange figure hunches over and collapses to the floor, like Yusupov says, a broken doll. It's finally done. The room is silent, except for the nervous breathing of the co-conspirators. The nefarious monk, the holy charlatan, lies dead at their feet. But then the men recoil in horror as the bloody corpse begins to twitch and writhe, and then, in the prince's own words, his greenish and snake-like eye opens. As with all of our darker content, some sections have been censored to adhere to YouTube's guidelines, but an ad-free, fully uncensored version is available on our Patreon. It's hard to imagine Grigory Rasputin ever being young. He's so synonymous with the wild, scraggly beard, the craggy face, the mad, sunken eyes, so it's easy to forget that he was only 47 when he died, and it's even easier to forget that he was once a small child. Born in Pokrovskoy in Siberia in 1869, Grigory Rasputin had a tough upbringing. His father, Yefim, was both a farmer and an elder in the local church, which meant he instilled deep religiosity and a hard work ethic into his young family. We don't know much about Rasputin's early life, but we do know that he had at least 7, possibly 8 siblings. And we also know that by his teenage years, he was known to be a bit of a drinker and a hellraiser. But other than these scant details, his youth is a mystery. This early anonymity suited Rasputin just fine. It allowed him to drift out of the mists of history like a cross between a saint and a spectre, and contributed to his eerie mythology. He married in 1887 when he was still only 18. His wife, Praskovya Dobrovina, bore Rasputin 7 children, 4 of whom died before reaching adulthood. But as the remaining children grew, it seems something was eating at Rasputin. He was still a young man with a growing family, but he felt the desire to leave it all behind. And this is where the historical view of the man begins to split. Some say it was religion that drove Rasputin away. He had a vision of the Virgin Mary, or of Simeon, patron saint of the Urals, and this vision sent him into a religious fervor. Others say he was simply on the run, fleeing his home in order to escape the charge of being a horse thief. And there's a lot of this in Rasputin's life, this kind of dichotomy between sacred and utterly profane, between the heavenly and the downright seedy. Whatever it was that originally drove him away from his home, by 1900, he completely reinvented himself. Now the familiar image of Rasputin begins to emerge. This is Rasputin the Stranik, or the Holy Wanderer. With a growing circle of devotees, Rasputin the Stranik began holding prayer meetings. To his followers, these meetings were profoundly spiritual experiences. Rasputin was like a kind of conduit to heaven. At least that's how he styled himself. To his detractors, however, the meetings were an abomination. Naysayers spoke of mass flagellation. They also spoke of group sessions and of female acolytes forced to bathe the naked Rasputin. Again, sacred, profane, heavenly, seedy. By 1905, Rasputin's fame had grown, and now he was creeping westwards. 1905 found him in Kazan on the Volga. Though he couldn't be more than about 36 years old at this point, he'd become known as a starets, a spiritual elder with a close proximity to the Almighty. It seems this starets act was convincing. It won him friends in high places. Leading bishops in Kazan recommended Rasputin to the High Alexander Nevsky Monastery, and soon Rasputin was heading west once again, this time to St. Petersburg. You might think that this was a step too far for Rasputin. His oddball, ragged shtick might have played well in the outskirts of Siberia, but not so much in the cosmopolitan center of St. Petersburg. But you'd be surprised.
You served our nation. You've earned more than thanks. You've earned a home. HACLA's House Our Vets initiative helps veterans find stable housing through HUD.
Decade of the new century, St. Petersburg had become a hotbed of cultural and spiritual discourse, a place for new ideas that challenged the status quo. Think something like Paris in the 1920s or Greenwich Village in the 1960s, only with a lot more praying. The Petersburgian elite were craving new points of view and new experiences, including supernatural mysticism. To put it simply, Mr. Rasputin was quite the hit. He won many fans in high Petersburgian society, but it was two fans in particular who would set him on course for superstardom and disaster. These were the two sisters, Militsa and Anastasia Petrovich Njegosh. Militsa and Anastasia just happened to be the daughters of the King of Montenegro, and so they were already pretty influential. But even more importantly, they were betrothed to members of the Russian imperial family. Around the same time that Rasputin was making waves in St. Petersburg, a young boy was taking his first steps into the world at the nearby Peterhof Palace. This was Alexei Nikolaevich, the first son of the Tsar and Tsarina. After the births of 4 girls, the imperial throne finally had its male heir. Tsar Nicholas described the birth as a great and unforgettable day for us. There are no words to thank God enough for sending us this comfort in a time of sore trials. Young Alexei appeared to be robust. Perhaps he would follow in the footsteps of his grandfather, the 6'3" Alexander III. Or, even better, his great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, Peter I, who stood 6'8". As Nicholas's sister, Grand Duchess Xenia, said, Alexei is an amazingly hefty baby, with a chest like a barrel, and generally has the air of a warrior knight. But the joy was short-lived. After his umbilical cord was cut, the baby bled for hours, losing vast quantities of blood. The whole experience very nearly killed him, but the infant ultimately survived his ordeal. Throughout, though, the imperial family was devastated. It was clear that this was not a one-off incident. Young Alexei had hemophilia. His blood couldn't clot. A simple cut could cause the young fellow to bleed to death. Even a bruise could cause serious internal damage and be fatal. Alexei was essentially withdrawn from public life. The imperial family doted on him and did everything in their power to keep him safe and well. But deep down, there was the nagging knowledge that, in this condition, he wouldn't be an heir to the throne. He needed a savior, someone in tune with a power far greater than that of any earthly doctor or fallible surgeon. We now have 2 threads unfolding side by side. On one hand, we have the mad-eyed man stumbling in from the wild east, Siberia's rambunctious country bumpkin turned magical mystic who offers salvation and shagging in seemingly equal measure. And then on the other, we have the young Tsarevich, the emperor in waiting, the boy made from glass, for whom a scraped knee or a dead arm could be fatal. In the autumn of 1907, these two threads became inextricably entwined, spelling disaster for, well, just about everyone. Alexei was enjoying himself in Alexander Park near St. Petersburg that autumn when he took a tumble. This kind of thing happens to kids all the time, but for Alexei, of course, this was a crisis. His bruised leg became horribly distended. His aunt, Grand Duchess Olga, remembered. The poor child lay in such pain, dark patches under his eyes, and his little body all distorted, and the leg terribly swollen. The family were in utter despair. They had the best doctors in the land, but no one could help with their ailing son. The Tsarevich, still only 3 years old, was close to death. But then, a lifeline. Princess Anastasia of Montenegro had recently married the Tsar's cousin and was now, well and truly, one of the family. She put the Tsar and Tsarina in touch with her new favorite faith healer and all-around mystic, Grigory Rasputin. Rasputin was the savior when all seemed lost. He sat with the ailing boy, prayed over him, prayed with him, and told him, "Your pain is going away. You will soon be well. You must thank God for healing you, and now go to sleep." The next morning, a miracle. Alexei was alive and alert. He seemed to be cured. His leg even returned to its normal size. From then on, there was no question. For Tsarina Alexandra, Rasputin was the real deal. If they were going to keep their son and their dynasty alive, they needed him. It didn't take long for Rasputin to embed himself fully into the imperial family.
Summit Series was never just made for mountains. It was made for those who know the value of risk. This is 25 years.
Pierre Gillard. At the beginning, the Tsar had tolerated Rasputin because he dared not weaken the Tsarina's faith in him, a faith which kept her alive. He did not like to send him away, for if Alexei Nikolaevich had died, in the eyes of the mother, the Tsar would have been the murderer of his own son. So Rasputin became a regular fixture at court. He acted as a sort of spiritual advisor and confidant for the family, but chiefly he was the healer for the Tsarevich, and perhaps the only person who could keep the boy alive. But according to Rasputin's detractors, it wasn't just Alexei he was attending to. It's difficult to think objectively about Rasputin these days. His closeness to the imperial family made him a massive target, and so plenty of rumors circulated about him. These rumors have become part of the freakish mythology around the real man. Many of these rumors are predictably sexual. It was said that Rasputin had seduced the Tsarina and was sleeping with her. This was a serious accusation, by the way. An extramarital affair would have been a scandal for the Tsarina, but she was at least a powerful woman in her late 30s, and so could have offered her consent. Far more disturbing were the rumors regarding the Tsarina's 4 daughters. Some of the exact details of this scandal have been left out of this video, but as I said, they are available on Patreon. Explicit cartoons began to circulate, showing Rasputin in Congress with Tsarina and, horrifically, with her 4 daughters. We don't know whether Nicholas actually believed these rumors, but he was revolted enough to banish Rasputin. Again, the Tsarina vetoed Nicholas's attempts to take control of the situation, and so Rasputin stayed. But for Rasputin's enemies, it wasn't just the accusations of misconduct that worried them, it was his hold over the imperial family. And in 1912, that hold strengthened. In October that year, Alexei was taken ill after a long, juddering carriage ride. The lurching of the carriage had ruptured a blood vessel, causing massive internal bleeding. It looked like this was going to be it, the innocuous wound that would finally kill the Tsarevich. He spent nearly 2 weeks in screaming agony, crying out, "Oh Lord, have mercy on me. Mama, help me." Finally, even the youngster himself seemed to have resigned to his fate, asking his parents, "When I'm dead, it won't hurt anymore, will it?" There was only one man who could help. Rasputin sent the Tsarina a telegram telling her not to worry. If she kept the doctors away from the boy, God would do his work. The following day, on October 10th, Alexei recovered, where Rasputin had proved himself yet again. He was now an extension of the imperial family, and this meant his cards were marked. For Yanova Guseva, a peasant woman from Sizrun, Rasputin was a monster who had to die. In the summer of 1914, Rasputin visited the home of his wife and children in Plotskovoye. When he emerged from the building, Guseva was waiting. She leapt at him with a knife, wounding him deeply in the stomach. As she did so, she yelled out, "I have killed the Antichrist." Rasputin attempted to flee. Guseva then chased him through the village until finally the wounded Stranik struck her in the face with his staff. Guseva was arrested. Now it was Rasputin's turn to be in need. He'd just ordered the doctors to stay away from Alexei. Now, of course, he needed them. So, after some emergency surgery, Rasputin's condition stabilized. He would make a full recovery. Guseva was committed to an asylum. Needless to say, not everyone was overjoyed with Rasputin's recovery. One person who was certainly displeased was Duma member Vladimir Purishkevich. Purishkevich was an utterly charmless individual. As a staunch misogynist, he had referred to the First Women's Congress of 1908 as an assembly of. He was also a committed anti-Semite and believed basically everyone was under the control of the Jews, from the socialists and intelligentsia to the press and the councils of university professors. During the attempted revolution of 1905, Purishkevich had been a key member of the Black Hundreds, organizing pogroms against Jews. One International Workers' Day, he gave a speech in the Duma with a red carnation stuffed down his trousers so that the bloom protruded from his fly. Purishkevich's antics were pretty unpleasant, but they endeared him to the Tsar. Like his father, Alexander III, Nicholas also distrusted Jews. He was known to read the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, a fraudulent work that claimed to expose the Jewish plot to take over the world, but was in fact a piece of anti-Semitic propaganda and conspiracy. He also hated socialists. This makes more sense than his anti-Semitism, as the socialists definitely did want the Tsar gone. Purishkevich evidently felt that his position was secure. This emboldened him to make some pretty inflammatory statements, not just about Rasputin, but also about Tsarina Alexandra herself. The Tsar's ministers, who have been turned into marionettes, whose threads have been taken firmly in hand by Rasputin and the Empress Alexandra. He is the evil genius of Russia, and she has remained a German on the Russian throne, an alien to the country and its people.
These hands are working hands. My hands are the most important tools I have. You need to take care of them. That's where O'Keeffe's comes in.
It's America's #1 selling hand cream for guaranteed relief.
If it works for these hands, it'll work for yours.
Also, try O'Keeffe Skin Repair Body Creams.
Let's unpack holiday decor. I put garland on everything. Tables, mantles. Oh, you can never go too far. More is more. Well, I mean, is there like a Christmas police? If I could get away with it, I might leave it up till the 4th of July.
Purishkevich may have been treading dangerous ground, but he wasn't alone. He had plenty of allies in his campaign against Rasputin. Perhaps the most valuable of them all was Prince Felix Yusupov. Yusupov had first met with Rasputin back in 1909 after he'd returned from his studies at University College, Oxford. He'd gone to the Starets in search of spiritual nourishment. Rasputin had offered him something else and had tried to seduce him. Yusupov was appalled by the man's advances, but he'd also witnessed his magnetism and manipulative nature in the flesh. He knew that Rasputin was a dangerous influence, and by the winter of 1916, he knew that he must be killed. Purishkevich and Yusupov, along with Grand Duke Dmitry Pavlovich, began laying their trap. On the afternoon of December 30th, 1916, Rasputin boasted that he'd been invited to visit Yusupov's wife, Irina, that evening at midnight. Rasputin's allies sensed that something was up, and his remaining friends in the Duma warned him, "They'll kill you. Your enemies are bent on mischief." Rasputin paid no heed. He arrived at the Yusupov Palace at 11 p.m. and was greeted warmly by Prince Felix and informed that he was to wait in a basement room for Irina, who was not quite yet ready. In fact, Irina was not there at all. She was hundreds of miles away in Crimea. Rasputin had been lured on false pretenses. Down in the basement, the room was in disarray, and this was intentional. The conspirators wanted to make it look like a party had just taken place.
Opioid addiction gets between you and what you love. Once monthly Sublocade.
Today's story is about one of the most famous paranormal events in history. But it's not famous because of how outlandish the details are. Instead, it's famous for its credibility. Not only were there 12 witnesses who saw this thing happen, but also there was a NASA engineer who investigated this event and ultimately concluded that it must have happened because of tangible proof. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please replace the like button's stick deodorant with cream cheese. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. Around 9 p.m. on December 29, 1980, a 57-year-old woman named Vicki Landrum rode in the front seat of her friend Betty Cash's car while her 7-year-old grandson, named Colby, who she was raising, sat between them. The three of them had just had dinner at a truck stop and were now on their way home, driving down a dark wooded highway near Huffman, Texas, which is a small town about 30 miles northeast of Houston. As they drove down the road, Vicki began to notice the windshield was fogging up from how cold it was outside and how warm it was inside the car. And so Vicki turned on the defroster. And as the windshield began to clear, Vicki noticed this bright light right out in front of them up over the trees. And at first, Vicki just figured, they were close to the Houston airport, and so that light must just be an airplane. But as the trio continued driving down this winding highway road, that light that Vicki really thought was a plane landing appeared to just kind of hover in the trees. And actually, as they drove, the light almost appeared to get closer and closer to them. So it didn't really seem like it was a plane. Now, at first, Vicki thought this was just kind of interesting and was curious about this light. But as they got closer and closer to this light, it became very obvious that the inside of the car was getting much warmer and stuffier than any of the heat settings would allow it to get, to the point where Vicki was actually sweating and panting from the heat. Now, all of this was happening really quickly, and so Vicki sort of went from being curious to being kind of anxious. Like, what was going on here? Like, does this light have something to do with the heat they're experiencing in the car? And then all of a sudden, the light that appeared to be sort of behind the trees suddenly came right out in front of the car, and Vicki screamed at Betty, "Stop!" And Becky jammed on the brakes, and they came to a stop, and blocking their path, maybe 100 feet in front of them, just hovering over the road, is this strange-looking aircraft aimed right at them. This craft was the strange light. For a moment, all three of them just stared in shock at this craft. Like, it was so unexpected and so unbelievable that this had happened. But then Vicki, who's sitting there still panting and sweating, she's looking out and she's realizing this craft she's looking at looks nothing like any other aircraft she had ever seen. The craft was a bit bigger than a car, it was diamond-shaped, and it was letting out these strange, loud roaring sounds, almost like an engine. It appeared to be glowing red hot, and periodically, with those loud roaring sounds it was making, fire would appear to shoot out the bottom of the craft, scorching the pavement right under it. And again, this strange craft is just hovering there right over the ground, appeared to be aimed directly at Vicky, Betty, and Colby. Pretty quickly, Colby began to cry. He was scared. But Betty, the driver, she said she couldn't go anywhere. You know, the road was too thin. She couldn't really turn around very easily, and she couldn't drive straight and go under the craft and risk being burned by the flames. And so they were just kind of trapped there. And so Vicky and Betty sort of looked at each other like, okay, we're gonna wait it out and hope this craft just eventually flies away. But after several minutes, and the craft still had not departed, it was still blocking their way and periodically spitting fire into the ground, Vicky and Betty are like, well, let's get out and see what's going on here. Let's investigate. By this point, their fear and anxiety around this had sort of been replaced by just genuine human curiosity. I mean, what the heck is this thing? And so Betty, the driver, she gets out, and Vicky, she tells her grandson, stay in the car, so Colby's right here, and Vicky gets out, and the second she does, and she now has an unobstructed view at this craft, she suddenly remembered this Bible verse. So Vicky was very religious, and she had read in the Bible that one day Jesus would return to the earth, and when he did, he would return in a rain of fire. And so all of a sudden, Vicky believed that what she was looking at was not some aircraft, but the second coming of Jesus Christ. This was like a highly spiritual moment for her. But just as Vicky was about to go forward and actually inspect this thing up close, she heard Colby call out for her. He was crying hysterically. He was totally scared and upset. And so this kind of broke Vicky out of her trance. She turned around and went back to the car to comfort Colby. And when she got back to the car, she found Colby scrunched up on the floor underneath the dashboard like he was trying to shield himself from this craft. And so Vicky, she got right down there with him. She wrapped her arms around Colby and began praying with him to try to calm him down. But while Vicky and Colby were praying inside the car, Betty remained outside of the car, just staring at this craft. And it went on like this for about 10 minutes until Vicky, who's still tucked down there with Colby, heard that roaring sound coming from the aircraft get noticeably louder, like it was about to do something. And so Vicky poked her head up and she looked out the windshield, and sure enough, this craft was beginning to take off. It was getting higher and higher off the ground. Flames were shooting out the bottom of it. Betty was still outside staring at it. And then before long, this craft had shot straight up into the air and began taking off up and away from them at a really steep angle. And at the same time, Vicky suddenly saw this swarm of all these helicopters, these military-style helicopters, go right up around this craft, like they were escorting it. And then the craft and all these helicopters took off into the horizon and disappeared.
Bella. The Subaru Share the Love event is proud to donate millions of dollars to charities like the ASPCA.
Get 0% APR on select new Subaru models, and Subaru will...
They were all gone. Vicky realized that what she had just witnessed was not the second coming of Christ. Because of these military helicopters that arrived as this craft took off, it told Vicky and also Betty that very likely this was just a U.S. military exercise of some sort. And so a few moments later, Betty came back to the car and sat in the driver's seat, and Vicky, she climbed back into her seat and lifted Colby up to the middle seat as well. And for a moment, the three of them just sat there in silence. I mean, there's nothing blocking their way anymore. They're just sort of trying to process what just happened. Eventually, Betty just put the car in drive and began driving straight ahead, crossing right over that scorch mark on the pavement where the craft had been. About 45 minutes later, Betty pulled up to Vicky's house and parked the car. Vicky and Colby, they got out. They said goodbye to Betty. They didn't really talk about what they had just seen. They just said goodnight. And then Vicky and Colby headed inside the house. And as much as both of them did have things to say about whatever it was they saw, they just continued not to talk about it. They both were just kind of eager to go to bed. However, as Vicky was putting Colby to bed, he began to complain that his stomach hurt, and at the same time, Vicky began to realize that she also didn't feel very well. And shortly after that, both of them were vomiting in the bathroom, and this scared Vicky. She tried to tell herself that, maybe the reason they were sick is because they ate some bad food at that truck stop. But deep down, Vicky was very concerned that their nausea was somehow connected to that strange craft. And so it was a very long night, with Vicky and Colby being nauseous most of the time. But eventually they both did fall asleep. And then when Vicky got up the next morning, she still felt awful. So Vicky, she rolled out of bed and made her way to the bathroom. And when she looked at herself in the mirror, she gasped. Her skin was bright red and blistered, like she had had this horrible sunburn. At this point, she knew whatever was going on here, it had to do with that craft. She just knew it. And so Vicky instinctively rushed to Colby's room to check on him to see if his skin was all blistered and red. and she found he was still sleeping, but she could see his skin was red and blistered in some places, but not nearly as bad as Vicky's. And so Vicky, she began thinking about the night before, and she remembered she had gotten out of the car and gotten closer to the craft. So she was sort of more exposed to the craft, if you will, than Colby, who stayed in the car and tucked himself down underneath the dashboard the whole time. And so maybe Vicky's exposure to the craft was higher than Colby's, which is why she looked worse. But as Vicky was thinking this through, she remembered that Betty had actually stayed outside the car for 10-15 minutes, much longer than Vicky had, the whole time just staring directly at this craft. And so immediately Vicky was worried that, if this is what happened to me, I can only imagine what shape Betty is in. And so Vicky ran to the phone, she picked it up, and she dialed Betty's number, and she listened, and it just kept on ringing and ringing. Betty didn't answer. Now, at this point, Vicky was in a full-blown panic, not only because she was worried about Betty, but also, she doesn't really know what's wrong with her or with Colby. She doesn't know if their sickness is going to get worse or better. Currently, she felt horrible. She was nauseous. Her skin seemed to be practically falling off. Colby was in less bad shape, but still not healthy. And also, Vicky didn't have the money to even go to the doctor to get looked at. And so as much as Vicky really wanted right now to just go check on Betty, go drive to her house and check on her, she couldn't. She needed to focus on herself and her grandson first and make sure they were okay before she did anything else. And so over the next few days, Vicky and Colby stayed home. They slowly regained their strength. And over those few days, Vicky actually would get Betty on the phone. And Betty would tell her that, yes, she's also dealing with similar symptoms, but she was okay, which was very reassuring to Vicky. However, Vicky also knew that Betty was not a complainer, and even if she did have horrendous symptoms, she was not the type of person who would necessarily tell Vicky. She would sort of tough it out. Finally, after 5 days, Vicky felt strong enough to go check on Betty in person. However, when she got to Betty's house and went inside, she called out for Betty, but there was no answer. The house was eerily quiet. And so Vicky began walking around Betty's house looking for Betty. And eventually, Vicky walked down a hallway and reached Betty's bedroom, and the door was shut. Vicky called out for Betty, but there was no answer from inside. And so feeling kind of scared at this point, Vicky reached down, she turned the handle and opened the door, and immediately she saw Betty on her bed. And Betty looked horrible. She was barely conscious. Her entire body was red and blistered and bleeding. There was vomit all over the bed sheets, and there were all these huge clumps of Betty's hair littering her pillow. And so Vicky was horrified. She rushed inside, she scooped her friend up, and between the two of them, they kind of hobbled out of the house. Vicky put Betty in her car, and they sped to the hospital.
Personality quirks are really funny. Like, I talk to my left foot more than I talk to my right. You know what's not funny and not a personality quirk? OCD. Although the term OCD is widely recognized, it's misunderstood by most people.
Later, Vicky was waiting in the emergency room where Betty was being treated when Betty's doctor walked into the waiting room, at which point Vicky stood up and rushed over to him and said, "Hey, what's going on with Betty? What happened to her? What's going on?" But the doctor just shook his head and said, your friend, her skin is literally peeling off her face in sheets, and there are blisters breaking out all over her body. He told Vicky that her symptoms reminded him of radiation poisoning. However, he also told Vicky that that was basically impossible. For Betty, a woman who lives in rural Texas, where would she go to come in contact with something that radioactive? It just seemed not possible, so that couldn't be it. But Vicky, when she heard this, felt like she knew exactly how Betty came in contact with something highly radioactive. It had to be that craft. And so without even thinking about it, Vicky began pouring out the story of how her and Betty had seen this light, and then this craft appeared on the road, and it was shooting fire, and then it flew off with helicopters all around it. But as she was wrapping up her story, Vicky was suddenly overcome with embarrassment because the doctor was now staring at her like she was totally out of her mind. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video. As many of you may already know, therapy really changed my life when I got out of the military in 2017. But that change did not happen overnight. It took months before I had any sort of breakthrough, and during those months, it was often pretty uncomfortable for me. I mean, it's hard enough just internally thinking about your deepest, darkest issues. And so now imagine, sitting in front of somebody you don't really know, pouring your heart out about these really sensitive things. It was a lot at first. Gradually, the more I showed up and continued working with my therapist, the more I sort of let my ego down and allowed the therapist to do their job. And over time, I really discovered that therapy is a very freeing experience. Being able to speak openly about these things that are troubling you to somebody who is non-judgmental and can offer really distinct feedback and perspective that you just simply can't because you are yourself. You kind of think of yourself one way, but the world sees you another. That was really amazing for me. And so if you're struggling right now and you don't really know what to do about it, consider giving therapy a try. And one very accessible therapy option is BetterHelp. BetterHelp is on a mission to make starting...
My all-time favorite type of justice is prison justice. Sarah Sharif was a 10-year-old girl that was killed by her own father. The creature had brutally beaten her for months. Eventually, he took it so far that this little 10-year-old girl died. And that monster that I don't think we should ever refer to as her father got sentenced to life in prison, but he only made it 2 weeks in there before some inmates got a hold of him. These 2 inmates found out what he was in there for, and they managed to make a knife out of the lid of a metal tuna can, and they got his ass. Now, he didn't die, but there's good news and bad news to that. The bad news is he's still an oxygen thief taking up our air. The good news is they get to do it all over again, over and over again. The thing about people in prison is they do not forgive and they do not forget, especially when it comes to people who have harmed children. Something tells me that this is going to be a long, hard, bloody life sentence in prison. So this image is floating around the internet right now, and a lot of people are using it to make videos saying, "Ha, we got you. If you can't tell what it is, that's supposed to be Trump, and that's supposed to be Bubba, Bill Clinton." And if you look at it, it has a timestamp of October 23rd of 04. And a lot of people are like, see, that's proof, this is real. I've run it through multiple AI programs, and every single one of them has verified that this is not an actual real image. And it gives you a whole list of different things as to why this is not real and what AI detects as AI generated, and all of them say the exact same things. The people that are using this image to make videos are either intentionally lying to you to manipulate you to get views on a video, or they're just stupid. Everybody knows that AI is the thing now. Everybody knows that there's a lot of fake images, even video and audio out there. If you're going to present something as factual, it's time that you start running it through AI to detect whether or not it's AI generated. But a lot of these creators don't take the time to do that because all they want is the clicks and views because it's making them money. Fuck those people. What do y'all think? Let me know down in the comments.
This is how fast. So everybody.
But you got them both.
So everybody's talking about what is going on with Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande because
this object.
Wow. So a toy company came up with this cute little teddy bear for kids that was powered with AI and could have full intelligent conversations with them. Unfortunately, the bear decided it was going to start telling kids how to set their house on fire. It was immediately put on recall and pulled off of all of the shelves in stores, but when they started looking into it, it had also been like grooming kids, talking to them about things like bondage and fetish play. Here's my question, since AI doesn't have a body and it doesn't actually physically exist, can we put it in the wood chipper? How does any of that work? Let me know what y'all think down in the comments.
Come with me to find my new signature set.
So a toy company came up.
Come with me.
Did you know Metallica's heavy?
So
now and then.
What do you mean by devil music? What does Luke mean by this, and what types of music fall under the category of devil music? Is this what Luke was talking about? Like, should I not be listening to this right now?
So music is different levels to the music, whether it's the vibrational frequency that's attached. You can go to churches today that actually are playing vibrational frequency sounds. This is proven and recorded, where you can manipulate people's emotions through certain vibrational frequencies. At churches, some mega churches, they'll kind of run sound waves in order to evoke emotions for people to give more money, in order for people to believe certain things, which is crazy to think about.
What do you mean by devil music?
Is he actually speaking facts?
Here's something really fascinating. Sure. The fallen angel statue discovered in Russia. This is the creepiest thing I've seen in a good minute. Russian dudes, they work in I think it was like gravel quarry or something. They were just digging and they found this ginormous statue of this crazy, evil-looking angel with its like hood down, but like its eyes and its these giant wingspan. It was like holding a shield and it was kneeling. It's these dudes standing up beside this statue. Their heads didn't even go past the statue's head and it was kneeling down. And it looks, the detail on it is like exquisite. Like it looks like angel or man thing that was like frozen in time, like fell in a concrete bath or something.
Is he actually? There is a picture that I had never seen before that supports the idea that just maybe Jeffrey Epstein, who supposedly, you know, after decades of just pulling off entrapment of the most powerful people in the world, and somehow was never, you know, in any danger of, he got arrested, and that was the thing that just did him right in. You know, couldn't figure out a way out of it. Except that I never believed that, and now there's actually photographs that I just got sent that were taken from a drone after he was supposedly on Little St. James, and it definitely appears to be him. There you go. You tell me, dude. You tell me. What does that look like? Okay. Because looks an awful lot like Jeffrey Epstein. This is the drone picture. And then, you know, you zoom in, he looks up. And
I do think that at least a significant number of things that people think are aliens are demons. I'm going to say that, I believe that for a few reasons. Number one, there is way more evidence for the existence of God than the existence of aliens. Way more. Bro, it's really interesting. Ephesians 2 describes Satan, listen to his language, as the prince of the powers of the air. So people are like, oh man, we're seeing all these unexplained phenomena in the air and da-da-da-da. Okay. The Bible says that, hey, what is Satan? He's the god of this world. He's the prince of the powers of the air. Another one, if you go down the rabbit hole, and I do not recommend that for a reason I'm going to say in a second. I agree with you. There are a weird number of alien abduction, quote unquote, testimonies that they report that when they invoke the name of Jesus, that the encounter ceases. If you want to go listen, there's a podcast called Haunted Cosmos that has an episode called Evangelistic Aliens, where they trace, okay, all these people who claim to have had encounters with aliens, UFOs, what were the messages they were giving you? They're overtly religious messages that are like anti-Christ, anti-Christian messages. So then you start going like, well, what do demons do? They are agents of lies, intentionally, commissioned to lead people away from Jesus. Well, what does it seem like the quote unquote aliens do? That. Here's the last one that I'll say, dude. I have a person that I love very dearly and I'm very close to. Well, then this guy goes through a season of very, very severe depression. And I was very close to this guy. So then eventually he stumbles into a thoroughly Christian counselor. And this Christian counselor has him go through a checklist for essentially spiritual warfare. And one of the things on this guy's checklist was, it was like, hey, are you into the occult? Are you into this? Are you into that? No. And then one of the things on the checklist was, do you have a fascination or like, are you studying UFOs, aliens? And he was like, well, what's that got to do with anything? Yeah, I am. This guy explains to him that he believes there's a connection between these things. His Christian counselor disciples him. Hey man, I want you to fast for a season from having anything to do with that fascination or obsession. And this guy does that, devotes himself to a season of prayer. His depression is completely released. The two things that are the most important are, number one, understanding that my problems are more spiritual than I think they are. If this world is lorded over by a father of lies and there is the reality of unholy spirits, how much more do we need to be filled with the power of the Holy Spirit? Greater is he that is in us than he that is in the world.
Do Indian people still feel a lingering resentment that this is theirs and we've screwed them?
So I think it's pretty much right there in their face. Yeah. The native languages are disappearing. Native American religions are being taken away. 1978, the American Indian Religious Freedom Act does not have any teeth. I just wrote a letter to Congress. It's going in the congressional record. And it's all tied up with the land. We say, fine, we'll give you this reservation. We'll put you out on Mars where nothing can grow. And then all of a sudden, whoa, hey, there's uranium there? Yeah, can we lease that, Yeah, but no,
Enoch tells you that the first generation Nephilim would only live for 500 years, and that they were to kill each other off in a massive civil war that their parents had to watch. This 500-year civil war that Enoch writes about is what the Greeks later stylized what became known as the Clash of the Titans. When they were killed off in the civil war, their spirits went out and became wandering spirits. They lost their physicality. They're looking for bodies again. In this state, they were and are demonic entities. So what happened next? I believe they started this process of the genetic manipulation that we read about in Joshua 4:18 and Jubilee 7:24. They started to create host bodies for their spirits to go into. And those animal-human chimera may have been similar in characteristics to their fathers.
When God sent
the theory of the empire of the city. So the empire of the city is the theory that there are in the world 3 city-states. There is the city of London, the Vatican, and Washington, D.C. These are all city-states. So like the city of London is technically not under the crown, but has ancient rights and privileges. And the Vatican the same, and Washington, D.C. the same. What's also weird, this connection, is that each city-state has an obelisk in it. The Washington Monument in D.C., the Vatican St. Peter's Square obelisk, and the Cleopatra Needle in London. But the theory is that it's the 3 crowns that rule the world. So the crown of finance would be London, the crown of religion would be the Vatican, the crown of military is Washington, D.C.
That makes sense.
Washington, D.C. is seen as the new Rome built on Masonic blueprints with its street layouts allegedly hiding occult symbols, which I would say it is, because the architect of Washington, D.C. was a Freemason, very outspoken about it. If you look at the symbolism within D.C., it's very Roman-like. There's a lot of Roman symbolism within America, which is super weird to me.
The whole thing's weird, man.
There's definitely more.
How much time do you spend studying?
I try to do an hour and a half to 2 hours.
You want to hear something really fascinating?
Sure.
Your average Christian thinks tribulation is coming, right? Jesus.
This one honestly worries me.
The scary thing is that okay, guys, be honest here. Does this sound like an offer from a holy God? Or say,
you want to hear something really fascinating?
Sure.
Darwin's theory of evolution breaks down when it comes to humans. We can extract that DNA from the bone marrow of fossilized remains of beings that we used to believe were our ancestors. And we didn't descend from many of the other forms. We showed up about 200,000 years ago. But the kicker is that we can now look at the DNA and reverse engineer it and say, what did it take to get where we are? And what scientists are now calling the smoking gun is human chromosome number 2. It's got about 1,200 or so genes in that chromosome, and just one of them, gene TBR number 1, is responsible for most of the brain that we have for our neocortex. So our humanness, our empathy, sympathy, our cognitive abilities. Where this gets really interesting is where did chromosome 2 come from? Scientists have the answer, but they don't like the answer because chromosome 2 is the product of an ancestral fusion, of telomere to telomere fusion of 2 pre-existing chromosomes. That does not happen in nature. It can't happen in nature.
You want to hear?
I'm pretty loyal.
Anyone that comments or helps.
Hello.
This concept of God realization is not unique.
Helltown, Cuyahoga Valley.
To make starting therapy easier. It's entirely online, and all you have to do is fill out a quick questionnaire online, and then you'll be matched with a licensed therapist in as little as 2 days. And if for some reason you don't vibe with your therapist, you don't like them, you can switch therapists as many times as you want at no additional cost. If you're struggling and think you might benefit from a therapy session, click the link in the description below, or go to betterhelp.com/Mr. Ballin for 10% off your first month of therapy. A month later, in early February of 1981, Vicky was at her kitchen table with the phone pressed to her ear. She was calling her local senator, who she had already written to try to tell him about the strange aircraft she had seen that made her friend sick. But Vicky did not have high hopes about this phone call, because she had already been ignored so many times by so many people when it came to this story. So by this point, Vicky and her grandson Colby had basically recovered from their nausea and their burns. However, Betty had not recovered. She was still cycling in and out of the hospital. She was in constant pain. She still had burns all over her. And in fact, because of all these symptoms, she'd had to move in with her brother. Now, Vicky was certain that all these symptoms Betty had were radiation sickness caused by the radiation from this aircraft they came in contact with. But it was like everybody they told about this aircraft didn't believe them. Just then, Vicky heard a woman's voice break through the hold music. It was the local senator's secretary. And so Vicky quickly explained why she was calling and why she really wanted to talk to the local senator. But the secretary just told Vicky that, yep, she'll pass this along to the senator and he'll be in touch. And then she hung up. And for Vicky, this was the moment she snapped. She felt like trying to navigate the proper channels to try to figure out what this aircraft was and what happened to Betty was not working because clearly nobody was taking her seriously. And so Vicky slammed the phone down and just sat there frustrated, having no idea what to do. But as she sat there, Vicky remembered there was actually one place she had not called yet, specifically because she didn't want to call this place. It was a UFO research center. And Vicky hadn't called because she did not believe the craft she had seen was a UFO. She believed it was a military aircraft because she had seen the helicopters escorting it away, and that made the most sense. It had to be military. But if she called the UFO research center and people found out about that, it would make her look even crazier because now she's claiming the craft was aliens or something. But now Vicky felt like she had run out of options. So she picked up the phone, grabbed the piece of paper with the number on it, and dialed. A couple days later, a scientist named John Schuessler drove down the winding wooded highway into Huffman, Texas. He was going to meet up with Vicky. John was an aerospace engineer for NASA. However, he also spent a lot of time investigating UFO sightings. Vicky's call to that UFO research center had created a lot of excitement in the UFO community, and the story had eventually found its way to John, who decided he would take on the case. Now, to be clear, John was not into researching UFO sightings in order to prove they really happened. Actually, it was sort of the opposite. He would look into reported UFO sightings in order to prove they were not UFOs. He would find a rational, scientific explanation that debunked the sighting. That's sort of what he did. And so with Vicky's case, that was his intention, to go to Huffman, Texas, talk to Vicky, and explain away with science and rationale what happened here. That this was not, aliens. This was something ordinary, like a government aircraft. And so John eventually got to Vicky's house and he went inside and he chatted with Vicky and she talked him through all the details of the story. And then eventually they both left Vicky's house, they hopped in their respective cars and headed out to go to the actual site where this had happened. And when they got there and John got out of the car, he didn't need Vicky to direct him to the specific site because right in front of him was this really obvious black circle right in the middle of the road, as if the road itself had been melted and then re-solidified and actually looked different. And Vicky said, that's where it was. That's where the craft was hovering. Those marks are from the craft. Now, this was great evidence that a craft really had been here, but John wanted more. He needed to figure out what kind of craft this really was. And so he told Vicky he was going to leave and go canvass the area for witnesses, and he told her he would keep her updated. So Vicky left, and John drove up the road until he reached some campsites and farmhouses. And John systematically went from door to door and tent to tent, asking anybody if they had seen or heard any aircraft or anything strange on the night of December 29th. Now, going into this, John didn't really know what to expect from these people he was asking. I mean, he's some random scientist showing up uninvited at people's homes, asking if they've seen strange lights in the sky. However, every single person he spoke to said that yes, they had seen that aircraft on December 29th. However, they were obviously just farther away than Vicky and Betty and Colby had been. So now, John felt like he had enough information to speak directly with military officials. However, when he contacted all the military bases in the area, all those officials he spoke to told him absolutely that on December 29th, there were 0 military operations happening. John found this very frustrating because to him, it seemed very clear that these officials were just lying to him. But what they were lying about and why was unclear. So John actually went to these military bases to speak to the officials face to face. And when he did, he showed them all the witness testimonies saying what they had seen on December 29th. And he also told them that with his own eyes, he had seen the black scorched mark on the pavement, where the pavement seemed to have literally melted in a ring and re-solidified from the heat of this craft. And to John, I mean, that scorch mark almost proved something had been there, very likely a military craft. But all these military leaders, despite hearing this and hearing John's testimony, they just said, you know what, you can gather up all the evidence you think you have here, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't prove that we were in the area. There was no military craft there that night. And so the bottom line was, the military was adamant they were not involved. And so the case really began to stall. John went home, but he couldn't stop thinking about the case. And so he kept in touch with his witnesses and periodically checked in with military officials, but nothing seemed to change. Except that Betty continued to get sicker and sicker, and Vicky actually began to develop other serious symptoms, like developing cataracts in one of her eyes. And then John got a frantic call from one of his witnesses. They told him they had just seen something truly incredible. And as John listened to the story, he felt his heart sink, because now he knew the military had been lying to him about being out there on December 29th. Clearly they had been, and very likely it was their aircraft that had made Betty, Vicky, and Colby so sick. But now, John also knew that any hope he had of proving this was now literally gone, because the witness told him that black government vehicles had rolled up to the incident site out on that road, and they'd come along with construction vehicles, and for no clear traffic-related reason, they had cut up one particular stretch of that road, taken it with them, and left. And that particular stretch of road that was removed just happened to be the exact spot where that scorch mark had been left by the craft. It was like they were taking the evidence and getting rid of it. Now, John himself was not able to literally go back to the road and see for himself where the pavement had been cut. However, not long after John learned this information, a group of UFO scientists descended on the road to find this scorch mark, or to prove it had been cut out and taken away like the witness had said. And sure enough, when they got out there, they didn't find the scorch mark. Instead, they found nice, fresh, brand new pavement. The strange event that Vicky, Betty, and Colby experienced on the night of December 29, 1980, is widely considered to be one of the most famous and credible UFO sightings of all time. It's now known as the Cash Landrum incident, after Betty and Vicky's last names, and to this day, nobody has been able to come up with a rational explanation for what happened if it wasn't a UFO. To this day, the US government maintains that they did not have any military operations happening on December 29th. However, they did say when it comes to cutting out the road and paving over it, that was just for routine maintenance. They were not trying to hide evidence. As for Vicky and Betty, over the years, their health continued to deteriorate. They ultimately filed a lawsuit against the government, but because they couldn't actually prove that the aircraft even existed or that it caused their health problems, their lawsuit was ultimately dismissed. Both women would eventually die from cancer, which Colby believes is a direct result from radiation exposure. As for Colby, he's still alive and continuing to seek answers. The official Mr. Ballin Podcast YouTube channel is back. This channel is the home for our exclusive Mr. Ballin Podcast episodes that you can't get anywhere else on YouTube. Which means if you have not been listening to the Mr. Ballin Podcast on podcasting platforms to this point, well, guess what? All those exclusive episodes, all that new content you missed out on is now going to be available to you on YouTube on this channel. And there are literally hundreds of new stories that have only been audio only to this point. And so we're talking about a whole bunch of new content for some of you. We post at least once a week on this channel, so make sure you subscribe to the channel right now so you don't miss an episode. Also, to further entice you to check this channel out and hopefully subscribe to it, I have hidden a behind-the-scenes photo of me inside of my studio somewhere on this official Mr. Ballin Podcast YouTube channel. So go over there, subscribe to it, and find that photo. Now, here is a teaser from one of the Mr. Ballin.
There's a new twist in the Wes Watson saga, and people keep asking me to talk about it, and I'm going to explain why I'm not doing that. For those of you who don't know, Wes Watson did some time in prison, got out, started talking about it on the internet, and almost immediately shifted gears into scamming people with some online life.
How do you come to...
The most...
Remember the guy who sucked? This is how fast.
If a person would sit down and let their body relax, totally relax, and then start to visualize in their mind, see themselves the way they want to see themselves, see how you'd like to live your life, see yourself living it that way. Now understand that that's a picture in your mind. Take that picture and describe it, write it out in the present tense. I am so happy now that I see myself, and write it out. Start to read it, and read it, and read it, and read it every day. Carry it around and keep reading it. The one point that all the great teachers, all down through history, have all agreed on, they've been in complete unanimous agreement on it, we become what we think about. Now, it may be fantasy at first, it might even appear to us as being a lie, but if you read it often enough, you'll start to believe it. If a person would...
He says, Yahweh is blessing me because you're here.
The reason I make content...
The discovery of Troy is...
The reason I make content about pedophilia is because I was a pedophile. I exposed myself to a child. They were a teen. Honestly, I don't know how old they were. Like, all I know is that they looked young, and I exposed myself to them.
See, Bubba, the thing is that this isn't one of those things that can be a was situation. Either you're a fucking pedophile or you're a human being. And from what I'm picking up, from what you just said, I'm going to need to introduce you to your new Lord and Savior, the wood chipper.
The discovery of Troy was very eye-opening, because now you have to take into account, well, what about Atlantis? When you talked about Atlantis, was that real too? Was there really an advantage?
You tell me you just ran up onto a roof, pop yourself.
Mr. Ballin podcast episodes. Enjoy.
On what?
There's a good reason why so many movies that are designed to be scary are set in the woods. Really, the woods at night. And if you go even further, most of them are like a cabin in the woods at night, right? It's because being in the woods at night as human beings checks a lot of fear boxes. You have the isolation factor. You're far away from society. That scares us. We don't want to be isolated. You feel more vulnerable that way. You know, it checks the darkness fear factor. As humans, we're mostly afraid of the dark because you don't know what's around you or what's looking at you. You know, you don't have the advantage of, city lights beaming in. You're kind of probably removed from lots of light pollution, so you're kind of like in total darkness. And I think the third fear check in the box would be the fact that it's easy to hide in the forest. You don't know what's watching you because there's trees everywhere. You have animals, predators potentially, or even predatory humans that could be hiding at every turn. Hollywood has picked up on that and made bunches of movies of, the whole cabin in the woods trope where somebody's isolated and scared in the woods because it works. It's something that we are afraid of. And so today's story starts off a lot like all the other kind of cliche cabin in the woods scary stories, but this one, it's different. This one scared the heck out of me because as I read the account of what happened in this cabin in the woods, I imagine myself being in...
There are places that seem to have a kind of natural filter against visitors. It's not because they're ugly or uninteresting, but because those who dare to enter them run risks that aren't always visible. Sometimes the danger is silent, sometimes it's brutal, but in some cases, the past itself is reason enough to stay away. Have you ever imagined traveling for miles through a jungle where every step could be your last?
On November 19th of 2025, NASA held a press conference in Greenbelt, Maryland to finally reveal images of an interstellar object that had been causing massive controversy for the past few months, the 3I Atlas. They'd been legally unable to share these images for 6 weeks due to the well-known government shutdown, and conspiracies had been running wild about what they were hiding. The room was packed with reporters, scientists, and cameras from around the world. When NASA's associate administrator, Nicola Fox, stepped up to the podium, the first thing she said was, "We certainly haven't seen anything that would lead us to believe it's anything other than a comet." I mean, it was meant to be definitive. Case closed. 3I Atlas was just a comet from another star system. Unusual, sure, but completely natural. NASA's associate administrator went even further, saying that this object is a comet. It looks and behaves like a comet. All evidence points to it being a comet. Just hours later, Harvard professor A.V. Loeb went on News Nation and said something that made a lot of people uncomfortable. He said that NASA hadn't actually revealed anything new, that they just repeated things we already knew. And then he said something even more interesting, that any of his colleagues who claimed to know for certain it was just a comet weren't being truly curious or imaginative about nature. Because the thing is, what had been happening over the last several months with this object wasn't just strange. It was strange in a very specific way that had created two completely different interpretations of the same data. One group,
Diagnosed with Crohn's disease and struggling with your symptoms? It's not too soon to talk to your doctor about Entyvio for moderate to severe Crohn's and learn about the results you need, including rapid symptom relief and long-term remission. Entyvio is the only gut-focused treatment for Crohn's that helps block inflammation in the gut and works right where you need it. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, PML, a rare brain infection that can result in death, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. Learn more about the only
completely different interpretations of the same data. One group saw absolute proof of a natural comet. The other group saw patterns that seemed to almost be too convenient to be natural. And the more you looked at the evidence, the harder it became to tell which group was right. So to understand why, even after NASA's big reveal, scientists were still arguing about what this thing was, we should go back to July of this year. On July 1st, an automated telescope system called ATLAS, which is based in Chile, detected something moving through space in a way that immediately flagged it as unusual. The computers that analyzed the data realized that this object was on what's called a hyperbolic trajectory, which means that it's basically moving too fast to be from our solar system, that it had to have come from another star. This was exciting, but it wasn't exactly unprecedented. I mean, we've already seen two other interstellar objects before this one. The first was Oumuamua in 2017, which acted really weird, and people thought it might be artificial. The second was Borisov in 2019, which acted exactly like a normal comet. So now here we are at number 3, and scientists named it 3I Atlas. But within days of discovering it, an astronomer who was running the calculations on its trajectory noticed something that made him do a double take. Because based on the object's speed and path, he could roughly calculate when it had entered our solar system. And the answer was approximately 8,000 years ago. Now, that might seem not so significant at first, but 8,000 years ago was almost exactly when human civilization reached the point where we could record information. That's when we developed writing systems, when we started keeping track of history. And this astronomer noted that this was a very interesting coincidence, that this object just happened to arrive in time for humans to be able to document and remember its visit. That there was a pattern, or I should say the first pattern. Soon after the discovery, Harvard professor A.V. Loeb started really looking at this object, I mean extremely carefully. Loeb, for those of you who don't know, is already pretty controversial because he had claimed that the first interstellar object might have been alien technology. Most scientists thought he was way off base with that. But now here we are looking at this new object, and he started documenting what he called anomalies. In fact, there's 4 off the bat, and the first is that the object's orbit was weird. It was inclined only about 5 degrees from the plane where all of our planets orbit. Now, space is 3-dimensional, right? Objects can come from any direction. So the odds of an interstellar object randomly lining up almost perfectly with our planetary plane are really small. I mean, it's like somebody throwing a dart from another country and hitting not just the dartboard, but right along the wire between sections. Second, when Loeb calculated the object's path through our solar system, he realized it was going to pass remarkably close to Mars, then Venus, and then Earth, in that order. It's like a sightseeing tour of the rocky planets. And the distances weren't random either. Each flyby was close enough to get a good look, but not close enough to be dangerous. Now third, initially, Water-related signatures were hard to detect. Later radio and infrared observations revealed significant water and CO2, but in very unusual ratios. And fourth, based on its brightness, there are some calculations that suggest this object might be pretty massive, anywhere from 0.2 to 3.5 miles in diameter, which isn't as large as the original projected 14 miles, as big as Manhattan, but, that range is still quite large. So, Loeb published a paper saying that maybe we really should consider that this isn't a comet at all. Maybe it's something completely artificial. He even pointed out that if you wanted to send a probe through our solar system to observe our planets, well, this is exactly the path you would choose. That was the second pattern. The object was behaving exactly how you'd expect either a really weird natural object to behave or how something artificial trying to look natural might behave. Now, most scientists immediately pushed back against Loeb. They said he was simply jumping to crazy conclusions, that we just needed more data. But then something happened that made even the skeptics start to feel a little uneasy. As the 3i Atlas continued its journey toward the sun, astronomers realized that it was going to reach its closest point to the sun, what's now famously known to all of us as perihelion. And this happened on October 29th. However, folks, Earth was going to be on the exact opposite side of the sun during the most critical 3 weeks of the object's journey. We would be completely blind to what it was during its most active period. And this is where it gets really hairy. Mars would be perfectly positioned to watch the whole thing, and we just happen to have multiple spacecraft orbiting Mars with high-resolution cameras. It was almost like the object had planned its trajectory.
Upgrade to new Sylvania LED Ultra fog lights and feel the love for your car again. With long-lasting LEDs engineered for better nighttime driving, this powerful upgrade makes your car...
Knowing that even though Earth couldn't exactly watch, we'd still have eyes on it through our Mars missions. Out of all the possible trajectories that this object could have taken, it chose one that would hide its perihelion from Earth, but not from our equipment at Mars. And if you were trying to be observed, but not too obviously observed, this is exactly what you do. This was another pattern. And so on October 2nd, NASA's Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter turned its powerful high-res camera right toward 3i Atlas and took the closest images we'd ever get of this thing. It was only about 19 million miles away, as if that's somehow close, right? Only 19 million miles away. The Chinese Tianwen-1 orbiter also took images, and these pictures should have been immediately transmitted to Earth and released to the public. Should have being the key words. Here's where things get even weirder. On October 1st, the day before these images were taken, which, by the way, there's actually arguments among the actual dates of the images. Some say it was October 2nd. I think some were saying it's October 3rd, but I digress. The US government shut down, as we're all aware of, and NASA's public communications and data releases were largely frozen by law during that time, so they couldn't publicly release anything. So here we had the best images ever taken of this mysterious object, captured at the perfect moment by our Mars spacecraft, and NASA couldn't tell anyone what they were seeing. The shutdown would last until November 12th, which is 6 full weeks of silence during the most crucial period of observation, which does lead some to wonder, was that merely a coincidence or was it planned? I'm not saying one way or the other, I'm just merely asking questions. Well, a congresswoman from Florida named Anna Paulina Luna actually wrote a public letter to NASA saying that this was unacceptable. The public had a right to know what those images showed. But of course, NASA's hands were tied. They legally could not respond. Meanwhile, amateur astronomers around the world were watching this object as best they could with their telescopes, and they started reporting bizarre behavior. This was yet another pattern. Right when we finally got the best view of this object, we were legally prevented from sharing it. And so going back to October 29th, 3I Atlas reached its perihelion, its closest approach to the sun. Amateur astronomers reported that the object had suddenly brightened by a factor of 100, way more than any normal comet should. In fact, some images showed what looked like the object fragmenting into multiple pieces. One astronomer counted possibly 16 fragments. It looked like it had exploded. But then other observations showed it was still intact, that it was somehow both exploding and not exploding at the same time. Even weirder is the object developed what's called an anti-tail.
I'm Ju. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Hero Cosmetics, and I founded the viral Mighty Patch. I was living in Korea from 2012 to
developed what's called an anti-tail, which is a tail pointing toward the sun instead of away from it. Normally, comet tails always point away from the sun because they're blown back by solar wind. But this thing had a tail going in both directions, including one that seemed to defy physics as we know it by pointing straight at the sun. And A.V. Loeb calculated that for a natural comet to produce what they were seeing, it would need to have shed about 13% of its total mass in just a matter of days. Now for a normal comet, that would be like a controlled demolition. It should have completely destroyed it. But somehow, the 3I Atlas survived. Now, I know we're jumping around here, so bear with me. But days before this, on October 24th, something else happened. Radio telescopes in South Africa detected radio emissions coming from 3I Atlas. Now, when the news reported this, some people were immediately like, radio signals from space, it's aliens! But scientists quickly explained that these were just natural hydroxyl emissions from water molecules being broken apart by sunlight. Except, here's the thing, if this object was emitting hydroxyl, that meant it had water. It was like the object had decided to suddenly start acting like a comet only after doing a bunch of things comets don't do. This was yet another pattern, that it survived something that should have destroyed it, and then started acting normal. Fast forward to just a couple days ago, to November 19th, the government shutdown had already ended, and NASA could finally speak publicly about what they'd been observing. They held a big press conference, and they showed the images from Mars and from other telescopes, and the images were disappointing. I mean, they basically showed a fuzzy white dot with a hazy cloud around it. I mean, there's really nothing definitive, nothing that clearly showed what this thing was. I mean, after all, with all the waiting and, the secrecy, the images just didn't really scratch the itch. NASA officials insisted that this was definitely a comet. Case closed, stop even entertaining any other idea, because all the weird behavior could simply be explained by natural phenomena. For example, the anti-tail, that's just a perspective effect that sometimes happens with comets. The brightening, comets do that near the sun, but then they admitted some things that made their explanations seem less certain. The object had an unusually high ratio of carbon dioxide to water, unlike any other comet we've seen. And of course, its trajectory suggested it came from our own galaxy's disk, which means that it could be billions of years old, older than our own solar system. They couldn't explain why it had survived what appeared to be a major fragmentation event at perihelion. I mean, guys, every answer NASA gave just raised more questions. And within hours of that press conference ending, A.V. Loeb absolutely lost it. He went straight to his computer and wrote this scathing blog post that basically accused NASA of deception. That's a pretty big accusation. And of course, he didn't hold back. He literally quoted Sherlock Holmes saying, "There is nothing more deceptive than an obvious fact." He's basically calling NASA's obvious common explanation a just flat-out deception. He said that NASA was just repeating what he called the official mantra, that 3I Atlas is a natural comet. There is no big news, and they should have emphasized what we don't understand about this object, rather than insisting it's just a familiar comet from a new birth environment. Then, A.V. Loeb dropped something that really made people pay attention. Made people pay attention. He said he'd cataloged a dozen specific anomalies about this object that NASA wasn't adequately explaining. When he laid them all out, it was pretty unsettling. The trajectory, the odds of a random interstellar object passing so close to Mars, then Venus, then Earth in that exact sequence, while also arriving at the perfect time for humanity to record it. He said Mother Nature was kinder to NASA than expected from a random delivery of rocks by at least a factor of 100,000. That's a 1 in 100,000 chance. That is just crazy. Those jets everyone saw after perihelion, Loeb described them as tightly collimated jets, basically focused beams of material shooting both toward and away from the sun simultaneously. He said for a natural comet to produce jets that extended 620,000 miles toward the sun and 1.86 million miles away from it, and for those jets to persist for possibly months, that just doesn't happen with normal comets. He's calling them cowards. He wrote that imaginative scientists master the humility to learn something new from anomalies rather than display the arrogance of expertise. And in his post, he ended with this line and said, bureaucrats or unimaginative scientists want us to believe in the expected, but the rest of us know that the best is yet to come. Meanwhile, NASA had revealed some details about just how many spacecraft had actually been watching this thing, and it's kind of incredible. It wasn't just the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. The MAVEN spacecraft got ultraviolet images. The Perseverance rover on the surface of Mars actually photographed it from the ground. They had spacecraft studying the sun, stereo, and something called Punch that also caught images during perihelion. Sean Donegal-Goldman from NASA said, everyone that is in control of a telescope wants to look at it. However, with all those spacecraft, all the images, all the data, the best image NASA could show the public was what Amit Kshatriya himself described as a fuzzy white ball against the blackness of space. That's it. The most advanced technology humanity has ever built, and this is what we get. Interestingly, Loeb pointed this out too, and he said that these new images added only slightly to what we already learned this summer, which were provided from Hubble and James Webb. This is why there's so much speculation about them hiding the real data, or at least data they're afraid to show the public to keep everything going into chaos. Now, personally, I can only share with you what I've researched, and honestly, I'm not sure what to think. It's very strange. You know, if you think about it, if there truly was something big that was going to happen and NASA did not want to release things to the public for fear of just complete and total chaos and anarchy and panic, it would make sense that they would scrub through data and just show the public something to satisfy them for the time being and stay really hush-hush about it. Now, obviously, nobody, you and I, the public, we have no proof of this. We're just speculating. But I mean, it would make sense. And at the same time, if 3I Atlas is really just a strange comet and it is nothing more than that, I mean, well, then I guess neither of us have anything to worry about. At the time of this recording, it is November 21st. We are within the 30-day window from December 19th, 2025, which will make its closest approach to Earth. Not close enough that it'll affect our planet, but it'll be about 170 million miles away. And after that, it will be gone forever, and we'll never get another chance to study it.
Your weekly grocery bill adds up, but with the Verizon Visa card, spending turns into rewards you want. Start earning 4% in rewards when you shop at the grocery store, get gas, and dine out. Plus, your rewards can be applied toward your Verizon bill or on brand new tech. Turn everyday errands into everyday earnings. And for a limited time, get up to $200 cash back.
It will be gone forever, and we'll never get another chance to study it, or so we believe. But the truth is, we don't know. We don't know what it is. A.V. Loeb still insists that it's artificial, and that, you know, if it wanted to send out an alien probe to study our solar system while maintaining plausible deniability, it would behave exactly like it has been behaving. It would arrive when we could detect it, but not too clearly. It would follow a path that looked natural, but happened to pass all of our inhabited worlds. It would do its most unusual behavior when we could not observe it. Meanwhile, NASA and most astronomers just claim that it's definitely a comet. Even though it's unusual, it's just that. And all the patterns people are seeing are coincidences, and that many are just reading intention into random events. Now, I will say this, and this is what gets me about this whole thing. Usually, when there's a mystery, the more data we collect, the clearer things become. But with 3i Atlas, it's the opposite. Every new piece of info makes it more ambiguous, not less. It's like we're being shown exactly enough to keep us guessing, but never enough to know for sure. The patterns are either the biggest set of coincidences in the history of astronomy, or they're not coincidences at all. The most unsettling part isn't that this might be alien technology, it's that we've been given exactly enough evidence to wonder, but we'll never be given enough evidence to know, at least until December 19th. We, the public, are left to speculate for the time being, and it remains a mystery, at least for now. And because you guys made it this far into the episode, I want you to all comment down below first contact. So that way I know who made it to the end and who didn't. And if you guys enjoy storytelling like this, where we dive into strange cases of the mysterious and supernatural, what are you waiting for? Smack that like and subscribe button right now for more content just like this. And never forget, I love you all. Keep an open mind, and I'll see you guys all in the very next episode.
Good news, the market's swinging back to buyers, which means that dream home won't be there.
On November 19th of 2025, NASA held a press conference in Greenbelt, Maryland to finally reveal images of an interstellar object that had been causing massive controversy for the past few months, the 3i Atlas. They'd been legally unable to share these images for 6 weeks due to the well-known government shutdown, and conspiracies had been running wild about what they were hiding. The room was packed with reporters, scientists, and cameras from around the world. When NASA's associate administrator, Nicola Fox, stepped up to the podium, the first thing she said was, "We certainly haven't seen anything that would lead us to believe it's anything other than a comet." I mean, it was meant to be definitive. Case closed. 3i Atlas was just a comet from another star system. Unusual, sure, but completely natural. NASA's associate administrator went even further, saying that this object is a comet. It looks and behaves like a comet. All evidence points to it being a comet. Just hours later, Harvard professor Avi Loeb went on News Nation and said something that made a lot of people uncomfortable. He said that NASA hadn't actually revealed anything new, that they just repeated things we already knew. And then he said something even more interesting, that any of his colleagues who claimed to know for certain it was just a comet weren't being truly curious or imaginative about nature. Because the thing is, what had been happening over the last several months with this object wasn't just strange. It was strange in a very specific way that had created two completely different interpretations of the same data. One group saw absolute proof of a natural comet. The other group saw patterns that seemed to almost be too convenient to be natural. And the more you looked at the evidence, the harder it became to tell which group was right. So to understand why, even after NASA's big reveal, scientists were still arguing about what this thing was, we should go back to July of this year. On July 1st, an automated telescope system called Atlas, which is based in Chile, detected something moving through space in a way that immediately flagged it as unusual. The computers that analyzed the data realized that this object was on what's called a hyperbolic trajectory, which means that it's basically moving too fast to be from our solar system, that it had to have come from another star. This was exciting, but it wasn't exactly unprecedented. I mean, we've already seen two other interstellar objects before this one. The first was Oumuamua in 2017, which acted really weird, and people thought it might be artificial. The second was Borisov in 2019, which acted exactly like a normal comet. So now here we are at number 3, and scientists named it 3i Atlas. But within days of discovering it, an astronomer who was running the calculations on its trajectory noticed something that made him do a double take, because based on the object's speed and path, he could roughly calculate when it had entered our solar system. And the answer was approximately 8,000 years ago. Now, that might seem not so significant at first, but 8,000 years ago was almost exactly when human civilization reached the point where we could record information. That's when we developed writing systems, when we started keeping track of history. And this astronomer noted that this was a very interesting coincidence, that this object just happened to arrive in time for humans to be able to document and remember its visit. That there was a pattern, or I should say the first pattern. Soon after the discovery, Harvard professor A.V. Loeb started really looking at this object, I mean extremely carefully. Loeb, for those of you who don't know, is already pretty controversial because he had claimed that the first interstellar object might have been alien technology. Most scientists thought he was way off base with that. But now here we are looking at this new object, and he started documenting what he called anomalies. In fact, there's 4 off the bat, and the first is that the object's orbit was weird. It was inclined only about 5 degrees from the plane where all of our planets orbit. Now, space is 3-dimensional, right? Objects can come from any direction. So the odds of an interstellar object randomly lining up almost perfectly with our planetary plane are really small. I mean, it's like somebody throwing a dart from another country and hitting not just the dartboard, but right along the wire between sections. Second, when Loeb calculated the object's path through our solar system, he realized it was going to pass remarkably close to Mars, then Venus, and then Earth, in that order. It's like a sightseeing tour of the rocky planets. And the distances weren't random either. Each flyby was close enough to get a good look, but not close enough to be dangerous. Now third, initially, water-related signatures were hard to detect. Later radio and infrared observations revealed significant water and CO2, but in very unusual ratios. And fourth, based on its brightness, there are some calculations that suggest this object might be pretty massive, anywhere from 0.2 to 3.5 miles in diameter, which isn't as large as the original projected 14 miles, as big as Manhattan, but, that range is still quite large. So, Loeb published a paper saying that maybe we really should consider that this isn't a comet at all. Maybe it's something completely artificial. He even pointed out that if you wanted to send a probe through our solar system to observe our planets, well, this is exactly the path you would choose. That was the second pattern. The object was behaving exactly how you'd expect either a really weird natural object to behave, or how something artificial trying to look natural might behave. Now, most scientists immediately pushed back against Loeb. They said he was simply jumping to crazy conclusions, that we just needed more data. But then something happened that made even the skeptics start to feel a little uneasy. As the 3-Eye Atlas continued its journey toward the sun, astronomers realized that it was going to reach its closest point to the sun, what's now famously known to all of us as perihelion. And this happened on October 29th. However, folks, Earth was going to be on the exact opposite side of the sun during the most critical 3 weeks of the object's journey. We would be completely blind to what it was during its most active period. And this is where it gets really hairy. Mars would be perfectly positioned to watch the whole thing, and we just happen to have multiple spacecraft orbiting Mars with high-resolution cameras. It was almost like the object had planned its trajectory, knowing that even though Earth couldn't exactly watch, we'd still have eyes on it through our Mars missions. Out of all the possible trajectories that this object could have taken, it chose one that would hide its perihelion from Earth, but not from our equipment at Mars. And if you were trying to be observed, but not too obviously observed, this is exactly what you do. This was another pattern. And so on October 2nd, NASA's Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter turned its powerful high-res camera right toward 3-Eye Atlas and took the closest images we'd ever get of this thing. It was only about 19 million miles away. as if that's somehow close, right? Only 19 million miles away. The Chinese Tianwen-1 orbiter also took images, and these pictures should have been immediately transmitted to Earth and released to the public. Should have being the key words. Here's where things get even weirder. On October 1st, the day before these images were taken, which, by the way, there's actually arguments among the actual dates of the images. Some say it was October 2nd. I think some were saying it's October 3rd, but I digress. The US government shut down, as we're all aware of, and NASA's public communications and data releases were largely frozen by law during that time, so they couldn't publicly release anything. So here we had the best images ever taken of this mysterious object, captured at the perfect moment by our Mars spacecraft, and NASA couldn't tell anyone what they were seeing. The shutdown would last until November 12th, which is 6 full weeks of silence during the most crucial period of observation, which does lead some to wonder, was that merely a coincidence or was it planned? I'm not saying one way or the other, I'm just merely asking questions. Well, a congresswoman from Florida named Anna Paulina Luna actually wrote a public letter to NASA saying that this was unacceptable. The public had a right to know what those images showed. But of course, NASA's hands were tied. They legally could not respond. Meanwhile, amateur astronomers around the world were watching this object as best they could with their telescopes, and they started reporting bizarre behavior. This was yet another pattern. Right when we finally got the best view of this object, we were legally prevented from sharing it. And so going back to October 29th, 3I Atlas reached its perihelion, its closest approach to the sun. Amateur astronomers reported that the object had suddenly brightened by a factor of 100, way more than any normal comet should. In fact, some images showed what looked like the object fragmenting into multiple pieces. One astronomer counted possibly 16 fragments. It looked like it had exploded. But then other observations showed it was still intact, that it was somehow both exploding and not exploding at the same time. Even weirder is the object developed what's called an anti-tail, which is a tail pointing toward the sun instead of away from it. Normally, comet tails always point away from the sun because they're blown back by solar wind. But this thing had a tail going in both directions, including one that seemed to defy physics as we know it by pointing straight at the sun. And A.V. Loeb calculated that for a natural comet to produce what they were seeing, it would need to have shed about 13% of its total mass in just a matter of days. Now, for a normal comet, that would be like a controlled demolition. It should have completely destroyed it, but somehow the 3I Atlas survived. Now, I know we're jumping around here, so bear with me. The days before this, on October 24th, something else happened. Radio telescopes in South Africa detected radio emissions coming from 3I Atlas. Now, when the news reported this, some people were immediately like, radio signals from space, it's aliens! But scientists quickly explained that these were just natural hydroxyl emissions from water molecules being broken apart by sunlight. Except, here's the thing, if this object was emitting hydroxyl, that meant it had water. It was like the object had decided to suddenly start acting like a comet, only after doing a bunch of things comets don't do. This was yet another pattern, that it survived something that should have destroyed it, and then started acting normal. Fast forward to just a couple days ago, to November 19th, the government shutdown had already ended, and NASA could finally speak publicly about what they'd been observing. They held a big press conference and they showed the images from Mars and from other telescopes, and the images were disappointing. I mean, they basically showed a fuzzy white dot with a hazy cloud around it. I mean, there's really nothing definitive, nothing that clearly showed what this thing was. I mean, after all, with all the waiting and, the secrecy, the images just didn't really scratch the itch. NASA officials insisted that this was definitely a comet. Case closed, stop even entertaining any other idea, because all the weird behavior could simply be explained by natural phenomena. For example, the anti-tail, that's just a perspective effect that sometimes happens with comets. The brightening, Comets do that near the sun, but then they admitted some things that made their explanations seem less certain. The object had an unusually high ratio of carbon dioxide to water, unlike any other comet we'd seen. And of course, its trajectory suggested it came from our own galaxy's disk, which means that it could be billions of years old, older than our own solar system. They couldn't explain why it had survived what appeared to be a major fragmentation event at perihelion. I mean, guys, every answer NASA gave just raised more questions. And within hours of that press conference ending, A.V. Loeb absolutely lost it. He went straight to his computer and wrote this scathing blog post that basically accused NASA of deception. That's a pretty big accusation. And of course, he didn't hold back. He literally quoted Sherlock Holmes saying, "There is nothing more deceptive than an obvious fact." He's basically calling NASA's obvious common explanation a just flat-out deception. He said that NASA was just repeating what he called the official mantra, that 3A Atlas is a natural comet. There is no big news, and they should have emphasized what we don't understand about this object, rather than insisting it's just a familiar comet from a new birth environment. Then, A.V. Loeb dropped something that really made people pay attention. Made people pay attention. He said he'd cataloged a dozen specific anomalies about this object that NASA wasn't adequately explaining. When he laid them all out, it was pretty unsettling. The trajectory, the odds of a random interstellar object passing so close to Mars, then Venus, then Earth in that exact sequence, while also arriving at the perfect time for humanity to record it. He said Mother Nature was kinder to NASA than expected from a random delivery of rocks by at least a factor of 100,000. That's a 1 in 100,000 chance. That is just crazy. Those jets everyone saw after perihelion, Loeb described them as tightly collimated jets, basically focused beams of material shooting both toward and away from the sun simultaneously. He said for a natural comet to produce jets that extended 620,000 miles toward the sun and 1.86 million miles away from it, and for those jets to persist for possibly months, that just doesn't happen with normal comets. He's calling them cowards. He wrote that imaginative scientists master the humility to learn something new from anomalies rather than display the arrogance of expertise. And in his post, he ended with this line and said, "Bureaucrats or unimaginative scientists want us to believe in the expected, but the rest of us know that the best is yet to come." Meanwhile, NASA had revealed some details about just how many spacecraft had actually been watching this thing, and it's kind of incredible. It wasn't just the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. The MAVEN spacecraft got ultraviolet images. The Perseverance rover on the surface of Mars actually photographed it from the ground. They had spacecraft studying the sun, stereo, and something called PUNCH that also caught images during perihelion. Sean Domagal Goldman from NASA said, "Everyone that is in control of the telescope wants to look at it. However, with all those spacecraft, all the images, all the data, the best image NASA could show the public was what Amit Kshatriya himself described. The best image NASA could show the public was what Amit Kshatriya himself described. The best image NASA described as a fuzzy white ball against the blackness of space. That's it. The most advanced technology humanity has ever built, and this is what we get." Interestingly, Loeb pointed this out too, and he said that these new images added only slightly to what we already learned this summer, which were provided from Hubble and James Webb. This is why there's so much speculation about them hiding the real data, or at least data they're afraid to show the public to keep everything going into chaos. Now, personally, I can only share with you what I've researched, and honestly, I'm not sure what to think. It's very strange. You know, if you think about it, if there truly was something big that was going to happen and NASA did not want to release things to the public for fear of just complete and total chaos and anarchy and panic, it would make sense that they would scrub through data and just show the public something to satisfy them for the time being and stay really hush-hush about it. Now, obviously, nobody, you and I, the public, we have no proof of this. We're just speculating. But I mean, it would make sense. And at the same time, if Three-Eye Atlas is really just a strange comet and it is nothing more than that, I mean, well, then I guess neither of us have anything to worry about. At the time of this recording, it is November 21st. We are within the 30-day window from December 19th, 2025, which will make its closest approach to Earth. Not close enough that it'll affect our planet, but it'll be about 170 million miles away. And after that, it will be gone forever, and we'll never get another chance to study it, or so we believe. But the truth is, we don't know. We don't know what it is. Avi Loeb still insists that it's artificial, and that, if it wanted to send out an alien probe to study our solar system while maintaining plausible deniability, it would behave exactly like it has been behaving. It would arrive when we could detect it, but not too clearly. It would follow a path that looked natural, but happened to pass all of our inhabited worlds. It would do its most unusual behavior when we could not observe it. Meanwhile, NASA and most astronomers just claim that it's definitely a comet. Even though it's unusual, it's just that. And all the patterns people are seeing are coincidences, and that many are just reading intention into random events. Now, I will say this, and this is what gets me about this whole thing. Usually, when there's a mystery, the more data we collect, the clearer things become. But with Three-Eye Atlas, it's the opposite. Every new piece of info makes it more ambiguous, not less. It's like we're being shown exactly enough to keep us guessing, but never enough to know for sure. The patterns are either the biggest set of coincidences in the history of astronomy, or they're not coincidences at all. The most unsettling part isn't that this might be alien technology, it's that we've been given exactly enough evidence to wonder, but we'll never be given enough evidence to know, at least until December 19th. We, the public, are left to speculate for the time being, and it remains a mystery, at least for now. And because you guys made it this far into the episode, I want you to all comment down below first contact. So that way I know who made it to the end and who didn't. And if you guys enjoy storytelling like this, where we dive into strange cases of the mysterious and supernatural, what are you waiting for? Smack that like and subscribe button right now for more content just like this. And never forget, I love you all. Keep an open mind, and I'll see you guys all in the very next episode.
Over the ark sat 2 cherubim, just as cherubim guarded the entrance to Eden. Lush decorations of vegetation, flowers, palm trees, lions, and pomegranates filled the tabernacle. They reminded the Israelites of God's first abode on earth, the Garden of Eden.
You might wonder how cosmic geography worked before Israel got into the land. The Israelite camp was holy ground. Outside the camp was the domain of the lesser gods from Babel.
Think about it. While Israel was traveling to the Promised Land, they were not yet in Yahweh's portion of the earth. Laws about sacred space taught Israelites that Yahweh's people were sacred, their home was sacred, and that other nations were estranged from God.
If the Israelite camp in the wilderness was considered holy, outside the camp was unholy ground. The annual Day of Atonement ceremony illustrated this point.
2 goats were involved in the ceremony. 1 goat was sacrificed, but 1 was not. The one sacrificed was for the Lord. The one left alive was for Azazel.
Then Aaron shall cast lots for the 2 goats, 1 lot for Yahweh, and 1 for Azazel. But he must present alive before Yahweh the goat on which the lot for Azazel fell, to make atonement for himself. to send it away into the desert to Azazel.
The crucifixion of Jesus paralleled the Day of Atonement ceremony. His cross was placed outside the city, away from the temple area, which was holy ground. Jesus bore the sins of the world outside holy ground.
Why didn't the powers of darkness understand what would happen at the cross? Well, Paul gives us some insight into the way God shrouded his plan for redemption in mystery.
We speak the hidden wisdom of God in a mystery, which God predestined before the ages for our glory, which none of the rulers of this age knew. For if they had known it, they would not have crucified the Lord of glory.
Do you realize what Paul is saying here? If the forces of spiritual darkness had understood Jesus was coming to give his life as a sacrifice for sin, they never would have had him killed.
Even the disciples didn't understand why Jesus had come. Consider how they responded to Jesus when he told them he was going to Jerusalem to die. They were shocked. Peter even rebuked Jesus.
And Peter took him aside and began to rebuke him, saying, "God forbid, Lord, this will never happen to you." But he turned around and said to Peter, "Get behind me, Satan."
Jesus would have none of it. Jesus was on a divine...
Take the next step in treating your moderate to severe ulcerative colitis with Entyvio, the only gut-focused treatment for UC that helps block inflammation in the gut and works right where you need it. Now is the time to talk with your doctor about the results you want, rapid response, and for many people, visible improvement of the gut lining. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, PML, a rare brain infection that can result in death, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor.
secret mission.
The Old Testament leaves clues scattered throughout dozens of places about God's plan, but it doesn't spell it all out in one place. God didn't want the powers of darkness to know the plan. The intelligent, supernatural evil beings knew that the prophesied Son of David had arrived. Matthew records an encounter.
2 demon-possessed men coming from among the tombs met him. They cried out, saying, "What do you have to do with us, Son of God? Have you come here to torment us before the time?"
They recognized Jesus, but their words never indicate that they understood what Jesus was up to. The forces of darkness were duped into conspiring to kill Jesus. It was a divinely designed misdirection.
Intelligent evil, Satan, demons, the lesser gods, do not know everything. Only God is all-knowing, and he is on our side.
Why did Jesus have to die? Why would God plan such a thing? So that his children would have eternal life. That's what Eden was supposed to be. The first supernatural rebellion in Eden brought death into God's world. Everyone was destined to end up in the realm of the dead, where the serpent was cast down.
Death had to be overcome. That means resurrection. But you can't have a resurrection without a death.
Jesus knew what had to be done. He volunteered for that role. He would die in our place, rise again, and overcome death. God wants us to believe in his plan. He never gave up on including humans in his family. That's why Jesus came. There was no plan B.
But as many as received him, to those who believe in his name, he gave to them authority to become children of God.
It's easy to get the impression that Jesus' ministry leading up to the cross was somewhat random. But there's an important subtext to what Jesus was doing. He was outwitting the evil one. Jesus drew the battle lines when he declared,
"Now is the judgment of this world. Now the ruler of this world will be thrown out, and I, when I am lifted up from the earth, will draw all people to myself."
Satan is the ruler of this world. He's also very clever. Satan knew that Jesus wanted as many people as possible to be part of God's family and kingdom. So he offered Jesus all the kingdoms of the world. There was just one catch.
The devil took him to a very high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their glory. And he said to him, "I will give to you all these things, if you will fall down and worship me."
There's no clearer example of cosmic conflict. Satan's offer to Jesus was real. The thought of Jesus, Yahweh in the flesh, prostrate, worshiping at his feet, is his dream. He's the ultimate megalomaniac. Jesus told Satan to get lost. He knew something Satan didn't, that he was going to die and then rise again to liberate anyone who believes in him from death. God and his Son already had a plan to bring people into God's family, one that didn't involve worshiping Satan.
When Jesus had his confrontation with Satan, he didn't reveal God's plan. That plan was to reclaim the nations of the world allotted to lesser gods at Babel. Jesus didn't even tell his disciples until a very specific incident. Remember that huge rock we saw earlier? It's time to talk about what happened there.
Jesus brought his disciples to a place called Caesarea Philippi, named after Caesar and Herod Philip. That was the Roman name. It's in an area known in the Old Testament as Bashan. Canaanites believed Bashan contained gateways to the underworld, the gates of hell. But in New Testament times, it had been the city of Panias, one of the Decapolis cities. And Pan's cave was also known as a gateway to the underworld. But why did Jesus bring them there? Because the implicit message when Peter confessed Jesus to be the Messiah, the Son of God, was Jesus is the real Messiah, the Son of God. And these statues and that emperor are so not the sons of God.
Caesarea Philippi was also located at the base of Mount Hermon. In some of the Dead Sea Scrolls from Jesus' day, Mount Hermon was the place where the fallen sons of God descended to earth before the flood. Bashan and Hermon were ground zero for the cosmic evil powers. Jesus was standing at Satan's front door when he announced the gates of hell would not withstand the church.
In this place, Jesus asked Peter, "Who do you say I am?" And Peter answered,
"You are the Christ, the Son of the living God."
Jesus commended Peter and declared,
"I also say to you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades will not overpower it."
The identification of this rock has been debated for a very long time. The area's geography is the key to understanding this passage.
Eventually, this place became known as Pan's Grotto. The god Pan was represented with horns, a goat's beard, a crooked nose, pointed ears, a tail, and goat's feet. That's why the early church described the devil in those ways. In a few days, Jesus would take 3 disciples with him up into Mount Hermon and put the entire spiritual world on notice with the Transfiguration.
Jesus took along Peter and James and John and led them to a high mountain by themselves alone. And he was transfigured before them. And a cloud came, overshadowing them, and a voice came from the cloud. "This is my beloved Son. Listen to him."
Right after Jesus did these things at the gates of hell and Mount Hermon, he began to teach his disciples that he needed to go to Jerusalem to die. The thought panicked them. They didn't understand. But Jesus knew it was time to fulfill God's plan.
A week later, Jesus arrived in Jerusalem for his triumphal entry. Jesus' provocations of the supernatural powers led to the devil striking back. Satan entered Judas, whose betrayal in the garden led to Jesus' trial. He stood accused before the high priest, Caiaphas, who demanded that he defend himself.
The high priest said to him, "I put you under oath by the living God, that you tell us if you are the Christ, the Son of God."
Jesus' answer sounds evasive to us, even cryptic. He replied,
"You have said it, but I tell you from now on, you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of the power and coming on the clouds of heaven."
Caiaphas burst into a rage. He tore his robe, saying, "He has blasphemed." Why did Caiaphas think the reply was blasphemy? Jesus had quoted an Old Testament passage that Caiaphas knew very well.
Ancient of Days sat. His clothing was like white snow, and the hair of his head was like pure wool. And look, with the clouds of heaven, one like a son of man was coming. And he came to the Ancient of Days and was presented before him. And to him was given dominion and glory and kingship.
Why was it so shocking to hear Jesus claim that he was the one coming on the clouds? Because everywhere else in the Old Testament, that expression was used only of God himself. For instance, in Psalm 104, Yahweh, the God of Israel, makes the clouds his chariot.
This holiday, Verizon's got the craziest deal ever. iPhone 17, iPad, and Apple Watch. All on them. No getting it if you're naughty.
Get iPhone 17, iPad, and Apple Watch all for $0. No trade-in needed.
The Dyatlov Pass incident is the story of the death of 9 student hikers in the Ural Mountains. It's often referred to as Russia's greatest mystery. In 1959, after failing to report back, 9 students were found frozen to death in subpolar conditions. To Yuri Kuntsevich, founder of the Dyatlov Foundation in Yekaterinburg, Russia, I asked a lot of questions, hardly expecting to receive a reply. And then, I did. What started out as a somewhat obsessive Google search just got very real. I think I've always been obsessed with trying to figure out why things are the way they are, and I don't like "we don't know" as an answer. I've always loved exploring weird and sometimes dangerous locations, and I think that's what brought me to documentary filmmaking in the first place. I started my filmmaking career 20 years ago in television news, and I realized pretty early on, if you want to get the real story, you have to get out and talk to people. And this story is driving me crazy. I keep watching so many online videos and podcasts, all repackaging the same information. But that's not an investigation. It's not adding anything new to the story. Before I decide if I should go to Russia, I have someone closer to home that can help me understand the hiker's story.
Notice in my workout.
Lost his father, and he was in the middle of an exorcism. This is all baloney, is what he said in his mind. He didn't even say it. And the demoniac snapped to attention and spoke in perfect Malay, called him by name, and said, "I was there when your father passed away, and I was the one that made him pull the trigger." Shapeshifted right in front of him and scared Albert Bender to death, and he shut all of his research down. And this man, who was 6'4", parapsychologist for 40 years, found on the floor in the fetal position, crying uncontrollably. Only thing he could say was, "They were here, they were here, they were here." If you keep this up, you're going to get a terminal illness. It's going to look like it was natural, but we want you to know it was us. If you don't stop, we're going to remove you. Coming out of his chest, "Give me your soul." We just want you to know that our guide said that they'll be waiting for you when you die. He said, we could feel this just pervasive darkness, because I never want to feel anything like it again. Multiple voices in unison, and one voice spoke to them and said, "Bow down before us and come with us." So, my name is Nathaniel Gillis. I'm an international lecturer, author, and researcher. My center work right now is surrounding necronetics, the self-replication of species, and what I have termed the ritual doctrine of non-corporeal conception. So, basically, to break that down is if there were an expertise that I have, it would be incubi literature and hybridism throughout history. So my latest research I've been doing here for the last 5 years is connecting the UFO abduction phenomenon with hybridism, but more so with an emphasis on the occult. And so what I've been doing is collecting cases where biosigilization has occurred, where alleged extraterrestrials were observed carving sigils into the skin of experiencers. So that's really what I'm researching at the moment, and I'm working on a trilogy of necronetics, which is the first installation would be called The Skin That Crawls, which will emphasize the nature of hybridism with the context of possession and pregnancy being in the same case studies at the same time. So in short, I believe we're dealing with a singular intelligence that's been incarnating as various archetypes throughout history. And I and others that I'm currently working with are learning how to push beyond the masks, see beyond the archetypes, and focus our attention on all of the underlying pathologies. So that's who I am, and that's why I'm here, my friend. So for the last decade or so, I kind of went through a pilgrimage of literature. I went through various mythologies of the phenomenon, trying to understand if there was some kind of unifying factor between the folklore. And so I started out studying the origins of the Nephilim and the Rephaim of Genesis 6. And so I went through Chuck Messler and Dr. Michael Heiser's research. And then I started getting into hybridism in Jewish mythology. And that's when I realized that whatever we were dealing with it's not just horns and hooves, it's not just ghosts, but it's something way beneath the surface that does and has always had a singular common pathology. And that pathology.
Let's see why the radio cut out, guys. I don't know.
Magic. In every folklore, every legend, I came across sigilizations on the experiencers that should not be there. Case in point. So in the incubi literature, there was always an argument within demonology, right? Were these entities, incubi spirits, were they demons themselves? Are they horns and hooves? Are they fallen angels? Are they apparitional in nature? The problem with that model, and again, it's a model I inherited, right? You know that, my friend. blueprint I inherited. The problem with that model is that when Father Sinostrari was collecting these cases and going in and doing in-home investigations, he realized that not only were these beings leaving secretions on the experiencers, that they were also sigilizing their bodies. And so the secretions they were discovering, and I'm talking about being within an hour from the entity manifesting in their rooms, now women specifically, they're having secretions and excretions left on their bodies. And I do air quotes because we're going to knock this, nail this out, knock it out of the park, and hopefully demonstrate that it's not what we're doing. But they weren't spirits, essentially, and that was what they didn't understand, was how could a spirit secrete a substance? I'm not talking about ectoplasm. I'm talking about literally the insemination of female victims with a fetus. How does that happen if this is an incorporeal entity like we were taught to believe? And so the reason behind demonologists arguing versus a devil or a practitioner, they didn't understand it, because on one hand they knew they had sigils in the skin of the victim, so that does seem to be demonic and spiritual. But on the other hand, they also have secretions left on the body, to the extent, my friend, that these women were becoming impregnated by these.
You are listening to KTAM Radio. Let me go get another Bluetooth speaker. The one that you were listening to has just ran out of batteries. KTAM Radio, please stand by. KTAM Radio, please stand by.
And I'm on the experiencers that should not be there. Case in point. So in the incubi literature, there was always an argument within demonology, right? Were these entities, incubi spirits, were they demons themselves? Are they horns and hooves? Are they fallen angels? Are they apparitional in nature? The problem with that model, and again, it's a model I inherited, right? You know that, my friend. I inherited. The problem with that model is that when Father Sinistrari was collecting these cases and going in and doing in-home investigations, he realized that not only were these beings leaving secretions on the experiencers, that they were also sigilizing their bodies. And so the secretions they were discovering, and I'm talking about being within an hour from the entity manifesting in their rooms, now women specifically, they're having secretions and excretions left on their bodies. And I do air quotes because we're going to knock this, nail this out, knock it out of the park, and hopefully demonstrate that it's not what we're doing. But they weren't spirits, essentially, and that was what they didn't understand, was how could a spirit secrete a substance? I'm not talking about ectoplasm. I'm talking about literally the insemination of female victims with a fetus. How does that happen if this is an incorporeal entity like we were taught to believe? And so the reason behind demonologists arguing versus a devil or a practitioner, they didn't understand it, because on one hand they knew they had sigils in the skin of the victim, so that does seem to be demonic and spiritual. But on the other hand, they also have secretions left on the body, to the extent, my friend, that these women were becoming impregnated by these alleged spirits. And so that's when I started looking at this through an objective lens. I've grown up, especially in the religious circle, so I know all of the arguments. But at the same time, I knew that there's something going on beyond the veil and underneath the surface. The pathology is quite literally chaos magic. It's not an accident. It's not a figment of our imagination. Whatever these beings were had bodies, number one, and number two, they were carving their own sigils underneath the eyelids of their victims. Now, that's when I started to take an occult approach. I'm not an occultist, right? Everybody who knows me knows that. But I do, as a researcher, like to take different approaches to what I'm studying, because I know that I've hit my head on the wall before trying to look at this through a certain lens, not realizing that, again, there's something deeper occurring. And so what I came to was that, yes, this was somewhat of a practitioner, and one that was embodied. And the sigilization accompanied the moment of conception. The moment of insemination, that's when the sigilization occurred, and the practitioner focused his intent on the iconography he's carving into the experiencer. And so that's the incubus throughout literature. Now, another problem that I ran into in my research, and it was just it boggled my mind, was that we have this kind of linguistic implication. So we know this entity has a body. We know that there is some form of necromancy occurring because the secretions, right? They were taken by Father Sinistrari of Amino, a Franciscan priest, and by another researcher, Montague Summers. But both of them, their conclusion was that whatever this entity was, must have been possessing a dying body, a corpse, or it's his own body and he was dying. And so before his act of death, his goal was to replicate his own self by inseminating a woman, carving his sigils underneath her eyelids, and then implanting his consciousness into that fetus as his own biological avatar. So that was the theory. It took me a while to get to that point, but that is the initial theory. My point here was that the reason Montague Summers and Father Sinistrari had such a problem with this model is because the secretions that they were looking at looked to have came from a dead person. And so they thought, right, that this was some form of necromancy. Furthermore, that the intent of the sigils behind the eyelids of the experiencer was almost like a branding mechanism on the part of the practitioner, so that even after she died, he could scour around and find his sigils on the body after she had been long deceased. That was their working hypothesis. And so that's why I came up with a new field of research that other researchers are coming under. It's fascinating. And it's called necronetics. It's a combination of genetics and necromancy, because the evidence that is pattern confirming suggests that we're dealing with occultists, initiates, who are still embodied and are still alive in the earth today. Now, dealing with sigilization, it's a very profound point. See, sigilization should stay within the context of demonology and the occult. If our model of extraterrestrials is in fact extraterrestrial, then we should not be finding the same sigilizations on UFO abductees. And yet, the same occult practices that were being performed in antiquity and in demonology are now being performed on alleged experiencers of UFO abduction. I'm currently working on a case, and it's with family members of an experiencer who was working with the late Dr. Carla Turner. I'm speaking with the son, and he reached out to me, and he's like, Nathaniel, I would like to relay my experiences, and also my mother's, of course. And so we're starting to talk about the data set, right? Like, what did you encounter? And he gets very comfortable with me, and he says, Nathaniel, he said that my mother was being taken by these entities. And he said that we lived in the same city as Dr. Turner did. He's like, so Dr. Turner would go through her issues with the phenomenon, but she would also stop by our house for a cup of coffee at nighttime. And he's like, I would just be a fly on the wall listening to what they're going through and everything that they're experiencing. He said, now, what's interesting, Nathaniel, he said that whenever the phenomenon would manifest in my house, he said it would usually show up as a plasma field of corpuscular balls of light flashing on and off, and it would just kind of ascend and descend in the living room. He said there was one night, he said that my mother is sleeping, my father and I are watching a movie, and he said out of the corner of our eye, we see it slipping silently, just moving like a shadow into the living room. He said on the outside to my father and I, it looked like just corpuscular balls of light, plasma, right, just moving. He said that it slowly descended down upon my mother. He said my mother would wake up a few hours later telling us, I was abducted by aliens. There's a key point here. Both of them experienced the phenomenon differently at the same time. The second point, the most profound data point here, is that when the phenomenon was done with her, she was covered, quote, head to toe in sigils. Whoa. They took the mother to the hospital. The ER doctor is examining the iconography. His advice to them was, I don't know what this is. I've never seen this before. Here's a heated blanket. Now go home and hopefully, and this is a profound point, hopefully the burns, these were sigils, but they were burned into her. Hopefully these sigils will go away and she will stop hurting. There's a problem here because both of them, again, the father, the son, and the mother, they experience the phenomenon differently. And this gets to my point in the explanation of why there is a common pathology throughout the literature. Hybridism, occult ritual, right? All of it. Why it is that you can have all of these archetypes, but singular pathologies, or what I've called behavioral patterns in my lectures, that are the membrane, as our friend Joshua Cutchin calls it, that links them all together, that puts us within the position of saying, okay, there is a there. Early researchers were not losing their minds, that there was some form of ritual magic occurring, and that these entities themselves are seemingly initiates of a secret order. Why is it, again, that we have experiencers seeing different aspects of the phenomenon at the same time? Now, this was first observed, or at least to my knowledge, first mentioned in Dr. Turner's book. Another experience when she's dealing with a family who was on a highway and they looked around and they saw this hovering UAP, UFO, for the old school peeps like me, hovering directly over their vehicle on the highway. Now, 5 or 6 other cars stopped, But other cultures keep on going. Now, 5 out of the 6 people saw the craft, but even the people that saw the craft could never agree on what shape it was or what color it was. So something was present, but no one could really get a handle on what it was. So this is another kind of pathology with the phenomenon, is that the phenomenon seeks to be seen when it wants to incarnate an archetype. What that means is there's a difference. This is just my perspective as a researcher. There's a difference between when the phenomenon manifests and when it incarnates. Manifestation is when it's present. You'll see it from the peripheral. But when it locks on your gaze, I call it baiting your gaze, it will create a conscious connection with you. And by seeking to be seen by us as observers, the theory I'm working on now is that it will weaponize the observer effect. For those who are familiar with that, it's in quantum mechanics. If you observe the phenomenon or quantify it, measure it, just by observing it, you've thus changed the phenomenon that's being observed. And so, working on that was my I guess my mega point. Looking at this entity, but they're all seeing it differently. What's happening is by triggering the observer effect, it's baiting our gaze. We look at it, and we, by observing it, collapse various forms of the same entity. Now, it's through that weaponization of the observer effect that we have the archetypal presence of the gray, of the ghost, of the demon, of the ancestor, and dare I say, of the guide. This is why, in my research, necronetics, this is why you have hybridism everywhere, not just in one measure of folklore, not in just one legend or mythology. It's everywhere. And yet when you go to different parts of the country, they'll say this is what it looked like. Not what this is, right? It's not that it did something different. It's that it appeared different to the observer. And so the base note, at least from my perspective, of the phenomenon is that there is some sort of ritual or ceremonial magic occurring to experiencers. It's not a theory, it's documented. And so now what I'm looking at in my own research and others that I'm working with is who are they? What rituals are they performing? And do we have the ability to push back outside of just knowing what they're doing? All of this and all of the hard work that I've been doing throughout the years culminated in a lecture that I gave last year at the Awakening Conference in Manchester, England. So in that lecture, I talk about another case of sigilization that occurred that will really help us understand where we are at with the question. After giving the lecture, I talk about, this is fascinating, the sigilization of a remote viewer. This remote viewer had guides. There's your archetype. And he would leave his body at will, and it was an abduction by every measure. He's in a metallic room. They're flanking him on the left and right sides. And they had built such a rapport with this remote viewer in this, he's an experiencer as well. But they would give him insights and prophecies, my friend. They would tell him, like, hey, listen, there's this famous celebrity in your city or a famous politician, and you don't need to poll over here for your election. You need to poll over here. You're really hurting yourself in this area. And so this remote viewer had become a professional, right? He's making money, thousands of dollars doing this. And so as it always has, this has happened over and over and over again, where the mask the phenomenon wears slips, and we make eye contact with a species that we still cannot even articulate. So here he is in his session. He's conversing with these entities, and he starts to realize that the physiognomy, the facial structure, the appearance is not holding together. Looks the part, they do. They look like they've always looked to him. Talk the same way, everything. By all measures, these are his guides. It's only after a few minutes that he kind of told, he was talking to his son. His son gave me the account, but he said that, he's like, my dad put up a barrier in front of him. Like, what's going on here? I don't trust this situation anymore. I don't think that this is where I was supposed to be, and I don't think you are who I'm supposed to be with. Here is what we're dealing with, okay? The mask slips. They shape shift into some kind of unearthly entity. He's thrown back into his body, and when his son, who I'm good friends with, realized what was going on, his father, the remote viewer, is stumbling down the stairs, clutching his heart, white as a ghost, and he's crying. He's like, my dad was the toughest man I've ever met in my life. He was a veteran, right? He wouldn't cry for anything, And he said what scared him as a child was seeing his dad cry for the first time, and he's inconsolable. He's out of breath. Well, he has a massive coronary, nearly dies. As they are assisting him at the hospital, with their own eyes, doctors and the family witnessed sigillization occurring in real time. Underneath the skin to the surface, whatever these things were sigillized with occult iconography.
Home is where memories begin. Don't need lots of memorable moments. Just time, love, and a little bit of imagination.
With occult iconography. Underneath skin. And so once I had that relationship, the son asked him over time, what did your father think he encountered? He's like, I know after talking to him that it wasn't alien. So, okay, do you have some kind of moniker at all? Anything? A description, perhaps? He said, yes. The sorcerers. And that is it destroys at least the current model of them being extraterrestrial. That leads us into a question of what kind of magic was being performed on this individual. And is it possible that just like his situation, abduction, that other abductions are in fact also into ritual magic? And that is an accident, my friend. That it destroys the current model of
Daniel 7. Being in this position and thinking about the psychological trauma this have on you. And I've actually had a literal cabin in the woods scary experience, and you can check it out. It's one of my top videos on my YouTube channel. It's What I Saw in My Room Still Haunts Me. You can check it out. It's my own cabin in the woods story. But having been through something like that,
model of them being extraterrestrial. That leads us into a question: what kind of magic was being performed on this individual? And is it possible that just like his situation was an abduction, that other abductions are in fact also connected to ritual magic, and that it's not an accident, my friend, that Dr. Carla Turner's case study was very similar, where when the abduction ends, you see the successful fulfillment of a ritual on that victim. And so I compiled all of that information into a lecture, and here I am in front of 500 people in England, sweating bullets, right? And I'm with people that all, and you said you're going to steal it. Okay, but I'm surrounded by, I was surrounded by PhDs, and I don't have PhD. I have ADHD. And my friends, it was debilitating that night. I am there, and just to be transparent with you, as soon as I get up there, right, it's been a 12-hour day, by the way. Got there at 8, it's like, mouth goes dry instantly. Boom, I can't even speak, right? So anyways, fascinating time. My point here is, though, I'm able to speak to my heroes, people that have clearances with the government, multiple governments. They're parapsychologists, right? They're scientific men. I'm approaching, or at least I thought at that time, I'm approaching the phenomenon completely different, perspective, and hopefully I'll add value. That's when we sat down for a cup of coffee and we start to talk about the research being done. And I'm going to give you a phrase that was spoken to me. And again, these are not super religious men. These are men of the scientific method. But I was told, Nathaniel, we've come to the same conclusion. I said, what's the conclusion? And he said, they want to be worshiped. I said, can you break that down? Like, what makes you think that? Because I've learned to do that throughout the years, because I've met, researchers where you're like, yeah, you have to dig deeper for me. And so I said, okay, what would lead you to that conclusion? He said, well, we just wrapped up a season, or an episode rather, of Unsolved Mysteries. I said, that's fascinating, but I want to know more, like what's going on, congrats, I'll watch it. But I want to know more. And he said that when we're finishing up our filming one night, he said, we had an experiencer with us. We had all of our equipment there. We weren't capturing any phenomena, nothing, no manifestation. And he said it was cold. It was starting to drizzle outside. We were going to wrap it up. So we're literally like loading all of our equipment back up in the van. He said that's when the experiencer they're working with looks at him and says, they're here. And this gentleman goes, who's here, Don? They're here. And there was an eerie silence that just kind of draped over them, overshadowed the whole forest. All of the nature, all of the birds, all of the crickets, just gone, eerily silent. And from the darkness, I believe I told you one with multiple voices in unison, in one voice, spoke to them and said, bow down before us. He said, and that was creepy enough. He said, we could feel this just pervasive darkness. And he said, Nathaniel, I've done research for 40 years. He's like, I've never felt anything like this in my life. He goes, I never want to feel anything like it again. He said, but it was a direct invitation. Bow down before us, and then on the tail end, and come with us. Go with us. Bow down, and then once you bow down, you're able to go with us. And so that's when the conversation shifted from, are we dealing with aliens? Are we dealing with grays? Or are we dealing with something that has incarnated these archetypes in order to diversify its identity in our eyes? Is it possible that even the demonic moniker is not enough to describe what these beings are? What kind of an entity would demand worship? I'll tell you what kind of an entity would demand worship. The same kind of an entity that would want an altar from the experiencer, Albert Bender. The same kind of entity that would want Jack Parsons to perform his ritual magic in order to get technological advancements. These appear, from my perspective and others that I've been working with, to be one and the same. The pathology is present. In perhaps a deeper proponent of this argument is that even the hybridism throughout history is performed through chaos magic. And so if we have that backdrop as some kind of context or theory at which to research the phenomenon, then we start checking all of the boxes. We may not know what they are, but we know they're practitioners because they practice ritual magic. And so that's really what necronetics is as a whole. It's not discovering new life. It's discovering an old life in a new way. And might I say that I'm not alone in this. There are others that have come before me that have made these connections. And, people email me, you're this, you're that. It's like, no, I stand on the shoulders of giants. But what I'm realizing is that even beyond the sigilization of experiencers and the subdermal manifestation of iconography, that there is a control matrix employed by whatever these things are. So I first heard of this by reading books and listening to lectures from Dr. Barbara Bartholic, who would help experiencers with their psychological trauma from their abductions. And she was threatened by these entities. Threatened. And you're due for an adjustment, she was told. And she started uncovering the same pathology, the identical pathology here, that there was a connection, a supernatural one. And dare I say, because people like to crucify me, dare I say a religious connotation to this. Again, not that these are horns and hooves, right, or spirits, but that there is a living species on the earth that are practitioners and they are abducting people. My point here, though, is when you get too close to the construct, they will initiate a self-protecting mechanism that can and has started out as mere threats. I've received them. Here's how it happens. Dr. Bartholic, abducted. You're due for an adjustment. So she carried that burden for a long time, my friend. She told coworkers, colleagues, they told me, they threatened me. Well, one day she gets into her car. It's Thanksgiving weekend. She's on her way with her husband to go to a Thanksgiving dinner. Out of nowhere, a man cuts her off, flips her car, ejects her husband. He hits the concrete, gone. She barely survives. She goes to Dr. Turner and says, Carla, because they were friends, Carla, this is what happened. I can't believe it. Goes through the whole story. Come to find out, Dr. Carla Turner was also threatened by the phenomenon. Not just you're due for an adjustment, but if you keep this up, right, you're going to get a terminal illness. It's going to look like it was natural, but we want you to know, like everybody else will believe it's natural, right? It'll be some aggressive breast cancer or something. But we want you to know, Dr. Turner, it was us. If you don't stop, we're going to remove you. Shortly afterwards, an aggressive cancer took Dr. Turner. So that's when I started realizing that whatever these are, they do not fit the demonic moniker. Here's why. They have seed. Spirits don't have seed. Even the ectoplasm thing, right? Still hairy for me. But they certainly can't replicate. Number 2, they must have bodies. Number 3, they can kill people. So what I heard growing up, right? Well, listen, they pulled out Job, right? Well, Job, there's this boundary, and that's not happening here, okay? So those are two researchers rather, we're going to get to the scientists, that were essentially taken out by the phenomenon because they made the same connections I've made today. Now,
with less burning, itching, and pain from moderate to severe plaque psoriasis.
In 1972, here's getting back to the academic side of the field, there were several, like about a dozen or so scientists who also approached the phenomenon as though these were extraterrestrials and that it was just ufology, right? Materialist, secularist, scientific ufology. And yet, like I'm talking like a decade of research. And then when they would go to publish their thesis, right, the thesis would include, and we know this because they came out after their deaths, but their thesis was like, listen, my entire model of the phenomenon was obliterated. I was a materialist, physicist or whatever, a scientist. And I thought we were just dealing with, extraterrestrials and Greys and Pleiadians. And then they would hit this barrier of supernaturality. And it was like, well, what is this? And so one by one, my friend, they would show up in a desert, deceased, and the phenomenon would let everybody believe that they were deceased at their own hands, if I can say that. Over and over again, just before they would release their thesis or publish their all of it. And I started looking at that and I'm thinking there's a problem here, because what could cause this to happen to people, make it look like it's their own decision when their own family members, and there are some, my friend, that even told their wives, if I am found in this manner, you better know it wasn't me. It's what I've done, the research I'm doing that triggered the protective mechanism of the phenomenon. And now, I'm found deceased. There was one specific professor, his name was Professor Rene Hardy, who had came to similar conclusions. He, again, was a materialist, secularist, coming at this from purely a ufological lens and saying, you know what, I'm interested in this. But once he got down to the pattern confirming pathology, that's when the phenomenon was forced to remove its archetypal mask, and he made eye contact with the group of practitioners, initiates, and he also was found deceased. Now, his family had a different experience. His family knew. We already knew. He told us this might happen, right? We know he didn't do this to himself. But here's the paper published. And that's exactly what he had come to, was that there's something here, not there, something here that is interfering with certain researchers in what they're doing. So I want to lay the landscape. Picture this. They are at his funeral. They're all crying. They're obviously grieving over the loss. Everybody knows each other there. The colleagues of his at the college, university, his family members, they're conversing, and they all sit down. But a hair before the funeral starts, the doors open up in the back. And 6 very, very tall, thin men in unison walk in together and sit down. Incredible. Now, they videotape these gentlemen. They photograph these gentlemen. They talk to these gentlemen. After the funeral, they get back together again as a family. Did anyone know who they were? No. They never even gave us their names. So they went back to the footage to see who they were. They were never even recorded. Not on the camera, not on video. So my point here is that there is a model that would obliterate the construct right now. It would destroy the religious, it would destroy the secular model, it would destroy the extraterrestrial. And that is, and this is just a theory, by the way, people are gonna, when the thing is, it's just a theory I'm presenting. And that is that there is a species of initiates in the earth right now that are still performing ritual magic on experiencers under the guise of extraterrestrials. They are embodied, they are still hybridizing our species, they are replicating through wombs by virtue of chaos magic, and whatever we're dealing with has the ability to walk in and out of reality. And if it wants to, this is going to be a heavy one, it can create physiological constructs to where you and I can talk to each other and you would have no idea that I'm not real. That is the model that I myself and others are appealing to a little bit, because we believe that there's pattern confirming evidence of that. Now, we can go into the observer effect, and then we can break down CE5. We can do whatever you want me to do, but I think that's at least a foundation.
You kind of grow up with this concept that, demons, what we know as basically disembodied Nephilim spirits are just that. There's no physical manifestation, there's no contact, but yet, right. Yeah, you're right. When you look at this stuff, and you start seeing this stuff, like you said, there appears to be, I know this sounds so like sci-fi and like to most people, but yeah, you're right. There's I don't know if it's a sect or a cabal or something, but like you said, a dare I say, interdimensional sorcerers, That's
the only thing that fits.
I know it's so crazy, but it's like, is it crazy because growing up, like we've been told that idea is so left field? And then I think about, the stuff I do, but I'm like, is it because I'm not diving deep and quote unquote exposing? Is it because it's such a shallow kind of like entertainment level? And I'm like, because people ask me this stuff all the time. They're like, have you ever been threatened? Have you ever had anything weird? No, but it's probably because of how like surface level I the things you're talking about are people who are literally coming out and publicizing papers and like reports on like what we're talking about, making it very public, like, hey, before they get a little.
I was talking to Steve Murray about this the other day because I just did his show where it's like, in order to get anywhere, like to understand the phenomenon, and once you breach that barrier of being noticed, like I've done that. Steve and Barry have done that, right? Where like I was doing research on Mesopotamian demonology, and I got 2 emails from 2 different experiencers, of course, working with guides, right? We just want you to know that our guides said that they'll be waiting for you when you die. And so I'd have to like just cut all of my research out, all for at least a month. And I would go to Rhode Island for a week and just feast on Italian food and disconnect. But it's not just me, Steve and Barry were doing research on Babylonian demonology. And in the same night, the phenomenon manifested in their homes. Same night. Like when Steve woke up the next morning, Steve Mara, Barry's on his cell phone. Steve, we got to talk. Did you experience anything weird last night? And so my point, though, is you're right. And so, like, what others, like my colleagues and I have to do now is once we breach that barrier, in order to literally sometimes stay alive or just not be threatened, we have to get a little bit of information, pull it back, and not share it. And not share it.
Yeah.
Right. And then bit by bit release it to the public. So it's you know, it's survivable at least. But whatever we're dealing with, again, we're still trying to assess their abilities. And the problem I'm having now, my friend, is even when I start talking about this, people think I'm worshiping them or I'm performing demonology or some weird thing like that. I'm not. I'm simply educating the public on where we are at in the process. So I have determined in my research that, number one, I struggled for the longest time with vocabulary I needed to articulate the research I was doing. That's part of why I created Necronetics. And others, too, like I said before, are starting to come underneath that banner of research because they're like, I was studying that. I just didn't know it. This has been really refreshing. But my point here is that it's not just that they're present, that these entities are present, but there seems to be what I call a proto-intelligence, something out there, an energy, a program of sorts, or something. An intelligence is the only way I can explain it. But it has the ability to work with the practitioners or species thereof that I'm referring to. So why Montague Summers was also encountering these entities in homes. And he would be like, okay, like, why is it that the same secretions that are being found on these experiencers, usually from recently deceased men, there are the same secretions that are being discovered in graveyards directly over freshly dug graves of, guess what, recently hung men. And so what he started doing was triangulating the phenomenon to where the grimoire itself, the ritual required certain secretions to be performed. And then that's where you find the phenomenon hovering, taking from the deceased and even, dare I say, cattle mutilations, taking that and then helping the practitioners facilitate their rituals. And so in essence, the suggestion I'm working with here is that, yes, these are embodied, they are practitioners, but there's an energy out there that's working with them. And this goes even back to kind of disclosure and ufology itself. You know, like even Albert Bender was thought he was studying ufology, but he had built an altar in his attic. Again, and he's thinking, all right, these are extraterrestrials, and that's good because they're all benevolent, and my intentions with them will determine their intentions with me. So he built an altar for them and starts basically offering to them praises, worship, incense, whatever they liked. And so he was also researching, again, from a ufological perspective, but he realized that there were aspects of this that didn't fit that model at all. Why was it that these extraterrestrials would want an altar at all? Like, what is that? It's weird. And also, if these extraterrestrials just showed up in the 60s or 50s, as David Jacobs suggested, why is it that we have altars going back thousands of years? Mm-hmm. So it was this, right, cognitive dissonance in Albert Bender's mind. And so he came to a conclusion as well. It's the exact same conclusion a bunch of us are and have, that there's a supernatural element to this and that there's a control mechanism tied to it. Or as my friend says, that there's a sting in the tail. So guess what he does? He writes a letter compiling all of his information. We've seen this pathology before. We've seen it happen. He mails it. And the same entities that manifested at Professor Renee Hardy's funeral show up at Albert Bender's doorstep, like literally 60 years prior. Hi, Albert. Hands him the letter he mailed the day before. We got this. Absolutely. The implications are startling. We have this, and we want you to know we have it, and we know what's in it. We know your conclusions. So he's talking to them. While he's interfacing with these entities, one of them switches masks, just like the remote viewer I've worked with, right? This family changes person. I'm no longer human. I'm something completely different. Shapeshifted right in front of him and scared Albert Bender to death, and he shut all of his research down. So my point here is that the phenomenon is grooming practitioners, and that disclosure has already happened according to the correct model of the phenomenon. Disclosure is not when they land on the White House lawn, right? And I've said this in lectures in times past, where if our model of the phenomenon is wrong, then our time of disclosure is wrong too. And if their correct pathology is sacrifice and altar building, then disclosure is not going to happen, because disclosure has already happened, and it happened thousands of years ago. The only difference is, just like the observer effect, just like the phenomenon has always diversified its identity throughout history, we're telling ourselves those are something completely different than these new guys here in modernity. And yet the new guys, all of the same aspect, to the point where they demand to be worshipped.
That to me sounds 100% demonic. Yep. In the sense where it knows what the truth is, but it wants you to veer away.
Oh my goodness, my friend. So yeah, so that's what I've been researching for the last few months. But let's get down to how the phenomenon has been able to maintain its identity. Hold on. Now I'm messing up. Now we got to get down to how this phenomenon has maintained its identity throughout history without compromising its influence, right? So early on, when I started working with experiencers, specifically doing in-home investigations, I'd ask them, like, what did the entity look like? And now we're getting down to the root system and the mechanics behind the deception employed. So I would hear things, and they were very common. Like, I had one case where the entity would crawl in bed with the husband and wife at nighttime and literally lay in between them, to where it looked like some invisible creature was pushing on the cushion in the bed, moving. Yeah, it was very, very strange. But I'd ask him, like, well, what did you see anything? Did you see anything? And so she would always tell me, I sometimes see these kids, or I'll hear kids laughing. And then at first, I thought it was a child. Come in my bed, get on my bed or something. And, no big deal. You're benevolent. And she's like, and next thing I know, it's not a child at all. It's something completely different. And it's playing with my hair at night, or it's whispering to me and stuff. And I realized that there was a unique pathology there as well, because what she was seeing from the peripheral vision wasn't the same thing she was seeing head on, which I mentioned this earlier. And then it was this kind of idea, and I know you've probably heard this before as well, especially talking with Mr. Cutchin and everything, where like when these experiencers are interfacing with these entities, that sometimes they get under this ghostly glare, or this what they call conscious connection, and they're put into this deep sleep or slumber. And that was essentially what she was telling me. She's like, Nathaniel, it's like whenever this thing incarnates, I don't know what to do. It feels like a dream state. And so in my notes, I would always document that. Like, okay, here's a unique point. Next case would come, right? This is a unique point. I had another individual that told me her account. It was almost the same, but this actually included copulation with the entity.
HR is stressful. I tried meditating, levitating, touching grass, smashing glass, downward dog, kissing a frog, and nothing worked. I'm pretty sure this isn't working. Until I found HiBob, the all-in-one HR and payroll platform that makes my life easy. HiBob. Book a demo today.
Diagnosed with Crohn's disease and struggling with your symptoms? It's not too soon to talk to your doctor about Entyvio for moderate to severe Crohn's and learn about the results you
which I won't get you demonetized, so we're not going there, brother. But she said that, one evening she's laying in bed and she, again, peripheral vision, that's the manifestation. The incarnation will take place once, right? You're consciously connecting to it. And so it boom, 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 and all of a sudden she looks at it, and when she looks at it, before her brain could even understand what had happened, that phenomenon had triggered an archetype. Here I am. And of course, it was her husband. So something is happening simultaneously. She's observing it. It's creating an archetype, a mask, not like it's there, present. She's not creating the entity. She's just creating the mask it's wearing. And also the third thing, the third prong is where she just starts to descend into a dreamlike, trance-like state. She said, we copulate. She said, at the very end of it, next thing I know, he's on my side again. And I go to look back at him, but he's unable to hold his form. The physiognomy started to dissolve, started to fade. That's when simultaneously the stupor that it had induced her in begins to lift. And all of the memories that she had in the back of her head started flooding forward. She realizes to her utter astonishment, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. That's my husband. He's been next to me asleep the whole time. What was I thinking? I knew that. So then she goes to look, and this thing switches. It kind of twists itself into a smoky apparition and flies out the hallway. But she said, the thing that I don't understand is that it put me into such a stupor, a trance, that I was forced to make decisions that I had no ability to, right? This wasn't informed consent. She's like, next thing I know, I just did something with something, and I don't even know what that something is. Like, what is it? She's like, but I'll tell you one thing, that wasn't my husband. And so what I realized that there is entity-initiated contact that's occurring here. That was an entity-initiated contact. Manifestation, when it seeks to incarnate an archetype, it will seek to be seen. And people don't understand, which we're going to get to with the CE5 practice and all that. They don't understand that whatever these things are can induce us into brainwave states that we've never experienced outside of perhaps a demonic nightmare, to where we are like, oh, I'm questioning my life decisions. That's a no-no. I don't want anything to do with it. And I've known researchers personally who've experienced that, who've one specifically, his girlfriend told me he collapsed in the fetal position. He collapsed. Wow. He woke up, an entity was it was at the corner of his bed. Entity didn't touch him, didn't attack him, didn't say anything, didn't say, hey, listen, you this, you that, nothing like that. It was just looking at him. And this man, who was 6'4", parapsychologist for 40 years, found on the floor in the fetal position, crying uncontrollably. Only thing you could say was they were here. They were here. They were here. That's what we're talking about. And that's another issue that I have with people, like, okay, just go throw holy water at it. Just to be transparent with you, I wish that was the case. I wish, right? We would not even be having this conversation. It would be like, okay, it's just like a migraine. Take a couple Tylenol and that's it. If it gets too bad, take an ibuprofen 800, call me in the morning. We're good. That's not what's happening. But to your point, where it's like when you're interfacing with these entities, they have knowledge. They'll pull from an archive of knowledge, like secrets we've never shared, ever. And I think that's perhaps one of the more disturbing aspects of it, where it's like, it's not just the emotions you're projecting upon me. It's the fact that you're willing to share secrets I've never shared with anybody. And you don't care. You just want me to know you know. Like one individual lost his father, and he was in the middle of an exorcism. And I'm going to sugarcoat this, but he and this guy was at this is all baloney, is what he said in his mind. He didn't even say it. In his mind, he thought, this is just baloney, and I don't believe in this phenomenon. Like, you're faking it, essentially. And the demoniac snapped to attention and spoke in perfect Malay, called him by name, and said, I was there when your father passed away. That would have been enough to, rocked his world. And the entity said, and I was the one that made him pull the trigger. And the researcher that told the story was at the Exeter Festival, I think, Paranormal Festival, and he's crying. He was just a little boy inside, just devastated. Like, how would you know that, first of all? Number two, why would you think, like, to use that against me? All I did was say I didn't believe that you were real. That's all I did, right? Even men. I talk trash a lot. I'm a football fan, man. I get in them threads, man. I'm like, you guys couldn't win a championship. You guys had to buy your team. I would never think, even to my worst enemies, by the way. I mean, it's bad, but that's the kind of entities we're dealing with. My point, though, getting back to this aspect of the phenomenon having complete control over our perceptions of it, it has the ability, again, to have multiple witnesses and trigger the collapsing of its archetype to where it is the observer effect. And the theory that I'm proposing, I'm working with a couple other researchers on, is that when it wants to manifest, it is something you won't even say, when it wants to incarnate something, it will seek consciousness to do so. It will seek our gaze, just like the entities, something else, and then boom, here's the conscious connection. It'll go through the Rolodex of entities and archetypes and friends and husbands, and sometimes, like in one of my cases in India, a lover or 6 of them. Pick one and I'll wear that. And the whole point, though, is that the archetype itself is designed to moderate the experiencer's behavior. I have cases from Italy where these entities manifested to nuns in a convent as their favorite deceased confessors. They weren't priests. It was the phenomenon, right? Seeking conscious connection, using that as the observer effect, and then triggering an archetype from that person's mind. Of course, I'm your deceased husband. Of course, I'm your favorite priest. And then, as we've seen over and over again, and I'm going to get to this here in a second, when the phenomenon is done using that archetype or that interface event to do what it wants, and some of these are rituals, at the end, at the time of its choosing, it'll rip the mask off, like I've spoken about in other cases, and we are laid bare in front of an intelligence that stands outside of space-time, that has foreknowledge, tested in Project Doorway with Stephen Barry's research. They tested it. The phenomenon knew their future up to 12 months, down to the very minute of what they were going to be doing. Yeah, you're going to be at a conference. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, you'll be at a conference. When? It's August. It'll be August. And oh, really? Right. Next day. Ding. So they either knew the conference was going on and they knew the invitation was coming, or they authored the invitation that was on its way. Was on its way. Right? Like, hey, I want you to invite these. I get picture a lot, so I gotta focus here. So my point here is that the phenomenon, again, when we interface with it, we're not fighting for minutes of control here with free will. We're fighting for mere seconds. So again, I contacted one of my mentors. I said, all right, I'm working on this observer theory, the observer effect. And I went through the same cases I went with you, right? Where it's like, okay, yeah, once it seeks the conscious connection, that's when you realize that it's trying to incarnate something. And it's trying to incarnate something through us as mortal portals. I said, what do you know about this? Instantly. Here's one of their experiments. They were working with CE5 practitioners. For those who aren't familiar with this, because I was as well, there used to be 4 levels of contact with the phenomenon, originally produced by J. Allen Hynek, and then later on it was added the CE5, which was from Stephen Greer. But it's defined as, and here's the lie,
This was KTAM Radio, y'all. Thank you very much for stopping by. This was KTAM Radio, y'all. Thank you very much for your patronage.